go. It's Mirko and Brigida.
We're kicking off the final day of the group stage here in MSC at EWC 2026 with all elimination matches starting off with Team Spirit coming from a loss and Guangzhou coming from a win. Who will get it this time around? Let's see.
Sorry, gang.
Number one. Mirko, I feel like the team fights for this game.
Sorry ya guys ya.
Pretty long between.
Tak ada aku nak live. Aku betul-betul nak live dah. Pasal aku nak terbirak. Aku nak terbirak tu. Aduh, sorry lah ya. Maaf. Sorry lah. Nak terbirak. Saya bro, nature's call.
Yeah, and now the Valentina's on the other side.
Nature's call.
Quick rotations from Spirit. That's an early first blood.
Hai, tai yang salah tu.
Exactly why you want a Eudora with you when you have a Hirara, right? Like, I mean, people have been talking smack on the Eudora because of a certain few matches yesterday. Onyx and TL.
Tak, aku nak live. Lepas tu bro, aku malas lah nak live dulu. Nanti AFK kan aku balik-balik dah kena ban lah. Tak reti live on time ke? Sakit perut tadi. Tak kira lah, geng. Tak kira. Sakit perut. Aku takut nak baca apa benda. Aku tengok Discord tadi 50 new messages. Kejap lagi kita baca ya. Kata-kata bicara daripada geng Gengarino dekat Discord. Tosio sih. Geng Gengarino Tosio sebenarnya guys. Tapi aku macam orangnya macam sabar je kan, sabar, terima je. Sebab memang penyayang kan.
Kata semangat Gengarino.
Aku sebut pun nak kahar je. Penyayang weh. Oh, udah pakai itu jaga je.
Will give over these neutral objectives.
Wow. No one went down there. I mean, Sai was there too, but
tak tu patch aduh. Sakit perut tu. Aku dah lama tu tak ada masalah sakit perut ni geng. Tapi tadi dia tiba-tiba sampai. Kenapa macam mana?
I guess it pretty much really boiled down to who really got the red ring in that scenario, which was clearly Guangzhou Gaming who got the better of them.
Kau memang kau mesti dari kau bangun tidur hari ni kan. Mesti kau daripada bangun tidur hari ni kau macam tak sabarnya nak tunggu Gengarino live. Aku nak hantar RM5. Lepas aku nak tanya dia. TLPH tahu apa hari ni? Oi, busuk hati. Kau faham tak? Kau faham tak? The thought process.
Lama si Gengarino.
Kan? The thought process busuk gila tu. Oh, terkejut. Tak kena. Habis lah bang. Asal lambat, sorry. Ini berut. Geng, aku tahu lah aku lambat sikit hari ni geng. Tapi boleh kita tap-tap tak?
Halu-halu bertabahlah Rino.
Boleh ke kita tap-tap bersama-sama guys?
Use of their resources as well, despite them occasionally having to use it defensively. And you know how they pretty much understand.
Tak jadi nak payung super fan. Kau tak payah nak payung super fan lah bang. Kau pun belum super fan diri sendiri. Kau nak gifted. Sorry lah.
Tapi rambut macam baru bangun tidur.
Tak ada ni sebab baru shampoo.
Not that much at this point, but you need at least see that they understand their timings. So we see the movements right now. There has to be
Aku pergi brisk walk. Healing. Semalam kan banyak tragedi. Banyak emotionally drained event semalam. Aku gila brisk walk. Lepas aku shampoo lah. Jadilah rambut ni. Hampir. Shieldnya tersedot sial.
rest of the
Tak
team.
boleh lah Paki.
Revitalize
Gila lah.
kept Team Spirit
First
safe.
Paki
So it
jungle
is
lah ini.
Wow
Guangzhou
juga
gaming
tak
with the
bila
neutral
mermatch
objective.
malam
Tak
ni.
Paki ni
Spirit
dia
with
kena
the
ada
winning
flicker
team
geng.
And it
Favorite
seems
host
like
balik
the
awal.
lead
I mean
just
aku tak adalah
for
fully
Spirit
reject
rather
Paki
than
Tito jungle ni.
Guangzhou.
Cumanya
Because of the
tak ada flicker tu dia
amount of kills
susah.
that they got, and now they might
Susah
be
nak
ones
sampai
to
target high
rotate
profile.
towards bot lane first. Oh,
Crazy damage.
Ngam pula tu dan Brody dapat.
Hiko lands the
Tengok sikit
shot.
dada. Luka masih
And
basah
May
tak?
just got bursted.
Basah tu.
they don't get the third, but that was a statement
Basah
right
tu,
there
man.
from Team Spirit. Now it's a 2K gold lead. Modi already down to half HP, and they've just solidified their lead and advantage here in the bottom lane. I think they're really taking control of the sides. And as much as you're seeing really
Jap,
careful
Ji tambah
movements
luka
from their
lagi,
mid,
Rino.
it's understandable, it's warranted. And they're not losing out on too much. Zar Egoist, it probably isn't as the most aggressive Hirara just yet, but you understand that they're also waiting for the right time.
Sekejap lagi
for
dah
them
apa
to
tu?
find the engage.
Aku pukul 8 aku yang stream
Malam
oh geng.
ni jangan sedih-sedih
Spectacular
Rino.
job at holding down this early game.
Lupa pula nak bagi tahu.
You guys are
Aku
still
yang stream pukul 8.
confused on how Eudora works. That ball line
Tepat
is
je
still the start.
8:00 PM.
Boost magic defense.
Okay guys, terima kasih
So even tanky
for
boys
the
like
support.
May on the
Oh, jangan
clock.
lari bro.
Yeah.
They're gonna fall, especially when the
Awal
Thunder's
yang
Wrath
end
comes
punya lah
around
tadi
together
sidai.
with Hiko on the Brody, who's munching on turrets. There you go.
Oh,
Sawa gonna be initiated.
boom.
Obama getting caught as well.
Dua.
Wrath of the Dryad lands though on all of them. Still the burst comes through.
Membelah
Gila-gila.
bola.
Frontliners taken down for the turret up top as Sunset is able to get away. Trying to go for the stun right now is Zaur and Hiko. We'll have to respect this. Guangzhou Gaming finally get on.
Ada hal, ada emergency.
Hey, Guangzhou, it seems
Ah,
like they're
sekarang tak ada
lying.
emergency, tapi pukul 8 nanti dia ada emergency. Ah, tak tahu.
Oh no, Hiko.
Orang cakap that's life,
Okay,
bro.
he's gonna get out of that. But at
Kita
least
hanya
for
mampu
Guangzhou,
merancang kan.
every
Ah.
single time, that can be a problem for them,
Bos
but
kena
that can
hadap
also
kenyataan,
be something
hal
they
lain
take
tolak
advantage
tepi.
of. The fact that they are very melee, they have to go in.
Sorry guys ah.
You see them
Sorry,
synced
sorry.
up, then I think when
Unlucky,
they find
unlucky.
the terms, everything works out. But when Team Spirit
Unlucky, I
actually
guess.
make use of these combos, you see the Eudora, you see the Hirara, the burst potential is there alongside even Hiko. Then the
So
time
maknanya next
changes the
Nova kita
tempo.
terus next week hari Rabu.
You see the instant respect there. Sunset did not have the Thunder's Wrath up. Now it's back, but earlier it wasn't. Exing had to respect Zaur Egoist and Sunset Lover straight up with a flicker. And again, for Spirit, it's all about utilizing the space that they made with this
Internet aku
opposition
rosak,
to keep
pukul
pushing
8.
lanes.
Kau
Guangzhou
tahu
Gaming,
lah,
they got
Unify.
picks here and there, they got the neutral objective,
Standard
all three
Unify
of the
ah.
objectives.
Pukul 8 je problem.
Not able to convert on any of the structural objectives, and that's why
Yeah.
Team Spirit are the ones still controlling the map. They're the ones holding these positions.
I feel like they do get the wins in the objectives. They start things
Jangan
off. They're the
sesiapa
ones
spoil
who
game.
actually engage against Team Spirit. But what happens after that is the question. They're not able to sustain or fight for long, as opposed to what
Kurang
we were
noise man ni.
expecting from them. Oh, hold on, good bomba though.
Flickers out of the barrier. That's gonna be the ball lightning. Now a Sunset Lover has to
Ah!
out of Throne of Ruin. Sawo trying to look for the taunt now. Walks up onto Modi. Hiko's right there as well to put ton stacks down on Modi. But it's a slow game that Spirit want to play, and Guangzhou Gaming can't really force the issue, at least not right now.
They're so careful. Spirit are just like so patient about this.
But Guangzhou Gaming have baited out two big battle spells, right?
Yeah.
Sunset and Kid Bomba, they're very vulnerable to that instant engage now.
That can be an opening. We're seeing the first
Tak ada
Lord
orca
spawn
lah,
here in this
sebenarnya.
game. It's Spirit actually starting it out with Kid Bomba once again.
Wow.
Just trying to get the information.
Strike alright.
Yep.
But that's not where Guangzhou are
Macam mana
trying
Pak
to
Kito ni
come
nak
from.
kontes ah?
They will actually
Tapi
find
dah ada grok. Oh, dah ada
a
grok,
bit
dah
of a
ada
way
alis ah.
through. Modi already taking hold of that push as well alongside May here in the right
Betul lah
mid.
tu, ESP pun
But I
ESP
think
kan.
it's
Belly
still
je yang
tough for
kacau dia.
Recall.
Oh, dengan Idora.
Recall has to have other people
Tapi
to
grok
tank
dengan
either the
Alice
crowd
kalau
control
bodyguard, maybe okay
or
lah.
the burst damage that'll come from Team Spirit before he could just freely go in. And speaking of burst,
Whoa, the taunt lands as well. Bomba trying to capitalize on the ball lightning. Magic reduce. Oh, Samo in the
Oh, boleh
push.
kena.
Finds the Wrath of the Dryad.
Ulti
Don't
balik.
know who
Lepas.
the flicker now coming down as Exing
Waduh,
walking
bro,
down,
lambat lah,
taking
bro.
caught as well. By the
Waduh.
Sour Ego is the Hiko.
Aduh,
Finds
grok
the
lambat,
trade in
bro.
exchange.
Loading
It's
setengah
a
saat
1-for-1
pula.
jungle for Rome. Guangzhou Gaming walking out with the winning trade.
That's
Aku
the
bukan ada
sacrifice they
20
were
dah.
looking for. May
Game
had
dua.
to tank the first damage, and that's when Guangzhou, alongside Modi and even Xing with the IMU Wrath of Dryad, decided to go in, going for the re-engage against Team Spirit, and we're taking a
Dah
look
buka
at
ada
this
dua game
right
dua.
now
Kalau
in
draft
the
dah start
replay.
lagi tau.
That was a great two-man setup provided to us by Modi, but the follow-up from Xing, I feel, was really what made a big difference. And now Recall's free to take the objective.
Uh-oh. Thunder's Wrath comes down. Guangzhou Gaming, they get the neutral objective and they back away instantly. Team Spirit are just getting outplayed around these team fights.
I'd like to think that the way they bursted down May was probably, to them, an opening, because you take down one of the front lines, but it didn't work out the way they expected it to. Now it's a tier 1 potentially falling down to the hands of Guangzhou.
Aku rasa Valerie Idora ni bakal menghantui kita for quite some time guys.
There's just too much
Oh, by the way,
of backline. But they'll just have to give up on this tier 1.
aku tak pasti kita akan buat malam ni ataupun kita buat Isnin. Sorry. Betul lah Isnin. Kita akan update tier list sebelum start knockout, okay? Tapi minor update je. Minor update dan minor update tapi more yapping. More yapping, more curhat. Okay?
Sour Ego is the iframe. Sawo going to be taken very low, bursted out. Now it's Hiko torn apart. Memory over. Now it's Sour walking up as well. Hiko on the board with the stacks on the Sky Piercer. Sour walks up, but he cannot chase. Guangzhou Gaming instantly with the retreat after losing their XP. Sunset doesn't have the
Isu-isu yang kita akan sentuh adalah obviously Dora-Dora.
So much.
And then kehilangan sekumpulan hero-hero yang kena ulti-in. Dan kita akan aku nak tunjuk kat korang tentang Hirara, okay? Hirara. Apa dia panggil iframe. Invulnerability frame tu kan.
And that was a lot of time. That was a Belleric who definitely took a bit too much of their attention, and so they just probably really had to settle with that, also trading Modi in the process, but it's still a huge advantage for Guangzhou Gaming nonetheless. You see a lot of turrets already taken down, and them starting to transition into a playstyle where it feels like they're just guarding all around Sai, who's already 3-0 on a carry, and looking like a massive threat now that we're approaching the 12-minute mark of the game. So it's surprising to us, I feel, to see Spirit in this situation again, because I feel like entering this matchup,
Ruby, semualah. Whichever hero yang macam yang worth untuk dibualkan kita akan bual, okay?
Upset all over again.
At this point, the upset would be if Spirit wins, right? It's the favorite teams losing out. That would be the real upset.
Welcome semua yang baru sampai ya.
Oh my god, I mean, you're right. Guangzhou Gaming also have great scaling now. Team Spirit are going to have to look for those creative angles. Sawo again with the opening. On the revitalize on Belleric.
Dengan Velinam pun kita akan borak juga. Ni macam fokus sikit lah. Okay. Fokus Rino bersama viewer tapi banyak Rino yang yapping lah.
It's like hopefully they or Sawo last long enough so that they can find some other angles around the team fights as long as Sai has his attention on him. But that's the thing. Will their targeting change? That's the ultimate already used by Sunset Lover.
But a flicker burned out by Xing. Tectonic charge on the throne of ruin, misses Hiko by just a bit. Sawo able to go in, and now it's gonna be Sour walking up, capitalizing on the flicker, already used up. Now the purified burned by Sai. They're gonna go for the retreat. Sour with the steal. Bumble with the flicker in forward, and Sour still able to survive as Hiko picks up another. It's a mega already for Hiko as he looks to go for more stacks on the Sky Piercer. Finally, a team fight win for Team Spirit.
Karinya takut sangat. Kenapa dia takut sangat?
Even though Team Spirit clearly already took down one, and we're in really great position to go for the contest. No one was really watching out for Zarigo. His recall too, I feel like he was kind of split between having to fight back and just focusing on the objective. Oh, the damage. Yep, you can see it already, especially through Sai.
That burst is...
kalau skill 2 ulti memang takkan mati. Dia kena skill 2, skill 1 ulti baru boleh. Salahnya nak skill 1 tu.
You need to find these tech charges on
Berat
these
dia.
vulnerable targets.
If you miss it by just a pixel,
Aku ada lagi satu idea nak buff Eudora ni, geng.
on recall,
Kalau
first
target tu
forcing him to
ada
back away.
semiconductor
Now
di buff,
top as they try and get
skill
the
2-nya
Eudora.
range jadi lebih jauh.
Guangzhou Gaming, they built up the lead back to where it was
Keren.
all the way in the early game.
Macam Layla lah, macam Layla.
Berserkers
Layla kan
fury for
kalau kau
Rico
skill
on the
satu enemy hit, then kau dapat
As I was
range.
saying, I was supposed to say,
range,
Guangzhou, at least you saw
basic
from
attack
that
sekejap
last
kan.
fight their
Macam tu.
understanding of who needs to be targeted in this current part of the game.
Layla
Right?
draft. Okay.
Felt like they were just trying to
Catat
focus
minit 15.
down
The same thing. They're a team that is on this quest to make it for the first time into the
Surat
knockouts.
dah
Catat,
Catat
catat
One
minit
game
15.
away. It's gonna happen. Got some fans in the crowd as well. I love the early fans. Sometimes, it's tough to wake up early. I get it. Morning coffee, you're a caffeine choice. But at the end of the day, if you're here,
Cepat Dadu nak tutup ni.
trying to make it to top 8 for the first
Lagi
time.
30 second aku tutup Dadu.
Some serious competition here. Like, it's a statement to say you made it to top 8 by taking down Team Spirit. Team Spirit is also a mainstay in internationals. Like, we always look at them as possible grand finalists.
Yeah, it's usually top 5 at least.
Yeah, top 5 at least. But every single time, I think the closest was the previous MSC back in 25. They were defeated by Onyx Philippines,
itu
and
was
that
big,
was
ah.
close. They already had a 10K gold lead, so they should have went even further. But now, hey, C'est la vie, Team Spirit, they just make sure they get the Paquito early, and then the Valentina again, and this time with the Harara. So just a quick swap of the first picks.
Yeah, I like this though. You know, we kind of questioned that Valentina in the previous game, but Guangzhou Gaming has pretty much proven that they're just comfortable with it. I mean, you can go ahead, take these quality ultimates from your opposing team, and obviously makes them kind of second guess what they're going to bring up.
Pokok.
Because you already locked in the Paquito too, which now it makes me wonder, like, where exactly?
Paquito jungle, maybe? They might be like, we might do this too. We might
Or-
flex it on you.
Yeah.
Paquito goal and use the link.
That's what I'm thinking, because Hiko has played that gold lane Paquito. You can grab the Ling just for that classic matchup we're used to seeing. We'll see if they end up flexing it or not. So the Eudora and the Cho will get picked up. Again, Cho was banned previous game. This allows you to go for those pickoffs with the Eudora really well. These should be, just those two heroes alone should be an automatic kill almost.
This should already be fighting fire with fire, because if Guangzhou wants to go in, Team Spirit can do the same thing, right?
Exactly.
There's a lot of forward momentum coming in, and now Guangzhou, they reply with the Moscow. So he's going to be supporting his team in case someone dives a little bit too deep. He can push them away. So I'm liking the opening draft coming in from Team Spirit as well as Guangzhou. Quite a lot of interaction between the two.
Again, with the Moscow being in play here, makes me wonder if we do just see the gold lane matchups now. But Team Spirit will play on that, because so many teams still kind of, if there is a flexible hero that can be flexed, and that has developed over these days as well, then they'll play that into the draft, because it also changes some of the focus on the bans. But you can see this just in case Guangzhou Gaming's like, you know what, we'll just ban out some more gold laners, so they do take out that Clint. Again, the Mozkov is so deadly just because of the mere fact that he can pretty much just stay in his lane, push it, farm up, do his thing, play the off map, and then join the fights if the SOD lands.
Kenapa
Crazy
Jackson
enough,
tak
that was
laku?
the strength of the character, but not the
Betul
strength
dengan
in
hati.
game 1 of GZG. They grouped up and they committed to that group up. Obviously playing the lineup well. We'll see if maybe swapping over to the
Demam Venom
Moscow
pula dah.
allows them to be as effective as the Uranus expand.
Day 7 of MWI. Yo, woo! Shout out to them. That is dedication.
Since MW, yeah, that's crazy. And now,
That's us.
that's you guys. Hey, we're here since wild cards.
Yo, that's true.
We're here longer. It's not a competition.
It's like we're dedicated.
It's like we love the game or something. Anyways, yeah, the Uranus gets banned out as well as the Esmeralda here. Good ban on the Esmeralda, because right now for Guangzhou, they don't have a proper front line yet. So what else is there, at least in the EXP? I mean, like, I guess they can pick up the Alice again. Oh, the Belleric, yes, is still open. And you can technically flex that if you want. Rarely do we see Belleric
Sekuat
being in
itu
fourth pick,
Kakone.
though, right?
Yeah.
Usually the first 3.
Belleric pun
I think
kita
that's because
akan
Valentina kind of worked against that.
Belleric pun kita akan bincangkan juga.
Why prioritize that? And I think it's been smart.
Banyak kita nak borak, geng.
Right now the draft does look a bit difficult for the
Banyak.
team to actually get a good kick in. But hey, you know what? If you're here in MSC, you should be able to do it. Right?
I think anything's
Pick a
possible.
target and then grab it. Ling's still available, but is like the hype on Ling fallen? I mean, so much. Obviously, Paquito's going to most likely jungle here, or actually EXP here, right?
Yeah.
And so Harley picked up.
Well, this will tell us if it's going gold or not.
Koneng
it's
je
gonna
yang
be
kita
BXP,
takkan borakkan, geng.
Barretts, and then it's going to be that gold
Sebab
lane.
buang
That's what I was
masa.
saying, you know, he's 3 roles basically. that he
Buang
gets to
masa.
go to.
Pick M
So
2026
that's
pokok
the
dolar.
game plan here for Team Spirit. They really want to burst a member down, get an upper hand in terms of numbers.
Ban Koneng
Maybe we'll
untuk
see
menyelamatkan
Paquito.
kewarasan host.
Yeah, you know what?
I've heard a lot of things. I've
W
heard a lot
comment.
of things. But yeah, right now for Team
Sebab
Spirit,
Koneng dah kat
they're
last year.
using a draft with a
Tak
lot of
sekarang
forward
kiri
momentum,
clearing
having
run
the
locator.
Barats being the main escort, and then having the Dura as well as Hardy. You should get a kill. And
hero.
now a Kaja gets picked up. So the moment
Kaja
a Joe
Rom.
or a Harley
Kaja SP.
overextends, the Kaja
People
can help
going.
them get a kill.
That's what he says when he ults. When he has divine judgments.
Kaja.
Dude, they're digging deep into the pockets here. Another unique hero for MSC. I can't wait to get an official count on what that is.
Bella
We're aiming
SP.
towards 90. We still got
Parah
like a
player
week
with
to go,
key.
so plenty of time.
I hope by the time we get to the knockouts, which is just in a few days away, we still have
Minion
unique
wave okey.
hero picks
Paquito
come
dengan
through
Barat
because
nak sobek
it's
lah.
just been so fun to
Tapi
go
ni
through these
cerita kalau
rounds since
Baratnya
now.
beli Molten lah.
It is a blast being here and watching
Beli ke
MSC
helmet.
live in Paris, France. For those
But
of you watching
lot
online,
clear
let us
ah,
know,
tu Brazil.
who are you leaning towards? You might have favored Team Spirit,
Berat
but now
banyak
Guangzhou
bukan
Gaming's
Brazil.
in the lead with one more game to go potentially. China could be moving on to the knockout stage for the very first time. And to kick off game 2, let's send it back over to Mirko and Brigitte.
Thank you very much, Rain Day. And indeed, we have a lot of surprises to break down here as we head into game number 2 between Team Spirit and Guangzhou. I'm looking forward to hear Miracle say the Kaja later on.
No, no.
You're not?
They got it wrong. Kaja doesn't do Kaja when he ults. He does a... It's a whip.
Okay, okay. And I hear you do the Barrett's ult all the time too, so maybe we're
Oh
expecting
God, it could be... Yep, two. Could be...
Wong
And-
pokok XP.
That's a lot. But it's surprisingly actually Hiko on the Paquito this time. So we thought it was a jungler all along, but they do decide to flex it eventually here. Could we expect like maybe better synergy across the board though? Because this is looking like a Cho Eudora, yes.
I don't know. Right now, it's looking very TLPH. I'm gonna be honest with you. The composition of
Okay.
Team Spirit, putting Bomba on a Barats, it's like putting Sanford on a Barats. You know, it's like I don't want to see that.
Okay, so they have to make this work. At least that's what we're getting from now. And we take a look at the emblems too before we move on to this game. It's been a while since we've seen a Kaja, so I think it's still very usual to see the sport emblems come through, the additional speed and the brave smite. Pretty much same across the board, I feel, for majority of our heroes this time. Oh, but whoa.
Also putting Hiko on a Paquito. It's like putting Paquito on Teddy.
Oh, okay. You're still talking about that, yeah.
I mean, it's the same side lanes as yesterday. It's crazy, actually.
It does feel kind of the same. And I feel like TS are also in a sort of same position wherein you're just really expecting a bit more from them, but it's been a struggle ever since game number 1 to just
KLP kasih kena mention,
coordinate. Like,
bro.
it's weird to see Spirit in this
Sebulan,
kind of
bro, nak
position,
move
but
on.
hopefully they work things out.
Mohon
Stuff.
faham ah.
We are seeing a more
Oh,
aggressive laning phase from them, to say the least, here in game number 2.
And oh my God, the Thunder's Wrath straight up one shots. May no
Kejut dia bro.
right now. Over to Team Spirit with the
Happy
control
birthday.
objective as well.
Yep, a much better start.
Ui.
We can say that for
Teddy
Team Spirit
Bogart,
right
bye.
now.
It's
We're
been
looking at the way
while.
they've executed the first 2 minutes of the game.
Alas,
Lane-wise, it's
bulan
been
lah.
very aggressive for Hiko, and at the
Happy
same time,
birthday.
you see better coordination from Sao and Sun.
Tak nak. Aku tak nak tengok, tak nak nobar, tak nak borak pun match pukul 8 lagi.
Be as aggressive as you want, and
Mana
May.
topi Ringo?
Tak. Tak boleh.
For Guangzhou Gaming,
Orang cakap,
SOD
saya tak kuat.
goes wide.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Attack, you
saya
know, Sunset
ke?
11 flickers
Saya
out of the way.
tak kuat.
IMU. Daytona's welcome from Xing recently, so that changes things a bit too. Xing will be, I guess, picking up the Daytona's welcome or either the way of the
Hadapi
dragon
reality
more than
Rio.
anything here from Team Spirit's composition.
Face the music.
But how are they able to utilize that? It's like 2 potential
Face the
lockdowns
music,
or
orang putih cakap.
pick-off setups, and the damage is mostly going to come from Recall. At least for now, in the early stages of the game. But has Recall been having a good time? Because I think he's already a level behind Zara Egoist.
Bomba's doing a lot right now with just delaying the jungle. He's going to lose out on a bit on the bottom lane, but
Kita sedih sama-sama.
Pagi
stop
ni menonjol.
recalls. You can see Zower It's really
Aduh.
capitalizing on the fact that he's getting so much more space, so much more room to farm up. A whole level ahead with the turtle as well.
Bro,
Sawo
aku
feels a
habis
lot more
stream semalam aku
comfortable
give breeze
on a
walk,
hero that
man.
can be proactive instead of
Terlalu ni oh. Terlalu apa cakap? Dia sini. Feeling dia macam ni semalam. Lepas aku tutup stream, dia rasa macam ni. Oh, I need a walk, man. I need a walk, man.
I think that could be an angle for Guangzhou to just really go for the punish.
I need a walk, you know.
Get AOE setups and not just either the
And then
counter or the
aku
throw.
balik, aku mandi.
Harus team fight. But let's
Mandi,
say
full
Sparrow now
shower,
positions themselves across the
shampoo kan.
objective. It's not like
Lepas tu,
Guangzhou are looking to contest,
panaskan
however.
chicken tenders yang aku borak semalam.
It will take them a bit more time.
Sedap! Lepas makan chicken tenders tu aku rasa terubat sikit ah.
position, space, everything to
Macam
scale
baru
up. This
lupa
time, Team
break
Spirit
gitu.
don't want none of that. Oh, up top, what a kick from Sawo. Where the dragon kicks the Kaja back into
Ui,
Hiko.
cuh pun KOF.
And it's yet another
Wanjas.
pick-up. They're really utilizing the strong side well. Sawo with the deadly magic, Sawo with the walk up as well. The Purify already out early.
Dah, nice flicker.
The ball of
Gila Team Spirit.
Bang.
Agresif.
Goes down to Moskov. Sai down Hiko with the
Completing.
hits on the turret.
They've learned their lesson. They've learned their lesson. They got to be the more proactive ones. They got to be the ones starting it off. And with this lineup, they're definitely doing it. Mei has not had a single divine judgment in this game, and you could see that Sawo's just starting to feel it on this show.
It's like watching. Oh my God, Bamba. He's getting free turrets. Guangzhou
Oh
giving
ya,
her
atas
the ones
bawah
reacting
ni
to everything,
makan
and it's
plating.
not the right reaction either.
Terpaksa
They're trying to
guna
go mid
Gengarino untuk extra
for some reason.
advantage.
And Bomba just stops down bot. That's a free turret for a Barat.
Gengarino buff.
Okay, at least for Guangzhou, right? If we're looking for potential angles that they can turn this around, they have plenty, and it's a flicker builder as well, so they could just try to go for more counter engage as long as they feel like they're already on the same page. Because at this moment, at this moment,
He goes for the whip now.
Ah!
Bomba with the response throws him into the wall.
fuck was
Ball of
that?
thunder. Bomba with a chomp.
Aduh, ibu
Buat
gua.
shot Gengarino.
you saw that. You saw that. You saw
Ayo
Mei,
yo.
he tried, but Guangzhou,
Burung gorengnya.
it didn't feel like they were ready to follow up.
Ooh,
Malangnya si
Tough.
Kaja.
Yeah.
very tough. Recalls forced out of the fight. Tier 1. Free for Team Spirit. Sawo doing a good job on this show so far. And yeah, like you mentioned, man, Mei cannot really go for anything. That's going to be a free purple buff as well. Oh, Ball of Thunder lands and everybody Thunder's Wrath as well.
Ah.
Wrath of the Dryad.
Menarik
Ayam,
betul.
ayam.
Holy moly, lands on Natalia. All 5 Natalias.
Kan dia orang menang ya.
Guangzhou facing a 6.5k gold lead this time. Spirit have completely turned things around and are looking real good in game number 2. A potential game 3 is potentially coming for us at this point. If you take a look at Team Spirit and the current situation that
Aku
they're in,
memang
because
pakai emblem kasutku ke scarf.
I think the panel also touched on how maybe, yes, they can utilize the
Mereka
Kaja to punish some of the
Game
overextensions that have
3
been happening,
Tell
but
them
that could
berapa?
come out from Team Spirit, but I don't think we've seen any of those. It's
Game
more
3 je lah bang,
calculated
bang.
backline engages either from Zar, just to
Tak ada
force
apa pun
reactions out of
Pikaja ni
Guangzhou.
daripada dah 7 minit dah. Tapi sekarang dah tak boleh dah 7k different. Tarik apa pun tak mati.
As much as yet, because it's always Guangzhou tending to overextend, but they might actually go for one this time. They don't risk it as much though. There's still tier 2 turrets across the board.
Eudor is so annoying. Xing just walks up a bit too aggressively. He didn't even walk up aggressively. It was Team Spirit with a conceal. And he's forced to go back to Fountain. Tier 2 up top taken down already. Team Spirit with a 7,000 gold lead. We've seen comebacks before, but it is going to be very difficult for Guangzhou Gaming as long as Sai doesn't get space to farm. This has been a very difficult Moskov game. Like, Sai has just not been given any space, any lanes to farm up.
And how far behind could he possibly be? Because he's already 2 levels behind of Hiko. I think there hasn't been much opportunity for
Bunyi
him
tak pali
to
ke tu?
also take some gold to catch up. And Guangzhou are just really investing in defense right now. They gotta put up their walls. You have to have Modi reliable enough to tank everything, because looking at Guangzhou's lineup, it seems like he's the only guy
Why
you
am I
can
watching,
really rely
man?
on to do that.
Bagi
XC
TLPH
and
masuk balik
Zane,
ah.
they probably want to go in for the more
Boleh ah?
aggressive setup plays and pick off potentials if
Boleh ke
ever they
macam tu,
do
geng?
find any. And he also
Boleh,
picks up the
kita
Eudora
buat dia.
ultimate instead of
pick
any
aja
other
tapi
setup. So
siapa
it's
nak buat
just probably
damage
all
dia.
on May right now. They need a bit more of the damage to come through because as you mentioned,
More
Sai is
fun.
taking a while to scale up and he's probably behind
Bro,
in terms of
sabarlah
items
nak
right
move
now.
on, bro. Benda baru jadi semalam,
Only got the
man.
gold staff earlier. It's the second
Yesterday,
item at 8
bro.
minutes, so this third item power spike might come through in like 10 minutes. Looking at the
Semalam
pace of
I
the mark,
call you, you tak
Spirit gonna get this for
answer.
free. There's no chance Guangzhou
You
take it
kata
unless
you
Sai
keluar
gets an SOD.
Rini
Mama
tampil.
knows better
berbina.
than to leave
Cubaan
that open.
Rino untuk
He's
menjadi
able to
papa
body block
FIFA.
for
You
Team Spirit.
kata
Sao
you
also still
keluar
direction, just in case.
dengan
I remember
kawan
Aces
you.
from OHEV last year against Onyx. Also
But
in the group
when
stage.
I called Tommy,
I
he
think
said
everyone
it
learned from that. You know,
wasn't
they're just
true.
starting to guard the bushes wherever or whenever there's a Moskov on the
So
other side.
I
But look
drop
at that.
my car
Between
pergi
Sai and
Damansara.
It's
Oh my god.
Tommy kata,
74.8K.
maybe you
It's a
tengok
same
bola.
gap for Sour and
Rino dah
Recall.
tak
Tapi World Cup habis 2 minggu lepas.
Goalies are placed where it's best. Even 2,000 goalie between the mid laners. Oh
Dasar
god.
jantan tak guna.
Just be tickling Bomba whenever he goes for damage.
At least they still have holy shields, but I think they're all gonna pop even before the Lord gets to approach the base. They've made
Rumor
enough
dia tahu
room for
lagu
them
ni.
to utilize the Lord to its fullest potential and Team Spirit. They're looking to take down a base turret right now. Sawa goes
Wah,
Uh-oh, Purify out already though. He's gonna get pinned down into the wall. Right to the drive from Modi. Taunts everybody with a...
tahu tu bang, ketul lah tahu tu.
It's not gonna take anybody down.
Aku geram betul lah.
Purify out from
Oi,
Sai.
mati.
Oh my goodness. What is that damage, my guy?
Bro, bagi TLBH masuk balik. Oh, tak ada backdoor ke, geng?
Again with the lightning.
Knockout stage tak ada backdoor ah?
Modi stun. He gets away. Now it's Hiko and the rest
Bagi
of the
balik.
team.
Oh,
Sauer with the walk up and give it the poker trick. Is that going to be the knockout strike from Hiko to lock Modi down? Sauer can't get the damage and take Modi out of side. Lands the
Siapa
SOD.
suruh kalah?
10-minute game for Spirit to equalize.
such great
Dah buka A, dah do
macro
next.
and usage of their lineup. Team Spirit have
Dia sambung
completely
tengok game
bounced
satu ah.
back here in game number 2 as they equalize this. I guess it pretty much
Minit 15 tadi.
And Mage. Any of the structural advantage
15.
upset all
15.
game, and they're going to be happy with that. Whoa, Berserker's Fury for Hiko on
Ingat
the
ni
point.
kampung dusun ke
Okay,
nak susu
as
macam
I was
tu.
saying, I was supposed to say, Guangzhou, at least you saw from that last
Boleh
team fight their
lah.
understanding of who needs to be targeted
Please.
in this current part of the
Cakap
game,
dengan
right? And
boleh tak cakap dengan
they were just trying to
organizer
focus down on Hiko.
MSC?
That was a setup attempt
Please.
from May. There was follow-up from Modi.
Boleh
But
lah.
Hiko was just a bit too quick to react as well. The fact that he is already
Pun abang ada
at
game
the
tak?
top, that's good. With the Malefic Gun pickup and the Sky Piercer, I think he is going to be a bigger problem right now for Guangzhou. On top of the fact that Zar
Okay ke
Egoist
Brody
seems to
Creek?
be a bit too free as well and just
Nanti
trying to
Onyx
find
keluar
these
pun
Brody
buat
targets.
benda
Creek?
sama ke?
Right now, Guangzhou, we understand the idea, but the execution has to be more precise if they really want to go for Hiko. They gotta land
Double
those
champion
kills.
money kalau kalah
If they don't
semalam.
land those skills, I mean,
Ay,
even
life
if
is
they
not
do,
always
Zao
about the
is
money,
quite
bro.
That's one, right? But
Okay.
if they do get him,
For the most of the time, it
Hiko's a
is
big
about
problem
money.
now. I'd love to see the items. Berserker's Fury.
But
What?
sometimes,
You do a bit of true damage now, so I guess
Sometimes.
it's good to shred on these very tanky boys up front. Usually the shred
sometimes.
goes like EHS, right? So I'm wondering what the Berserker's Fury is all about. I'm gonna have to catch him later on and try to ask him about this Berserker's Fury.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of interesting choices here. Oh, but that's Conceal. Winter Crown pickup available also for Modi. But I think there's another Conceal coming in too.
All right, just conceal for conceal. They're a trade already. Good damage on Modi. Bottom lane, slow pushing for Mr. Hiko. Great for Team Spirit. They know Guangzhou Gaming can't send anybody down below.
Sejak terlebih kalah, host tak berapa
They're
nak
gonna
waras.
stay, and that means this base turret will be the next forced error for Team Spirit against Guangzhou.
Okay, at least Xing has the Wrath of Dryad again, but they have to layer their skills really, really well. You see the buffs already on Sai. You understand what they're trying to play around, but it's a burst from Guangzhou.
They're gonna go straight for it. Thrown a ruin, lands on nobody. Wrath of the drive from Sawo. Now it's a stun and the Sky Piercer goes through. He bursts him down. Recall.
dapat.
With a retreat witness now, Sauer walks up and he dodges away from the untargetable already. Sawo enemies of it all. Sunset
Come
walking out. He
on.
goes to jump again with a double already. Jumps on site and gets bursted down. Oh my goodness! Before he gets shut down, he finds the last hit with a fadeaway. Recall all alone against two. Zar with the chase is Recall. Gets into the bush. Zar with the chase again. He doesn't have the stacks, but he's going to be able to walk up with a killing spree again. It's Sunset with a walk. Sauer gets the killing spree.
and they get rid of the last member of Guangzhou Gaming.
Oh, one.
Executing Sai with a...
It's terrifying. Because at this point, you see the damage of a single basic attack.
What happened to his Berserker's Fury?
Oh,
Betul, dia beli
it's an
Haskell.
immortality now.
I guess he sold it.
Tak
for the
tahu,
Immortal.
dia nak.
That's a very weird build.
Minit 15.
Sebab kalau kau nak buat
Did he
crit,
sell it for Haskell?
okay,
Did he sell it
ini
for-
cerita hero selain
He
Link lah.
buys the Berserker again.
Sebab Link dia tak adil.
Calling Simon to the back line now with the Wrath of Dryad as well to peel, but Bomba's able to flicker out as Hiko puts in those stacks. Sour with the walk up again. It's going to be the winner crown
Dah
from
faham.
Murphy. Try to stay alive. Hiko missed that first skill. Couldn't get the torn apart.
Apa
memory
ni?
now
Kalau
again.
kau nak
I
buat
wanna see the
critical
items.
selain Link,
What did he
sebab
sell
Link
for
dia
the
tak adil
Berserker's
sikit.
Fury again?
Sebab
Did
kan
he
dia
sell
ada
the immortal
passive
boots now?
multiplier crit chan. Tapi untuk hero lain
Because I think he had
yang
the
tak ada
Haskell
passive
a
macam
couple
Link tu,
minutes ago.
engkau memerlukan
Wait, I don't get it.
Berserker,
Wait, he
Haskell
Boots?
dan
Berserkers,
Windtalker
but it's gone
ataupun
again. Is this a
GDS.
visual bug or is
Baru
it
kau
actually gone?
dapat
Did he misclick?
What is he going for?
dalam
I got no clue,
65%,
but
I
like,
think.
he bought Berserker's Fury twice this
25,
game.
dalam 60-65% macam tu lah.
Maybe we see it
Maksudnya
come in.
3 item tu tak ideal lagi sebab baru 65.
I am so confused.
Kalau orang nak main crit build ni, kau kalau boleh kita nak at least 80-90%.
Where's the...
Barulah boleh worth untuk kau pergi kepada critical build tu kan. So maknanya kalau Brody dia nak betul-betul dengan kadar HP dia lembab tu,
Oh God! Oh, he sells it for the win of nature. There you go, Sawo for the walk up burst down on Lord.
dia kena ada Haskell, Berserker, GDS dan
Busy
Windtalker.
with the items, maybe Spirit was as well.
So given that Brody-nya konsepnya hero-nya tak ada attack speed, maknanya nak proc chance tu kurang, then lebih baik kau buat je lah flat damage, okay? So the standard lah. The standard.
The moment that they were actually able to take that pick off,
Sebab Brody basic attack berapa kali je boleh keluar?
Guangzhou, 20 minutes
Boleh
into this
keluar.
game, we still don't know what the next pickup is going to be. The
I don't know.
immortality gets swapped with the malefic gun again for Hiko.
3
I
kali.
think there's a bug there because he also bought with the nature, but it just shows 5 items. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
There you go. Okay.
3 kali basic attack maybe. So kalau contoh crit chan kau macam ni kan, Berserker dengan Haskell saja kau baru ada dalam 45%.
Okay, I think this is the
45%
final
dah
answer
silap
right
aku.
now. I doubt there will be any swaps.
So
from this point
45%,
onward. Let me see the winner
boleh kata
picks
50 je lah senang kan. So 3 kali baling,
Oh, Kid Bomba,
1 je keluar.
That was really
Baik tak payah buat
far
crit.
positioning you see from him.
Tak balik langsung.
Team Spirit, this is 21 minutes.
This is very scary. Sour gets caught by the barrier. Lord.
But kalau kau rasa, you know, I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky, langsung saja. Kau rasa setiap kali roll crit chan tu kau menang langsung. Gila kan? Habis.
Oh, Kid Bomba, that was
Oh, fuck.
that was really far positioning you see from him. Team Spirit,
Ow.
this is 21 minutes.
This is very scary.
Goli kena
Sour
Anis.
gets caught by the barrier. Lord.
Tak kenal,
Evolve,
itu satu hal
charging
lah.
into that top side already. Thrown a brew into the blink. Good catches Hiko. Oh, he just gets
Dapat Brody
wiped
terus.
instantly. Side bursting him down. Sour
Lepas
gets
tu
thrown
Irara
against
pula
that
lepas
Time to
Irara lepas immune terkena ni. Terkena grok punya ulti. Tengok Rara, tengok Rara. Boom! Ngam-ngam berat. Berat.
I'm started, please. Rain to him. I've been there before.
I love Mondani.
You know, it's always fun to see it. Sunset Lover actually had a fantastic game, and you look at that performance, I believe, on the Eudora again. The first game, it felt like they were surviving the Eudora. Their team was able to go around it, ignore it, maybe work and find a way to still have a win with GCG. But this game, starting 2-0, there was no chance for Valentina to catch up on the opposite side of things. Sunset Lover's control in this game, it needs to be dealt with, I think, at this point. And you have to consider, do we ban it or do we take it away?
You take it. Take it.
You can't spell Eudora without raw. She's strong, bruh.
Yeah.
And also, there's do in her name.
He worked
so
at it.
do pick it up because
Fusroda.
Fusroda. I was talking to someone who hadn't played Skyrim, man. It's like, come on, that's a part of the
Cash, bukan kau seorang, oh.
she has
Ramai
great
orang
crowd
bankrupt,
control,
oh. Ramai
great
orang
damage.
terus
She
pinjalong.
even looks like a decent person. Why wouldn't you pick it up?
Ramai orang mengemis dadu daily quest tu.
We've seen teams handle it that way, just ban her out.
Well, that's a good question because Guangzhou Gaming now faced with a conversation that is going to lean them one way or the other, a little bit like this or that. In fact, speaking of that game, we had Guangzhou Gaming make a few decisions that might split the team a little bit earlier this week.
Hey guys, my name is Afel, and right now we'll be playing a this or that, just to see whether the players, are they on the same page or not? Okay, right now you guys can line up straight. So, we got 5 questions here. The first one is, first thing, after you wake up, do you brush your teeth or eat breakfast? All right, you know what? They all brush their teeth. Okay, come back to the middle. So now, before scrims, what's your routine? Do you shower first or don't shower? All right, now we know that they don't shower. So, which jungle heroes you guys prefer? Ling over there, Nolan over here.
Dari 5 digit terus terpaksa mengemis dadu.
So for this one, how do they
5 digit nombor depan berapa bang?
playing
Ay.
training mode?
Ya, SRT dengan tim PH banyak bakar dadu.
Play rank, okay? And now, the last one. Who would you like to go on a holiday with? Either CY or Ming?
Patut disilap macam hari tu. Hari apa? Tak ingat.
Looks like Guangzhou Gaming, they're all good. They are in sync. So
Sebelum ni ada orang cakap tak, tapi sebab macam benda dah lama sangat kot. Tak berapa sama-sama memorinya.
Sweaty scrims. That's okay though. You know, at the end of the day, you're gonna sweat in scrims. So if you shower before,
Awal move on.
you're still gonna have to shower
Awal
afterwards. Like the logic.
I mean, some people, they might wash away the mojo.
They might.
That's true.
They might wash away the mojo.
Yeah,
It's a different vibe.
Ay,
like
kau
more
baik
relaxed,
sikit
too.
banyak kali
Different vibe, but then,
price.
what was that also? They don't like
Ay,
do
kau
rank or
jangan.
training mode?
Oh,
Kau
training
jangan.
mode. Yeah, what's up with that?
I've always
Main
warmed up in
petik-petik.
rank. I mean,
Benda jadi sekali je
That's why we're just casters.
2 tahun setengah nak masuk 3 tahun baru sekali Kau suka hati kau.
Pilihan kau satu je lepas.
Suka hati
I know what I'm
dia
saying.
man.
How about when you play ranks? Here's the question. Is it before bed? Is it at night?
Tambah-tambah
Is it
aku
first thing
punya
in the day?
crime
24/7. Wow.
When shouldn't you play rank?
Yeah, I
Haven't
guess-
you seen us in the talent room?
Is that what you're doing with that tablet right there?
Itu lain.
Illustrator, by the way.
Itu things we don't talk about. We never talk about. Okay, we never talk about
Too
it.
much control, Brigida. We told you not to do it. At this point, though,
Aduh.
we have everything that we need because this game is absolutely unpredictable. Going to draft for the 3rd and final time between China and EECA. The gatekeepers
story
of
of Reno.
top 8 trying to gatekeep China's last hope here at MSC, who are desperately looking to match the result on the women's side of making it into the knockout stages. Can May, right there on your screen, figure out what
Siapa
to
yang
bring to
pin tu?
the table
Thank you
to get a
doh
win.
moderator.
I gotta say, first of all,
Terima
I
kasih, terima
appreciate
kasih.
that whenever something goes wrong, we throw it over to Brigida.
Yes.
It's her fault, not our
Ahem.
fault. I appreciate that. And
Yeah.
number
Dia
2,
cakap kalau
I
aku
feel
yang
like
cakap sendiri dia
it's
macam
more
orang
on
cakap
the
tak
mentality
sedap
of the
kan.
group, because
Dia
game
biar
number 2 clearly
biar
just
viewer
plays
berbicara.
fair, and that's
Macam tu
not
lah.
how you should play against Team Spirit, where
Yeah.
you saw that in game number 1, just fight when you have the chance, and it somehow worked out. You kind of have to go back to game number 1.
It's tough to, put it plainly because that's exactly how it felt. It just felt like they were kind of in this state
Nampak,
of
nampak,
we're scared to
tengok
move
hating,
around
hating,
the map,
nampak,
you know?
nampak.
They were limbo,
Padahal
they
Ryan
can't
cakap
really
benda
move,
yang
and
baik.
it almost was that mentality of,
Benda
we're
yang
so far
elok,
behind,
benda
just go
yang
next,
memang
like, yeah.
itulah
And so now
host.
it's their
Kau tengok
chance
tengok play
for
tengok
Guangzhou
viewer
Gaming
buat.
to make this happen here.
Berjilat
This is why I
lah.
was making the point earlier where it's like, yeah, you
Apalah,
have to be able to
toxic
bounce back
teruk.
from
Oh,
game to
gila.
game
Can't
even,
believe
not
oh.
just from the days
After
here, because
lama-lama
after
kita
getting
bersama
stopped like that
geng.
in game 2, like, how do you
Ini
bounce back
resultnya
from game
korang,
3?
geng.
Well, we've already talked about what can potentially happen.
Begini
in
korang
the
rupanya
draft.
wajah sebenar
And
lah
that's
guys.
really where
Orang
it
cakap
starts.
wajah
It's
sebenar.
a better game plan here for Guangzhou Gaming if they want to move forward.
Aku
because
ingatkan
now
aku
the
punya
momentum is in
viewer
favor of Team
community
Spirit. And we've
aku
seen this
ni
before, but
orang-orangnya
once they have
orang-orang yang
momentum, they can
elok,
usually take it
baik,
just as quickly
penyayang.
in game 3.
I'm only
Cerminan
asking for
host
one
lah
thing.
orang cakap.
Have a hero that can die.
Apparently not, I was
something
wrong.
Like a Yuzong,
Gengarino.
something like an
Gengarino.
Alice. That seems more his niche, right? Picking on something like a Bellery, I guess he can kind of do that, but he requires the flicker. So I just want him to use someone that can dive in. That's like his
Kami
identity.
Oh,
toxic.
seorang
Well, the
manipulatif.
Flicker actually taken out by
Ni wajah
GZG.
selepas setahun jadi
And the
fan.
Channel,
Itu.
well, the Atlas also
Bos yang
denied
Tak,
Dia
betul-betul.
by
Viewer
Team
sepatutnya
Spirit will
menjadi
switch
cerminan
sides this
host.
game, and
Tapi aku gagal lah maknanya, faham tak? Macam aku patutnya berjaya lah turunkan kat view-view aku punya good trade ni. Kind hearted, penyayang, sopan santun semua tu kan. Lebihkan positivity tu. Aku gagal nak turunkan lah. Gagal nak turunkan. Faham tak? Faham tak? Do you understand? Ada bukan benda tu tak ada dekat host. Cumanya aku gagal nak turunkan. Kau orang cakap ke mana tumpahnya kuah? Kalau bukan ke nasi kan, kuah aku tumpah bawah meja. Tumpah bawah meja. Tak boleh buat apa lah. Ambil game buruk lah.
They might dive into that. If not, then they just play their best game. I mean, this is something that a lot of people have been talking about online too from previous teams that now have been knocked out. It's like, well, sometimes do you go for comfort? Do you go for those heroes or that style of play that's worked for you so long? Or do you just, are you forced to adapt in the current meta? And that's kind of what we've seen through the courses of this. So I think as you're seeing the bans, those are even different in this sense. So it's like, the game plan is already going to change. This first blue pick will tell us where things want to go. Do they just grab the Eudora? Is there something better? The hero, the Ling still up for contention between them. It's going to be for Guangzhou Gaming, at least now.
Kau nak perhatian ni sebut? Ni. Borak cepat. Cepat, aku bagi kau lagi 9 minit. Tak, tadi dia cuba-cuba. Oh, mana fan SRG? Dia ingat aku tak nampak. Dia ingat aku tak nampak. Mana fan SRG? Nye. Cepat sebut. Koyak.
And there's two different mentalities.
Nak buat apa?
If we don't show it, we'll never be able to use it.
Lepas tu?
You know, it's like
koyak. Koyak. Ya. Mental lu. Betul.
Guangzhou Gaming was
betul.
uncomfortable on some of the picks. You know, it didn't work for them. So the answer right now for Team Spirit, go to the Barretts, they pick it up.
Lepas tu
And I think this is actually good news for Guangzhou Gaming because it opens the Belleric for them, which I feel they had their best performance on. And then the Barat's also a good performance here, but was it so good because Guangzhou Gaming was not playing their game? And I feel like that might be something that they able to earlier on. It is a fast one.
Itu je kau punya ni. Kau punya
I'm slightly worried for this.
Mekanik kau takkan tu je.
And you're going up against Fanny. Yep. I mean, let's talk about this. Lilia is very aggressive. She does a lot of damage because level 1 she already has her combo. But the problem is her HP is so low.
Takkan itu je mekanik kau, man.
They don't need any items to really take her out of the fight. Like even if she doesn't die, she's gonna be so low.
Bro, aku dah banyak dah orang macam kau ni datang. Tapi at least yang sebelum ni kan. At least yang sebelum ni adalah dia punya ni sikit. Ada mekanik sikit lah. Still bangang lah tapi adalah. Dia punya sting sikit. Ada barang. Takkan itu je sembut. Aduh, dah sebut. Boring ah. Boleh. Nak delay pula. Tiba nak borak. Tipikal sama kan? Tipikal kan? Sama kan? Flow sama kan? Masa orang tak layan dia bagi kan? Nanti lepas kita apa? Lepas kita ajar borak, nanti dia mula borak. Dia borak macam biasa. Tiba-tiba dia borak macam Kak Mamak. Macam member. Macam nanti tanya Rino, draft okey ke? Tiba. Draft okey ke Rino? Rino sekarang apa hero meta? Pula. Tiba-tiba amnesia.
But honestly, gentlemen, looking at both teams' drafts,
tak masalahnya kan? Bukan. Patternnya sama. Serius. Kalau korang yang baru kat sini kan, aku memang suka. Kalau aku tengah mood nak layan, aku memang layan geng, okay? Tapi dari dulu sampai sekarang patternnya sama. Dia pam.
Yeah.
Aku pit. Lepas aku jentik sikit kan. Lepas tu dia bukan marah ke apa. Tak, dia tak ada marah. Dia tak ada macam apa. Dia tak ada, dia macam lagi dia nak lawan ke tak. Nanti dia borak normal. Dia borak normal. Pendirian dia semua tu kan hilang.
Does the Matilda help solve the macro problem though?
I think it's either the Uranus or Gerard. They're gonna go in so deep, and then that's gonna be your backup option.
Like, I don't understand, man.
I don't know. Like, really for Guangzhou, it looks
Tiba-tiba
like...
dia jadi baik. Aku tak faham.
I mean, are these not the four?
Tak, aku bukan kecil telur ke apa. Aku tak tahu lah apa benda. Tapi dia tiba-tiba dia baik.
So far, and then a Granger to cap it all off.
Matilda.
To go in the hands of Hiko here, so...
Marcel lepas. Oi, apa benda ni? Tiba-tiba I have no enemies.
I gotta say, both teams
Tiba-tiba I have no enemies.
put a lot of risk in this kind of draft. So
cara dia nak ice breaking.
It's all about mechanics, man.
Mechanics. I gotta go with Team Spirit here.
Team Spirit, like the draft, Marcel available, 100% win rate. You with Team Spirit as well.
I love Marcel. I gotta go with Spirit as well.
Literally,
so Guangzhou will probably win it.
100% pick ban, 100%
Matilda.
win rate. Guangzhou Gaming let Marcel through to Team Spirit. Do they know something we don't? Because if they win, they're in the knockout stage for the first time in China's history in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. If not, it is Team Spirit gatekeeping once again.
Okay.
Send it back to your casters, Mirko and Brigida, for our final game of Series 1.
Kirara Mateo.
Go big or go home. As mentioned here by our studio, is the game plan and is what is reflected based on this
Marcel Idora Feni.
draft from both sides.
Marcel Idora
Both are favoring
Feni.
Team Spirit though, Mirko. Would you say that you're
Not
also
sure,
on the
man.
same page?
Honestly, if you look at the
Marcel
draft,
Idora
with
Feni.
Bio, it makes a lot
Aku
of
rasa
sense.
first time, oh.
Ranger for the strong side as well, that outrage
Trio
against
yang
the
macam
Brody.
gini.
The Fanny on the hands of Tower Egoist as well.
Marcel Feni.
Guangzhou Gaming this time around really feels like they're just trying to capitalize on the mistakes of Team Spirit. And it doesn't look bad. The Uranus against the Barats. The Barats picked up, I think,
Sabar,
way too early as well. It did well in the previous game.
Terima kasih. Terima kasih RM10 je.
Gaming will have mid prio for the most part with this Lilia.
Okay. Hold on. Saw.
Forces out the revitalize.
Matil.
All good.
So, we did say it's looking like Guangzhou kind of capitalizing on Spirit and the draft, trying to react to it a bit more, but we're hopefully just seeing that in terms of the draft.
Where do I stand dengan mati Revi ni, geng?
As passive.
Aku selalu jumpa dekat rank.
Game, and you're
Ha.
seeing it even in the goal matchup.
Aku selalu betul jumpa dekat rank.
So upfront and aggressive.
Matil revitalize ni.
Laning.
Yep.
Lepas aku tengok global build pun memang ada spell Revi tu kan.
Guangzhou Gaming as they look to dive past this front to back that Team Spirit wanted to play.
Gila, orang gila.
Recall with the rotation up top already, waiting at that
Orang
push.
gila, orang gila.
And Guangzhou Gaming have set up a
Bro, tu
brilliant
apa?
plays. Hiko's gonna be forced to
You
lose
need
out
the
on a few
flicker so
minions
much
here.
more though. The value tu straightforward sangat ya.
Walk up.
Kau perlukan flicker. Perlu purify ni. Purify pun boleh.
Maybe or probably the longest range to
Masalahnya orang struggle nak puri ke flicker. Sebab tak ada flicker memang tak sedap. Kau susah nak bawa tim kau pergi backline terus kan. Ataupun kau memang nak catch something kan. Macam ni nak kejar Fanny ke apa kan. Tapi dalam masa sama macam lawan Idora, lawan Barat, aduh kena ada purify ni. Leceh nanti melekat kan. Sebab kau nak main barbar, kau nak ke depan-depan. Kau bawa Revi. Buat apa Revi tu? Apa value Revi guys tu? Kau cakap aku? What's the what? Kalau Rafaela kan, maybe lah aku boleh accept sikit lah, maybe lah. Just because Rafaela ni memang konsepnya dia lebih memang kerap kali duduk rapat dengan tim. Macam Matil, dia tak sekerap Rafaela. Sebab Matil memang kau nak jalan-jalan jauh ke depan sebab kau nak kena kumpul charge first skill kan. And then kau nak kena apa? Nak kena kencing skill 1 tu keluar. Lepas tu baru kau dash balik ke team kan. Cooldown skill 2 tu lebih besar lah. Lebih besar dan penggunaannya lebih lain kan. Tapi still aku tak suka lah. Tapi aku boleh lah. Boleh lah make some sense of it.
Modi, my God.
Beautifully
Tapi
done
mati
by Bomba
lidah,
to
men.
secure that neutral
Tak, masalahnya
objective.
dekat
That
rank
comes out.
teruk.
Was able to just walk up,
Florin
get the
bawa
retreat for free
Revi.
recall. That caught
Angela
that
pun
one,
bawa
but
Revi.
Howard catches the ball in place, and he
Gila,
go.
boom.
He's gonna build on the Rhapsody. Another pick off up top, and it is against Sai on the Brody.
And this is how you like to see the Eudora being played. Now that they're ahead, now that they are actually being the more aggressive combo. And it's also probably because of
Skill
Sao,
satu
just the
Dora
way Sao
kalau
moves
catch ke
around
dalam
the map, which
ulti
doesn't
masa
make
apa
things
jadi?
any less or any more difficult for
Tak tahu.
Sunset Lovers.
Tapi aku rasa skill satu dia bukan
go
project
in
kan.
with the flickers because you are fully
Tak
aware
tahu Monton
of
kelas kan
where to
sebagai apa.
anticipate Guangzhou Gaming too. So that was a flicker play you got to see from Sunset Lover. That was a burst landed onto the right target. And this is going to be a problem for Guangzhou because you see a lot of, I think, targets for Sunset Lover in this draft, honestly. You could consider so much people to just use your burst damage onto. Oh, if that cable actually landed. Okay, they're going to get out of this, but does Kid Bomba has a flicker.
Even the Chomp to get away. Maybe with a circling Eagle Bomba. Oh, that's a very sad. Dino
Whoa.
revitalize. Oh my god, saves
Oh.
him. There's no damage from Guangzhou Gaming. Even after all that, a good stun coming out on Modi as TS are able to clear out the wave in the bottom lane. Sour, no purple buff, recall on the neutral objective, and this time Kid Bomba does not have that chomp.
Oh, revitalized this time from Guangzhou too. Golden R.
Great delay. Now the retry. Sour trying to steal, but recall.
Awal siya.
Stays patient on the retry. Waits for Sour to show it, and now it's Guangzhou on the board on the neutral objectives.
Okay, at least if they weren't able to get anything down that engage in the bottom lane, they were able to convert it into something. The fact that they at least had to send one member of Spirit back and they weren't really prepared to take on that objective was already a win itself for Guangzhou. Kid Bomba, did you get anything from that?
Got the Purify out of Xing, but that's
Icang
about it now. As it's
barat ni
21
tak ada
minutes.
stack. Tak ada
For
stack.
Sunset and Hiko to get
Meninggoy
away. The
lah bang eh.
dinosaur won't have a good time there. Gun down, taken out Modi. Doing a good job again, gaining this map control and giving the space for Sai to pick up a turret.
I guess that maxed out time on the channeling maybe allowed for a bit more room for Guangzhou to really
Tapi
set up for that
Marcel
fight, which
punya
they
skill
are
satu
really
ni
taking advantage of
lepas
this
tak
round.
di-mobilize slow
Maybe gets
effect dia tu
bursted
memang
down, but
gila.
they're just really looking to steal away this orange
Tengok lah tadi tu.
objective. There's a conceal from TS though.
Oh.
They get the frozen moments on a few members, but no
Lah maknanya
battles
kalau
going
kau
on.
combo, contoh kau combo dengan Gordon.
Playing it safe, drop
Gordon
off.
beli ice kan, baling skill 2.
With the cutthroat.
Memang
Xing
mandi
has
bro.
black shoes, doesn't even need it though.
Wait, Sai, okay. It seems like he's trying to hold this bush
Oh.
for a while. No one really passes through from
Boleh
TS
gerak,
though,
man.
but just like that, Guangzhou have regained control of the
Much more
map in
main
some
trade here.
ways. It's still a mirror trade for that tier 1 up top and down bottom, but since the next objective is spawning here, Guangzhou, they probably are looking to take advantage of this. And the fact that Kid Bomba, yes, has been doing a really good job on the Barret so far, but so long as they get there first, you could expect it to be pretty slow for the XP laner here of TS.
And this is why I had my concerns, you know, even in the early game, even though Guangzhou Gaming technically only have one resource to deal with the Fanny, that skill 2 of Sai, it's still very troublesome because for Team Spirit, they're going to have to outplay Guangzhou Gaming around these neutral objectives, around these team fights as well.
Okay.
While Modi can just stand in front of Bomba to take those deaths as welcome. The golden hour placed down as well. Oh, Recon trying to go for it. He's going to be able to get away right now. The chomp comes around, and that's going to be Sai who gets locked down, but he's able to flicker out the safety of
tak
Sour.
kena.
Goes over the cutthroat. Can't find it. Good stun over Spirit with the neutral objective. Take Recall walking up now with immobilization on Sunset. Just one more shot should get him down. Recall with a jumping forward, finds the kill. Immobilization on Sour, but he's able to escape as Bomb appeals for him. Sour in the mid lane, now on Recall. Untargetable. Hiko with the dash in forward. That was actually a flicker. Burns it away. Good eye phrase by Recall. Xing thrown again, but he has the black shoes. Sour low. CY won't be able to go for the kill.
The revitalize from both sides just made that
50
team fight much
okay
longer
ke?
than we expected it to be.
Serabut
But who
pun.
won it out and who were still able
Oh
to
kan, Lilia Marcel ke.
and prolong things even after
Basically
their
anime
went
yang
down, we're still
yang boleh keluar skill banyak kali, lepas tu boleh beli ice kan.
sometimes but recall.
Uh-oh, against two,
Yeah.
for a bit, but Sawa was just waiting there. Together with Sour Ego is the free kill up top.
Tak cukup bermain lah, tak cukup
Drop
bermain.
down, Purify out from Modi. Turret 4 sign, bottom lane on the Brody as Sour is able to go on a tier 2 up top, and this This will be a win for TS. This is a very good trade on the board for them.
Yeah, even though they lost mid though, but the purple, I think that changes things a bit.
It's okay. He'll be able to steal the purple buff on the other side of the map. And Modi has no Purify, still goes up. Has the guiding wind to get him out, but the purple buff, again, not even stolen by Guangzhou Gaming. Still a massive win for Spirit.
Yeah, they just swapped purple buffs basically at this point, but Guangzhou, again, despite them getting a couple more tier 1s, even in mid, TS though, they still have the 4K lead and they're looking to take that one turret in mid
Tunjuk
as
item,
well if
please.
they find an opening, but they're gonna respect Guangzhou. They're literally around
Tunjuk item,
the member
please.
though, and they will be first to prio and position themselves in this upcoming Lord.
This is really not looking good for Guangzhou Gaming. Their jungler is so behind, and their idea right now is to give the orange buff over to side. Recall's 2 levels down. How can he win the red tree now? Zauer just needs to go for the red tree, gets it in time. With a 2-level lead, it's almost guaranteed.
Handle
Recall will walk
penting
up
dan
on Sunset,
Intermino takkan tak tahu.
but TS get away.
Kiri ada late game
As much
insurance
as
ke?
Guangzhou, I think, wanted to do something there and at
Lilia
least
lagi
get a
budak.
trade, Sao was just too eager to stop them
Mati.
in their tracks. This is a Marcel
Basically,
who
any
has
hero
been
support
very proactive
semua dekat late
in terms
game,
of the
sedap gila.
gameplay. Okay, he's gonna spot recall Ter too, but at the same time, you can just
sedap.
rely on him to really block off Guangzhou Gaming in case they want to go for the chase, just because of
Hira mati
the
late game
fact
pun
that
sedap.
you probably are not expecting as much burst from Guangzhou just yet. Oh, that's a flicker though.
Uh-oh, great golden hour. Catches me. Oh my god! He still
Meletup,
flies
bro.
by and Hiko punishes him. Now it's out with the cables. A chomp down with the Purify, already baited out. Sai gets pulled back by the missiles of Bomba. Pops into it in nature, but this does have no damage to deal with these tanks up front.
That's the
Maybe
difference.
it's
They have
worth.
Sunset Lover, they have Hiko.
How about going for
Sources
Idora
to
spell
down
vamp,
one
geng?
of the
How about that?
lines, quote-unquote, here for Guangzhou.
Jadi macam
Because
Idora
always
fighter
Faith
sikit
pushes
lah.
forward and has
Sin
to push
masalah dia
forward,
range
but
kan.
TS this time with a siege.
Tapi skillnya
Slow,
sustain nak
still
mampus.
able to get away. Has the consecration. Pops it here. The retribution from
Fighter
Recall.
buat botol, buat ice,
Lilia as well.
buat
One
Stallium.
They're
Bawa
gonna lose out on
pemain
so
emerald.
much
Queen's
though. That's a
Wing.
tier 2 down bot and in mid falling into the hands of
I mean,
Spirit.
sure lah,
And
damage
they
kau definitely
stay
akan kurang
right
lah.
now, but the six
But
points
kau akan
will
dapat
really become
kau
a
akan dapat
problem.
CDR 40
Now it's TS with a 6K
dan definitely
lead
kau takkan
initially, which
mampus
is
lah.
to 4K, but now even take a look at the items, but before that Zor.
Oh no. Gets stunned up. Torn upon memory.
Woi.
Close though. Not enough Sky
Sekentut.
Piercer stacks.
Tak
just
pecah
yet.
sekali biasanya. Tak ada stack.
Because of the Dreadnought armor that Zauer got.
Weh, dia nak buat apa tu? Dia
That
SS.
saved him.
Yep. Okay, that's a
Gold
fast
okay ke?
two for Sao. Guardian already picked up by Kid Bomba
COD.
here on the Barats.
Hmm.
So you could expect them to just really stay
Tapi
for
COD
much
macam lebih kau nak
longer.
hybrid defense. Kita tak nak hybrid
They're
defense. Kita
going
nak
to be
spell vamp, spell
very
vamp.
calculated about this. They fully respect. We all know for a fact Guangzhou have pretty much reliable wave clear.
So
That's
kalau
Brody,
fighter version of
Lilia,
Mesh,
you're
item dia
already
je tu
looking
lah.
at,
Botol,
on top of the fact that Modi
Stallium,
just
Queen's
doesn't want
Wing.
to put himself up front.
Ice pun boleh lah.
And TS
Tapi
will
Ice
just
nampak
need
menarik
to
lah.
wait
Sebab
for
kau dapat
this
move
next
speed,
one.
kau dapat
Do they
HP,
actually wait?
kau
Zar,
slowkan enemy kan.
he's positioned here really, really well. Catches recall.
Sangat apa,
The
sangat
items
sinergi
are
lah
gonna be
dengan
there,
skill dia.
Fortunately though.
Yep. Not much he can do, you know. I mean, you need to be very instant with the
Warrex
burst.
soleh,
Very
Warrex.
hard to catch the
Brute
Hirara.
Force tu item
Just with
physical.
one dude. That's why usually it's the Eudora
Yep.
that gets her, gets the
Eh,
stun.
Brute Force
Everybody can just
hybrid
follow it
ke
through.
ni?
Zar,
Warrex
the
lah,
way he's
physical
been
kan.
positioning
Brute
himself.
Force hybrid ke
Very
physical kan? Ada
Yeah,
eh?
you know
Physical
they
kan?
want something before this next objective.
It's so hard to see why right now. To be the guy to carry Guangzhou Gaming, right? Like he has the way to stop the Fanny. The only way, as of right now, they got a full peel for Sai.
Ooh. The waves. It's just really Zar holding
Then maybe
on to
okay lah.
this position.
Tak, sebab kena faham yang spell vamp
Guangzhou have
tinggi-tinggi
no
pun,
idea
tapi
he's
kalau
there.
It's a very small
magic
dino.
power kau rendah,
No
tak dapat
big
itu
stacks
faedah lah.
on
Sebab
Bomba.
damage output kau terlalu rendah kan.
Still looking for those stacks.
So
Now
maybe
they
Brute
spot out
Force
where
tu
Guangzhou
maybe
are.
okay lah.
They fully
Maybe.
reveal the information and Zar, he's just waiting. Sao reveals just much more info.
Oh man, great golden hour, catches Sai. Oh, Modi gets bursted down, straight up. The consecration already baited earlier, now Exit can't even use the black shoes. Gets cut-throated down to the ground as Recall goes into the bottom lane. And Spirit don't even want to go for the Lord. They want to go for top 8. They want to
end
qualify to the knockout stage.
What a play from Spirit. Could this be it? Rico goes
Aduh,
in. Nobody
aduh. Kamu
bursted.
lama lah
Right
sikit.
now, Spitz not a stun for he going to pick up the kills. He flickers
Aduh,
inside.
betul. Aku tak sabar nak iat pasal Hirara.
Nature as well. TS, now they say it's enough. We're going to go for the Lord. Guaranteed.
Yep, Moni's back. Xing will be back too. There will be much more reliable wave here for Guangzhou, and TS are gonna play it safe. But that was such a great plan coming in from TS. They knew they had enough burst, so if they had to deal with a target from Guangzhou one at a time, they had enough damage to do so. Now Sunset Lover even picking the Divine Blade will make things all the more difficult for Guangzhou for them to go up against Spirit in this scenario. As we take a look at that, yep, it is going to be the Divine Blade, the Lightning Truncheon as well. So you have to be very careful. Even Modi earlier on, you saw how they were able to deal with him only with the Oracle as his somewhat of a defense item for magic damage. Now there's really starting to play the kind of game we're expecting from Spirit. They have Lord marching up top, but it's Tsar. Again, possibly looking for an entry from the opposite side.
So for
Glowing
it's
one.
all about how they react to
Ice.
this. It's not the Evolve Lord just yet. They actually still have a shot at defending this with Lilia. But it gets very difficult knowing
Ice
there's
bottle,
an
yeah.
8.7k gold lead. And
Kalau
the
yung ice
on
bottle.
Hiko Modi. Caught in the Thunder's Wrath. Black Shoes used very early on. Lord up top, going to be able to take the turret down already as that's going to be Spirit with a priority on the bot side as well. Both side lane base turrets are fallen.
Such a great tool to create space. Golden R laid down perfectly just so Spirit get that base turret. So now they're looking to take out even this last one in mid. The damage from Hiko too is already no joke. Sao catches one.
Bomba's just trying to zone right there, and he does well. Circling Eagle, now the retaliation on Bomba. He doesn't have the flicker. Torn apart memory takes him down, and Sour is able to cable out of there. 1 for 3. 1 kill for 3 base turrets. Spirit will take that any day of the week.
Yep, 15 minutes in, they finally exposed the base here for Guangzhou Gaming. Though they do show some signs of life, it takes a bit of time before they actually go in. They need to ensure that there is actually a target that will easily be within reach, but they're really pushing forward this time though. Guangzhou want to somehow equalize the map as we're taking a look at it right now. But you gotta pay attention to Zar and how they protect Sai.
That's for sure. Double Sky Piercer? Wait, Tower. Oh my god, brother. You're playing with fire, bro. Just dashes into a Brody, Mathilda, and Hirara. What do you think about this double Sky Piercers? They're going up against... Hey, they steal the purple, but they don't go to their own purple, man. Bus.
Okay, at this point, the kills are pretty much spread between Recall and Sai, yes, but...
TLBS!
Steal the purple if you're gonna get the purple for TS.
TS are just too quick.
Ay, bodoh lah TLBS ni, geng. Apalah dia pergi kalah, geng.
The panel will have
Apa benda lah yang berlalu dalam kepala dia semalam,
Rain Day will have the telestrator to do that for us.
Apalah yang berlalu dalam kepalanya.
Now they will not have that
Lafel, please, telestrator on that moment.
Okay, so we have a Lord now. We have a Lord now.
Boleh move on.
It is still going to be Zar on the opposite side dealing with the waves first.
Brody DSS,
I don't
boleh
think
je
they'll
lah.
have as much problems with this. They have to still pay attention to the burst. Sao with the good
Tebal.
With the waves, though, Sour can just end the game.
Baik.
If Guangzhou Gaming want to take this
Aku
fight,
kalau kat aku lagi prefer buat BOD lah daripada DSS. Aku tak kena. Mati bro, ada flicker. Tak tahulah ni. Kau tengok. Aku tak tahu mati dengan Brody ni keluar tu. Keluar tu, man. Brody tu tak payah di BBC tu. Kenapa dia nak BBC Brody ni? Brody ni boleh cium Fanny, ada WON. Bagi tolong tu Hirara tu, man. Kesian Kak Rara tu, man. The whole point conflict Brody lawan Fanny ni sebab boleh independent kan. Bro okay aja dalam bush tu. Hirara tu dah terkebegak-begak ah.
Xing and Sai will have to go for the defense of their lives. And Kid Bomba has a flicker too. Who knows if he actually finds another surprise zone as welcome.
At this point, Spirit's gotta drop the ball for them to lose this game. Guangzhou Gaming, they have the
Super
clear.
Marco, jangan buat hal sama
But
malam
it's
ni.
going to be delayed by Spirit. Sawa with the golden hour onto the Lord right now as the waves come crashing down. Modi gets away with the guiding win. That's instant cutthroat on
Malah,
Etching.
dah lah itu yang nak
Again,
clear
not
kau
given
punya
time to
lot.
use the black shoes. A big chop
It's
back of an
over.
Splits him out, gets a two-man stun. The rest of the team capitalizing.
Okay.
It's unstoppable. And Team
Team Spirit to knockout.
in the knockout stage.
Congratulations.
It's a reverse sweep to get into top 8. Team Spirit make it through and get past that lower bracket after falling to Vamos.
So, you see kan? Satu tak ada tu memang
Gino
kiwak
tahu
betul
malah
lah.
jumpa Bemos balik.
Weh, kiwak betul lah kuning ni. Hey! Pergilah depan bang, buka mapnya bang, orang nak jalan.
Mantap connect.
Irara yang
10.
pergi dok.
From Galaxy
Point.
Destroyer
Oh, dia terkena.
001.
Aduh.
Error Tora lebih besar dari TOF.
Kau kenapa? Kau kenapa keluar gua Galaxy Destroyer?
W Galaxy
Kau duduk je
Destroyer.
dalam gua tu sampai next season. Sibuk lah. Bodoh. Patutlah tak keluar. Dia kena frozen the moment tu. Tapi still lah tak ada. Unacceptable. Kau tak patut kena tu. Kau patut lebih. Kau tu tak? Matilah. Inilah. Itulah. Kau bawa lagi. Kau bawa lagi Revitalize ni. Kan dah leceh hidup kau. Dia mati ni kan. Kalau kau tak tahu main mati yang sebenar lah. Patutnya Uranus ni macam ni. Uranus ni ke depan. Okay. Uranus ke depan. Sambil mati jalan-jalan dengan dia. Lompat. Okay. Let's go. Pom. Idora combo. Combo mati. Dia boleh purify. Dia ulti. Pom. Dia langgar. Barulah Brody, Lilia dan kawan-kawan boleh bermain. Kalau kau main macam gini, kan? Kau duduk belakang aja, kan? Duduk belakang aja. Hilang HP for nothing. Mana maunya? Mana mau? Itu. Kita mungkin lah. Ni apa? Tak ada dah geng. Item hero support sekarang dah tak ada dah guys. Tak ada dah last 2 item ni. Item defense. Tak ada. Kita bukan tanker. Kita hero support. Oracle ni okey. Sebab kau nakkan maximum cooldown tu kan. So kau dapat sini 10, 25, 35. Campur emblem support 10, 45 kan. Okey ngam. 2 item ni sekarang memang Blackwing Holy Crystal. But basically item magic Sebab kan kau punya shield and everything memang skill dengan magic dan kau memang ada damage. Tu lagi satu yang kita tak boleh lupakan. Matilda ni bukan hero, dia bukan pure support. Dia support / damage dealer, sub DPS. So sebab tu worth juga kau buat item magic. Buku 15 ya. 10, 25, 35. Emblem support 45. Ayo. Sama juga dengan Rafaela. Hero apa lagi? Matilda. Rafaela 2 tu lah sekarang. Yang memang di zaman prime-nya sekarang ni. Sebenar-benarnya di zaman prime-nya walaupun korang tengok tak ada. Percayalah. Okay? Percaya kata-kata Mas Gengarino. Sos, trust me dude.
Tak nak.
Nak lah. Alti barat kena 3 orang. Dadu. Sekejap. Coach trust me. Coach trust me.
Mr. Prediction 007.
Barat mana ada? Barat ulti dia miss ah. Percaya host, dadu aku burn semalam. Ai. Masa kau percaya host, kau kaya raya, kau tak ada mention pun. Thank you host for the guidance. Tak ada pun. Aku tak ada dapat commission pun. So Syabas, 10. Thank you Rino for the tips guessing game. Dadu aku dah 5 angka sekarang. Tak ada pun.
Sebab tak pernah kaya raya.
Sedihnya.
Matter.
Sedihnya.
So close. Sunset Lover, at least they got the flicker down, but that's
Very much, Sunset Lover, for joining me. We'll bring out the rest of the team because, as we said at the start of the day, it's all about crushing keys. You guys move on to knockouts. I'll ask you to join me over here, especially my friends. Come on over, come on over. We're going to open up our wall for the first time of the day. 4 matches, 4 eliminations, and 4 players, or 4 teams advancing. Join us in here. It's time to crush Guangzhou Gaming's
Punca TLPH main teruk sebab tu tengok Rino cosplay hero kuning.
Zarigo, is you ready? Oh yeah, there you go.
Boleh tu sebenarnya bagi ni Team Spirit lawan TLPH untuk last slot. Last slot knockout. Ada lah.
MLBB has ever seen.
Ada loh.
Ready to go. And he'll be the one to crush Guangzhou Gaming's
no.
hopes. Keep it going, my friend. I know he's so used to putting pedal on the metal in the game. Here, it all goes down. Team Secret to the knockout stage. Going hard in the pain, no matter the moment. And this is what happens when you get eliminated from MSC at the Esports World Cup. You get smashed to bits. And that's the lesson to be learned. Team Spirit advanced. And there's a lot to break down. I know illustrations are set and ready for this one. So please, my
Bukan
friends,
patut
on
remuk
the
je.
panel,
Apa sampai
all
patah
yours.
2 meh?
Well, the hope of China crushed in
Why?
that moment, metaphorically, and also in this set, the gatekeepers
Lepas
of
dia
Team
sarji.
Spirit
Tak ada, aku tak ada
do
tengok.
it yet
Tak ada
again.
tengok.
And
Pukul 8
gatekeep
end live.
another region trying to make it to the knockout stage for the first time.
Pukul 8
while
end
Spirit
live.
go through. But it was
Aku dah.
so much more than that. It was a tactical match.
Malam ni pukul 8
because it was
aku.
also a showcase of the young talent, Our Egoist,
Aku
Sunset Lovers, Comfort,
kena
and
pergi
Mid with the
selamatkan
Eudora
bumi,
3 times in a row, Naisu. There were so many things that went right for
Aku
Team
kan
Spirit
Ultraman.
that
Korang tak tahu eh?
GGG disappointed, but it's really
Teneng,
what
teneng.
Team Spirit brought to the table, showing that they proved to be in
Teneng,
that knockout
teneng.
stage.
I like hearing that from Sunset Lover too. You know that when it comes to the draft, Kid
Uh,
Bum was the one
Ultraman
really helping
Dino.
them kind of
Panjas.
make those decisions, and it's one of those cases where it's like
Bagi
if it's
orang
not
lain je
broke,
selamatkan,
don't
bro.
fix it. Eudora 3 games in a
Kalau
row.
aku tak selamatkan bumi, macam mana korang nak tengok match pukul 8 tu? Kau ada fikir?
The game plan for them was really standard. I mean, even yes, our Egoist
Sakitnya
to
nak
pick
naik
up a
ke
fan like
4
this.
digit dadu.
Mind you, he got a couple kills
Come on
plus
lah,
the first
Muaz.
turtle
Orang
without
cakap,
even the purple buff. So
start from
there
the
was just
bottom.
really good execution from a team like this for Team Spirit. This is
Keluang
something
Rino.
that we expected. I would have
Rino, man.
been surprised still though if it was Guangzhou Gaming to send them out of the tournament, but you saw the key crush there, man.
Nak
That-
tengok
that
seorang-seorang
felt like
takut
there was
emosi.
intention.
Tak ada.
That
Aku
was a
dan celan
brutal
lah.
key crush.
I mean, like, speaking
Chill-chill
of
je
brutal,
tu.
this is
Menang
basically
kalah biasalah,
living
adat
the
permainan.
nightmare for Guangzhou, because this is basically the same situation where they're 1 game away and they got match point.
Yeah.
And then got reverse swept. So
Rino
this is
MSC.
2 times now where they almost went to
BO2.
top 8.
Kalau seri 2-2 lepas playoff. Setuju.
One of the
Setuju. Korang nak sign petition tak?
two regions coming up is you get to see these
Aku ada
different
petition dah aku nak buat.
and he mentioned Aurora Gaming, which suddenly
BO2 loh. Aku on setuju teruk loh.
Ada orang dalam.
and constant meta shifts.
Sumpah.
One of the things that pioneered is the Eudora that was given 3 times over to
petition
Sunset
macam
Lover.
Argentina
You would
World.
probably not see that in a
Nonchalant
matchup with
semi.
Team Spirit and Aurora Gaming.
Santai
Jelas.
Gengarino
To
kau utama
anybody
level-level.
Tak, aku nak jelas. Tapi ada orang bagi idea yang memberangsangkan. Aku support lah.
Also, you called it Rain Day, the Marcel. You know the Marcel. You mentioned that in the draft. and
Hey
I think that was
bro,
also
mana
really
ada
a good decision
bro,
going
kau
to Rain Day
tengok
just
Ultraman
because,
mana?
again, they were able to go
Ultraman
ahead and obviously use his
District tak
snapshot
ada
that's
man.
built in that
Ultraman
kit.
bumi.
The golden hours that we usually saw
Tak
from Saul
ada.
were pretty on
ML
point too,
Ultraman
whether that
tak
was
ada.
kind of zone out the members of
Apa
Guangzhou Gaming,
jaga
or
Shah
even to
Alam
stall
je.
out, like the Lord pushing himself.
Jadi
you know,
boleh
he
je lah
kind of
jaga Shah Alam.
pulled in there. But then you can line things up. We saw that with the stun with the Eudora.
Lepas ni
the Rhapsody
Pro
shots, the
E7
great
eh?
hands of Hiko. There were so many ways for them to kind
Pro
of
E7 kan?
choose the way they wanted to approach a team
Ya
fight,
tu,
and that's what
patutnya
Marcel
Pro
kinda lets you do.
TLBS.
Plus, just kind of having that sustainability with the Revitalize that he built in is
Mostly
another
di
way
Stranger
that this
Dawang,
composition
jaga
from Team
Jepun pun satu
Spirit
daerah je.
worked really well.
Bro,
So,
jaga Jepun
alongside
tu
Pulsar, and then of course,
simbolik kepada
Kipapa.
bumi lah gila. Kalau dia menang, kalau Atroman gagal defend Jepun tu, kau rasa raksasa tu buat apa? Dia buat habitat dekat Jepun. Bro, tu besar. Besar 3 biji bangunan. Kau ingat dia nak lepak kat Jepun je? Mestilah dia akan tawan bumi. Ayo. You never conquer a country before?
I think that they were very ambitious with the draft,
Malaysia
trying to make
panas
it so that they
sangat
can
rasanya.
win early, they can have a heavy push.
Kau tak
which
cukup penjajah.
we saw
Kau tak
ish,
cukup
but
penjajah.
also even the items
Kau mindset
tonight, right?
orang-orang
The guys
dijajah
were
ke?
talking about it,
Tapi
two
dia tak
early
pandai cakap
sky
Melayu.
piercers.
Sky Piercers.
That is
We
very
know the
greedy. Usually
conqueror
only see
Barenta.
one in a team. If you have two, the problem is the sky piercer
Kau
gives
ambil
zero
barang.
value unless you get 3 or more kills. So before that, it's just a wasted slot. And because of that, we see Brody did not have enough damage, right?
Bro, kita
He was like
beli yang
defense. He was
Columbus.
like defense Brody.
Yep.
Yeah. One of the things I love about the comments that we just saw were actually the mention of the
Malaysia dah ada
atmosphere in
aturan
Paris. And the fact
ribut.
that it's Europe, it's different food, it's different weather.
Nasrul Hafiz.
Sunset Lever and,
Terima kasih,
Team Spirit will be
hey.
moving on. The team that will have
Geng
to
Basrino,
find their way
super
back
fan.
home will
Terima
be
kasih,
Watch Out Gaming.
hey.
And instead of Lafel doing a breakdown
Terima
of what
kasih,
went
terima
wrong, we decided to just do an
kasih.
exit interview.
Tapi
with
ni
Matt.
sambungan. Ni sambungan.
Right
Ke
now,
baru?
we're here with team captain
Join
Pasti
May.
lah.
May, could you walk us through what happened in that match?
Baru ke sambung bang?
现在呢，我们可以看到我们团队的队长妹，请
咦
告诉我们
你们
在
先
这次比赛当中发生了
Okay,
什
kita
么
shout,
事
kita
情呢？
shout, kita shout lah.
Bro
我
baru
们觉
TRP
得
je
就
jauh
是
takkan
我
lagi
们
lah.
还
Gila,
是
ini
实力
shout
不
out
足啊，
balik.
没有办法抵抗对面出招的方式。
Terkeluar
I
liu
think
aku.
we still
Boleh sanggup
didn't
sambung.
do well enough, and
Nasrul
we are
Hafiz
still a bit weaker compared to
followed
the
you
other
for
team, culture
811
against
days.
their
Gila.
tactics.
Okay, so was it because of the gameplay?
Lah.
Was it
Ini
comms
dari
issues?
day
Was it the
1
meta
sia.
maybe that didn't suit them?
Aku main
那觉得
Magic
可能
Chess
是什么原因
bongok.
呢？是因为
Basah
这
juga
个
lah kena
现
aku.
场的一些技巧
Basah.
呢，是因为最新的一
Nak
个
shout out
这些
juga.
版本呢，这些有效
Zaman
的战
dinosaur
术
war.
呢，
Zaman
还是在这方面呢
dinosaur. Masa tu aku
我
belum
觉
jadi
得
Atroman
版本
lagi.
变动对我们队伍的改变很大，因为来到
Aku baru
EWC
kerja
赛
yang
场
cuci
马上就
suit Atroman
经
tu.
历了一个很大的版本变动，使得我们之前练的阵容都没有办法有效。
Salah cikgu
I
guys.
think in fact the
Of course.
meta change had
Of
a
course.
big impact on our team.
It all makes sense
Since
now.
we came here and we realized that
Time
we
to
have
call
to
level
try
keluar
to
manja.
adjust our team and try
Terima
to
kasih ya.
adjust our
Sambung keseluruhan.
tactics.
Appreciation,
So that will take
appreciation.
the time to get used to that.
Understood, understood, very understood.
Hari ni
Time
tak
to
ada
How
go
did
gepuk.
it feel
Umur
to
40-an.
go so close?
Aku
so
rasa aku
close
tak
to the
pernah
knockouts?
makan ayam gepuk
是
kat
的，那
rumah.
么我们非常理解您的状况，但是这个比
Off
赛非
stream
常激烈，
ke? On
就是几
stream
乎
ke?
都快要赢了。你现在的感受如
Apa
何
yang
呢？
membuatkan kau
就
tiba-tiba
是
cakap
感觉
aku
还是
makan
比较失落
gepuk?
吧，因为还是没有进到8强。我觉得，这
Aku
是
tak adalah
这个赛
anti
季
ayam
离
gepuk
8
kan.
强最近的
Tapi
一次吧
dia macam kalau ada makan
Yes,
lah macam tu.
actually, I'm a bit disappointed because we
Boleh
are
kira lah
getting
berapa kali
so
aku makan ayam
close
gepuk.
to get
Aku rasa baru 3
into
kali
the,
seumur hidup.
get to win
Tak ada macam ayam
this
penyet je bu.
stage.
From
This is
someone,
the
Indo
closest
menang
time we
Malai
come
kena
this far.
toxic.
So,
Malai
it's
menang
budak-budak
Indo
FOMO.
kena
Betul.
toxic.
Going up
Ketat
from here.
True, true, true,
May,
true, geng.
That was a
True, true.
wonderful performance nevertheless. So
Toxic
what's
City
next for you and your
bakal ada
team?
selepas pukul 8
但是呢，
malam
我
ni
们
geng.
并不会止步于此。
Tak kisahlah
我
siapa yang
们
menang
相
pun.
信你刚才所做的表现呢是非常棒的。
Aduh, nasib baik aku busy pukul 8.
我觉得未来就继续
Battle of
征战
Pride.
好下一个
Host
国
Gen
内的联
Millennial
赛，还有
tak
世界
makan
赛
gepuk
吧，
setiap
争取
hari.
在世
Tak,
界赛
bukan
上
bukan tak FOMO. FOMO lah aku tahu aku makan juga. Lepas dah makan aku macam apa beza dengan ayam penyet? Aku rasa macam lebih kurang lah tu.
Penentu pegang
Beza kat sambal je lah kan. Tapi alah sama.
Beza
Tak adalah
dia
jauh
pasal
sangat.
dia.
Kan kacang tu je aku rasa.
Thank you. Do you have any messages to anyone?
Kan kacang tu kan.
是的，我们肯定会也是期待
Nama
着
je
您
lain.
有如此的成就。那对于您的这个
Penyet
粉
tak ada
丝或者是
kruk-kruk.
国
Kau
内的
otak
任何
kau.
的战友呢，
Ayam
将
gepuk
来有没
puncak
有什
ayam
么想
penyet
对他
naik
们讲
harga.
的？
还是感谢大家呢一直支持
对不对
我们，然后也对我们抱有期望的队伍说抱歉，因为这次我们没有能做好。
Nasi kerabu aku tak minat sangat. Aku kalau macam yang nasi-nasi ni paling aku minat nasi ayam kukus. Nasi kukus ayam. Ayam rempah kan. Tambah belacan, kari. Tu barulah, betul. Baru yang benar, geng.
Nasi dagang.
Nasi dagang bener lah. Nasi dagang yang dia campur ada mi sekali tu.
Into a better position. He did, but they were one game short still of the knockout stages, which means there's still more to prove. There's still more coming for China and the region in MSC.
Tu nasi ambang. Alah.
Elpos tak tahu nasi dagang.
Salah, tu nasi ambang.
If you have a chance to do
Silap.
well, here are the ones to guess on. Pro Esports, Inity 7,
Bertahun
Onyx,
fitness
Selangor
yang
Red
ini.
Giants,
Nasi dagang tak, aku tak pernah dengar. Cumanya aku tak tahu apa benda.
PH and Mina going toe to toe. All of these are decider matchups. All of these we're going to talk about soon.
What
We're gonna
is
bring back the panel
nasi
in a
dagang
moment after we
in
go on a little bit
Malaysia?
of a hiatus because Pro Esports and Inity 7 are coming up soon again.
Rice steamed in coconut milk and fenugreek seed. It is served with rich fish curry, usually tuna or mackerel.
92% earlier than
Extra side like vegetable, hard-boiled eggs, toasted coconut. Bro, aku dengar coconut, aku dengar ikan. Pet.
I do want to let you know that if you're a fan of
Tak payah makan, aku dah tahu lah aku tak suka.
fly together, some co-op.
Pet. Bro, ikan yang aku makan, geng. Aku makan satu je ikan, geng. Aku makan ikan siakap ke. Itu je, one and only ikan aku makan.
Fikir itu kalau ikan keli.
Sardin, okey. Sardin makan lah. Okey. Dengan sardin lah. Tapi tak adalah minat sangat.
Sekali kau terima mimpi kau Rino.
Dekat di 20, bukan dekat di 20.
Ikan bilis tak makan ke?
Masalahnya dah tak sedap. Ikan bilis makan lah. Ini kita cakap ikan yang besar lah. Oh, ikan keli makan. Ikan keli makan. Dua. Dengan sardin, tuna. Tiga. Tiga. Selain dari tu, pep.
Rino makan salmon je. Ikan siakap makan. Keluar list ikan. Zero way ikan
salmon
tak makan medok.
Aku pernah makan kat sushi je tu. Tapi aku tak tahu sebab bukan rasa sangat pun. So aku tak sure salmon tu rasa sebenarnya. Tapi kalau macam salmon yang betul-betul salmon tak pernah makan. Tak pernah. Pari itu pernah makan. Minat tu. Ayam, geng, ayam. Ayam, daging. Daging lembu, daging kambing. Baru lah.
Rino pembantai ayam sejati. Anak ikan.
Bro. Buat chicken man tu. Chicken man.
Sedap.
Asam pedas makan tapi dengan ayam lah. Tapi kalau macam asam pedas aku lagi suka, aku lebih minat ayam tu ayam goreng. Ayam goreng yang kau dah marinate cantik-cantik sedap. Lepas tu kau simbah dengan kuah asam pedas tu. Aku tak suka kalau ayam tu berendam dalam asam pedas tu.
Jungle buatkan gameplay dan serang sikit terganggu sebab dah biasa utility.
Tidak. That's not the problem. Assassin tu kalau nak cerita selesa, Assassin tu jauh lebih selesa dekat SRG ke TLPH ke kan. But all and all dua-dua diorang boleh main. That's not the problem. Kalau based on MSC sahaja, execution tu masalah. Execution dan pembawakan draft pembawakan draft tu. Kan orang duk bising-bising kan. Draft SRG ni masalahnya tim lain pun bawa draft yang lightweight je. Maksudnya point aku kat sini, diorang tak ada pun pick benda yang macam luar nalar ke, macam teruk sangat ke, tak ada pun. Memang benda tu valid tapi pembawakannya tak sampai. So dekat situ dia mendatangkan satu soalan. Draft tu dah dipraktis ke tidak? Okay, I mean sure lah kalau kena nak assume obviously mestilah dah praktis kan. Mestilah dah praktis. Tapi execution tak reflected. Malah memang the opposite of point nombor 1 ni yang kita memang dah claim yang memang dah practice sana. So dekat situ, adakah draft yang dibawa tu draft yang sebab sekarang draft banyak kan? Banyak tapi valid lah, banyak yang valid. So kenapa tiba-tiba bila time execution nampak macam tak pernah main draft tu gitu. So kita tak tahu kat situ. Player memang betul-betul tak boleh nak perform ke sebab lagi under tu maybe kalah mental kan. Ataupun draft tu sebenarnya memang maybe practice tapi itu bukan yang utama. So itu soalan-soalan yang kita hanya boleh dapat kalau kita pergi interview lah. But point dekat sini apa yang kita tahu yang kita confirm boleh tahu adalah draft tu valid ke tidak. Itu yang kita tak perlu ragu-ragu lah. Sebab kita boleh kira sendiri kan. So draft tu okay. At worst case scenario dia okay. Kalau korang nak cakap draft tu it's not the best right now. Okay lah, setuju. Okay, setuju. Oh patut maybe this is better. Okay, sure. Betul. Betul. Okay. Tapi kau tak boleh cakap yang draft tu teruk. Draft tu unplayable. Draft tu memang out of meta. Tak ada. Dia tu tak boleh. Itulah state-nya.
Yeah, just again, what they were able to showcase in last night's match against TL was amazing. Pro Esports too. I think most people, the first big play that they really were taken by for
Pro Gaming lawan NTT, yes.
What he was able to do on the Hirara early
SRG
on,
Destroyer BSTLPH Destroyer.
You know, Pro Esports again are one of the teams that just seem to have adapted really well.
Lepas tu kejap lagi dua-dua main macam ni kan. Dua-dua main macam telur kan. Memang
Competitive scene just really good. Certain teams or certain regions are really good at just scrappy fights, team fights, where it almost feels a little chaotic.
Memang koyak gentle man.
Executing it really well, and you know some of the teams
Father gentleman
here and there, but this meta is just so fun to watch as it develops.
Kejap lagi pick Matilda bawa Revi kan.
But really the new era of MLBB,
Kau target tim mana champion season ni? Number Crony.
Kalau ikut so far performance MSC contender memang Vamos, Aurora, Vitality, tiga tu je. Yang nampak popping gila babi je. Popping.
Dark horses, maybe even eventually a black swan.
Aurora definitely atas sekali lah.
There's just a lot going on.
I'm trying to think of something.
I mean, like quack. We already
is there an
have.
ugly? What is? We asked this on the caster desk last night.
Boleh lah.
What is Entity 7?
Sabar.
Oh, damn.
Tapi maksudnya tim yang aku tak sebut ni tak adalah jauh sangat.
What was it? An entity?
But not enough to be mentioned.
7 of them? 7.
I mean, like, here's the thing. I really feel like we're also gonna talk about how this is very emotionally charged for a lot of the players, and sometimes that can actually, I would say, screw over their game plan because sometimes
SRG tak ada. Ni kita cakap since MSC start.
Because again, you
since
see
MSC
you
start.
know your keys again. In fact, even
Tak
my
perlu
boy
sebut je
here,
orang faham.
he teared up after seeing.
Tak ada. Kalau since MSC start, SRG Onyx dua-dua tak. Dia okey lah. Kalau scope MSC since MSC start tak memberatkan lah. Kalau kau banding dengan Vamos, Vitality dengan Aurora Gaming kan.
That's right. Well, let's take a look at Pro Esports and their roster here. And I think this is a team that maybe deserves even more of a dark horse. I think they themselves have said we are
Sambut
as
Onyx.
good as
Kenapa
anybody
pula?
in this
Diorang main
tournament. We have a
BO2
chance
lah
to
kejap
get to the
lagi.
knockout stages as well. It started off really a great performance on the Belleric.
Kalau seri, dua-dua
And to me,
pergi
he's
knockout.
a guy we needed to hear from before we jumped into this set. So we actually had to turn to talk with him earlier.
Kau
Hey everyone, it's Eterna. Now we are with PP.
Ya Allah, tengok jap.
5 Ps.
Delulu.
Kau ye.
Yes, okay. So we are with, what do I call you? PP. Okay, so we just keep it to PP. Okay, PP. Coming into this, it's a high pressure
Cuba
match.
bagi tim yang kau tak
This is
minat
another
untuk season
elimination
ni.
match where you are up now against Entity
Patutnya
7.
E7 dengan
How do you
GK
feel about
lah.
this match?
Tapi
Did
they
you sleep
proven
well
that
last night?
first match dorang tu prank je lah. So tak ada lah. Oh, PH
អញ្ចឹងយើងប្រកួតជាមួយនឹង Entity 7 តើអ្នកបានសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្រាន់អត់ហើយមានអារម្មណ៍មិនដែរចូលក្នុងការប្រកួតមួយនេះ
សម្រាប់ការកេងពួកខ្ញុំកេងបានគ្រប់គ្រាន់ហើយសម្រាប់
Dia baru je tu.
ពួកខ្ញុំត្រៀមខ្លួន
ada.
Turun lower nak bantai-bantai.
event លើកនេះ
24,
regarding
25.
my sleep I
Babi
did
tu
get
tak
enough
main
sleep for this
sangat pun
match,
tu.
and we are ready to take on E7 today.
Dia main team mana masa dulu?
Surprised about the results from
Ni dia main team mana?
today, considering they made a huge upset here at MSC.
ចុះបងអូន
wait.
ភ្ញាក់ផ្អើល
Ada
ចំពោះ
standard
លទ្ធ
list.
ផលថ្ងៃមិសមិញដែល
TNC?
Entity 7បានឈ្នះក្រុម
Kenapa aku tak pernah nampak?
ខ្ញុំអត់ភ្ញាក់ផ្អើលបងព្រោះដោយសារពួកខ្ញុំក៏គិតថា P7 អាចឈ្នះ
Season 15 ke aku tak ada lagi ada tu.
I
Season
wasn't
15.
surprised at the result because I thought E7 could take on Team Liquid.
Oh, can I ask why?
How do I?
Malam ni dorang draft terus kan?
I think so.
ហ្គេមដែល Liquid ហើយនឹង E7 លេង
Just watching
Support.
the competition or the match between E7 and Team Liquid.
Oh, okay. What do you think
Lama
makes
maybe ya.
them so strong? What makes E7 so strong right now?
Okay, តើ E7 ខ្លាំងចំណុចអីខ្លះ
គាត់ខ្លាំង
NTV7
គាត់វាយគ្នាមក
Sekejap aku kat dalam ah.
គាត់លេងចូលគ្នាត្រូវល្អ
They're strong in their way they attack and the way they combo together.
Okay, so we're talking about team fights, and when we're speaking about team fights, Belleric has also risen in such popularity here at MSC. I'm wondering, from your perspective, what makes Belleric so strong right now?
អញ្ចឹងក្រុមច្រើនប្រើ Belleric អញ្ចឹងតើ Belleric ខ្លាំងចំណុចអីខ្លះ
Beric តាន់ហើយ
Tiba-tiba mula nervous lah geng. Kenapa ya?
Golan ដែលវាយមក Beric ហើយអាចមានអាទី stun ច្រើនវាល្អសម្រាប់អ្នកលេងតែងឥឡូវហ្នឹង
Because Belleric is a tank, he can take on the gold lane a lot and can even stun
Tarik
other
nafas
opponents.
dulu.
Okay, so there's a lot of things that the Belleric can do right now. Is that something that you're comfortable with? Do you like the meta
Santai
right now
baru
for
call
the
7.
position?
Power in
ហើយ
E7.
តើអ្នកអរបងអូន
Nasib baik aku busy pukul 8.
Go walk.
ការ meta មួយនេះ
Tu nak pergi beri suar. Tapi nak pergi beri suar pukul 8.
Mana tak Nance Onyx bakal dibantai?
It's not easy but it's also not
There's no
difficult for me.
winning oh geng.
Okay. I like this. So coming
Tak,
to
there's
this
no
matchup, do you
winning
have a message
though.
to your fans?
Okay,
Onyx menang, aku sedih. tadi menang buat aku sedih. So what's the point? It's like kau tahu tak macam ni self harm.
ពួកខ្ញុំផងហើយកុំភ្លេចជួយ
Self harm. Kau dah tahu dah. Outcome dia macam ni sekalipun akan mendatangkan
Just want to say everyone please
datang mendatangkan
please support us in this match and don't forget to watch the live
apa
stream.
orang cakap
Thank you so much.
Bencana.
For the translation, thank you so much
Bryce
as well
wow.
for this
Hakikatnya
interview,
host
PP.
nangis dekat
Hope
bucu
to catch you
katil.
soon because we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Well, PP saying that he
percentage uni main aku rasa 100% dia akan bagi uni main lah.
could have seen them
Pelik
win
lah
that
tak bagi
game.
uni
They
main.
obviously did. They won 2, but also
Very weird
noting he loves the Belleric, the potential to disrupt the gold
Minta
lane
host
nicely.
number
We've
ke
seen it
Shelter
all. We've
Day
seen
A.
it in his games. We've seen it this tournament. But a lot of confidence and good to hear some thoughts heading into this matchup from PP.
Again, it's regions like Cambodia, it's teams like Pro
Hati
Esports
host
that just
diuji.
thrive on this current meta that's developed, over the past week now up to this point, and they show it. So, whether it's the Belleric, whether it's whatever they want to put
Never
in
thought
the hands of
we'd
their
be
roles,
here
the gold
today,
lanes,
gang.
even the jungle,
In this situation.
There's so many things to highlight here throughout Pro Esports' lineup that's worked so well for them, and that's something that is gonna, I feel like,
Tak cukup
potentially
dengan
take them
TLPH
to
keluar.
the
Baju
stage
half
here.
serang half
But they
Onyx
have
ke?
a tough opponent now after the momentum from
Lepas tu
yesterday.
SR
It's a great
jumpa Onyx
point.
pula.
That opponent, of course, is known as Entity 7.
Custom baju
They
style
are
oh.
from the Americas, Latin America,
Style kalau
South
ada.
America, North America. They share
Aku
one
pakai
slot
oh.
this year. It's the first time
Aku buat
we've
yang
seen
ni
South
loh,
America
24
take
hours
that
delivery.
slot. And now, not only that, they have taken down the defending champions
You
of
expected
MSC
come
and
out
Team
Evan.
Liquid PH yesterday, which many are calling one of the biggest
And kita
upsets
baru
in
dekat group
MLBB
stage.
history. Whether that's true or not, we do know one thing.
Harus
That it's been
lagi
a
rela Tonyo
phenomenal
bawang kat
performance
mata
so
dari
far
tengok
from
salah
everyone
satu tim
in
balik.
NXT 7, and we had a chance to talk
Hati
with Shin
Rino,
earlier
kanan
with the
serang
turn-up
kiri
to see
Onyx.
how they're feeling after that
Only
historic
Rino
win.
je boleh buat 3 tim besar jatuh.
What do you
As I
mean
turn to
though?
hear with Shin from Entity 7, the
What
team
the fuck do you mean,
to
man?
beat one of the favorites, or the favorite, the defending champions TL, and I think everyone is talking about you right
Bro
now.
nak 3 bat bro
What
got
did
second
that
worst
victory
scenario.
mean to you and your team?
Itulah pasal.
sorpresa
Like,
día de ayer.
kalau satu je apa ni dua?
Ustedes ahorita, ¿cómo se sienten ahora como equipo? Nos sentimos bastante felices, bastante
Tak tahu cakap.
emocionados.
Kau baik, like just imagine just imagine
Un buen draft y bueno,
E7
conseguimos
dengan
ganarle a uno
ni
de los
pro
mejores
ni
equipos que yo considero.
main macam telur.
We are very happy. We got
Lepas
our
tu dekat
confidence
knockout,
back. We managed to get a win against one
Aurora
of the
pun
best teams in
main
the
macam
world.
telur kak.
And I think that now
Wow,
we have a better draft and we can win now.
fuck.
happened? Like, did you expect it to go 1-1, 2-1, 2-0? Because that was a 2-0 victory against TL. Was that something that you expected?
¿Y tú esperabas que fuera esto el resultado 2-0? ¿Esperabas que fuera un 2-1? ¿O cómo te
For the
sientes
first
al
time
haber
ever, group stage lagi menarik daripada playoff.
Pero la verdad esperaba un 2-1 o incluso que nos ganaran porque bueno, ya son considerados.
Berat.
Así que esperaba bueno que nos ganaran, pero ganamos.
We were not expecting a 2-0. We were actually expecting a 2-1 or even losing the game because they are actually one of the best teams in the world. But we won 2-0, so that happened.
And now they're confident.
Habis
So
group
let's check,
stage,
what is
terus
your
dapat
confidence
piala.
level up against Pro Esports today?
¿Qué tan confiado te sientes en contra de Pro Esports hoy?
La verdad no los conozco mucho, o sea, lo íbamos a revisar ahora, pero bueno, estoy acá haciendo la entrevista y bueno, la vamos a revisar ahora después de esto, para ver cómo son.
To be honest, I can't really say because we didn't know them. We were just about to check them out, but I'm here doing the interview, so maybe after this we'll check them out.
Okay, so does that mean I can't ask them? I can't ask you about what you think is like the strongest about Pro Esports? Like, have you not studied them then?
Eso quiere decir de que si te preguntan qué es lo más fuerte de Pro Esports, ¿no sabes porque no los has visto?
Exactamente, no los conozco, no lo he visto, no lo he revisado y bueno, eso vamos a hacer ahora.
Exactly, I don't know who they are, I don't know how they play, and we're just gonna check them out.
Wow. Okay,
Pro
this is
Esports
the
strong
first time
counting.
I've ever talked to a player and they have not studied the next matchup. That's good to know. Good luck. Do you have a message to your fans back at home? And considering they were up very early to support you yesterday.
¿Tienes algún mensaje para tus fans, ya que se despertaron temprano para ver tu partida ayer?
Sí, que nos sigan apoyando, ganemos o perdamos. Bueno, la fe es lo último que se pierde, así que gane el mejor equipo.
Hahaha, itu Jo tak kenal
Yes, please
siapa Pro
continue
Esports.
supporting us. The faith is the last thing you lose. Please continue supporting us even if we lose or if we win. And thank you.
We will always support you. Thank you so much, Shin from NDD7. Thank you so much for the translation. Who's going to throw it over back to you guys?
Wow, great to hear from Shin. I mean, that was kind of playing on a knife's edge, but in a way that maybe we didn't expect. No prep, but staying present. And LaFell, I mean, hey, something's working.
I mean, like, if I beat TL, I'm like, who cares?
I didn't know them. I don't know who's next. I don't know who I am.
We didn't text.
Rambut belah tengah boleh join serang.
You know what?
Hey, they came in no pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
And no expectation. And also
32% say they're gonna win.
Well, how can you not have a little bit more than that? They just took down Team Liquid PH. You got to know that there's something to the tank. Can you continue? But against Pro Esports, that's not going to be the easiest thing in the world, guys. Some quick early thoughts before we head into the draft. I mean, this is looking to be a really good matchup.
Man, it is. It's going to be tough to call this one, especially again after what NTD7 showed us. I have no idea because Pro Esports definitely looks good too.
I mean, like, for me, as long as they're able to get a good draft for Coily, it's going to be great. That Yusichin didn't work out. Everything else looks good.
Well, Cambodia
Dia
and
mereka
South
boleh kawan
America
dan Stormy
continue
Wave.
their run. One of these regions is going on to the knockout stage. In a moment, we'll find out who.
Oof. We started off the last day of groups with a reverse sweep. 2-1. You know, to the side of Team Spirit going up against Guangzhou Gaming. And boy, after game one, I was kind of scared for Team Spirit. You know, I was thinking, will they make it out of this alive?
Well, they did. You know, Guangzhou, they really tried their best. Honestly, that first game was incredible. Game 2 felt like a bit of a lull, and then it picked up, and Team Spirit were victorious at the end of the day. Sunset Lover was very proud of himself and the team. It would not be their first time that they had made it to a knockout stage, and there's more to see from Team Spirit as they crushed that Guangzhou key at the end of it all. But we still have 3 more games today. Best of 3s. One team advancing to knockouts, one heading back home. Let's start off with our second matchup. Please join me in welcoming Pro Esports. Having played the longest game of MSC so far, Pro Esports have shown their mettle. The pressure is on their shoulders to send Cambodia back into the knockout stage after an almost 2-year drought since MSC 24. They have what it takes. Can they apply it in practice today in this matchup of champion breakers?
You know what, Milosh, this is gonna be a very spicy one because Pro Esports will be going up against Entity 7. Yesterday, they shook the world of Mobile Legends by eliminating the defending champions. But their job is far from over. For their tournament life, for their region, they are ready to do whatever it takes to stay in the game.
You heard it even in their pregame interview with Eterna. They're coming in with just good hearts and spirits, vibing through this. They have their own preparation, more focus on themselves compared to what their opponents are setting up. So we're about to get this one started, please. Entity 7, please, Pro Esports. My friends, you may go. Place your keys, players. Take your positions. The bout, again, a reminder. You win this game, you make it to knockouts. You lose, you are out. Goodbye here at MSC as both captains do a little shake. And let's get this one started once again. Back to our panel.
2023 was the last time that the knockout stage hosted a Cambodian representative. Can they get back here in 2026 at EWC?
E7 Geng campuran Amerika Latin, Brazil, Argentina.
South America and the Americas making maybe the start of one of the biggest and most historic runs we've ever seen from the bottom side of the bracket. Can they do it again and take down Pro Esports for a spot in the knockout stage? All of that coming up here. And of course, Lafel, Naisu, I mean, so much has been determined by the draft, not only in this meta, but also so many great moments can be determined by your participation in Rhino Day. A new, interactive, happy effect. I wouldn't dare start this very important series without mentioning it, because of course, what's more important than spamming some emotes in game?
That's the best. That and the recalls.
Recall, yeah. I was about to say, yeah.
Rhino Day, get those
And
emotes.
The third one is all chat easy.
Yes.
Yeah. After like a 30-minute game.
30-minute game.
All easy. And I gotta say, this one is gonna be very difficult to call. Like, I feel like even if we try to go for a coin toss, the coin will just stand in the middle.
Yeah.
It would refuse to show heads or tails because even they're like, well, Entity 7 defeated TL. What was that? What was
Gior campuran Mung Bears di Peru.
I was like, was that you, Lafel? Like,
what are we playing for? Come on, man. A little No Country for Old Men?
This is tough to call it, man.
Come on.
I'm calling it.
You stand.
Oh, here we go.
Hey, be men.
I'm calling it.
What do you call it?
That's pretty good.
Heads.
Heads.
Import
That
player
was on
Macam
heads.
Hide on bush player
Famous
lama
scene.
tak
Come on,
silap.
man.
Good question.
I have no idea because, yeah, we've seen Pro where I would say where they fall short if the game goes extra long, where it does seem like they get a little bit desperate on trying to end the game early and then it just doesn't work out.
Yeah.
And also the drive of the Yi Shin, where they go for hyper, where everyone else's utility is only Coily, which on paper it sounds like a good idea, but maybe just a different hero.
If we had to break it down, like draft-wise, as we look at what map we're going to be playing for Game 1, the Eudora was a main point of contention for a lot of these teams where they just go ahead and grab it, like we just saw with Team Spirit. Utilize that with Sunset Lover 3 times in a row. So expect that to be one of the big trades here. Obviously junglers too, but you know, with this, again, Hide on Bush, if I recall correctly, he is the only one that has been with Entity 7 all the way back in their appearance of the wild card in 2024 at the very first EWC, you know, and now they have this mix from the Latam region, from Amber, and they've made it all work together. It's kind of like these pieces of the puzzle that all came together where, you know, we've seen Doom struggle even in that gold lane, but then the adjustments that they made when he played against Teddy was all that they needed to do. So you can't really count out either of these teams because over the course of their matches that we've seen now, they've just adapted so well.
I know Shin and Hide on Bush have gotten some conversation. I want to point out Doom. I think he's been great as well. I think he's a big part of why Entity 7 was able to win. I've been seeing so many focused conversations, as they should be, on the jungle and the EXP lane.
Kau
But
naing
the
Ben.
gold laner, when playing well, is that extra win condition that opens things up for you. In this moment, you're seeing that win condition maybe get taken away, which was clearly the Marcel, 100% win rate, Fanny, Zushin, as well as the Uranus, the Phoveus, and the Atlas, all gone. And a fun fact
Dua
here,
Brazil, dua
Lafel,
Chile,
about
satu
Coily.
Argentina.
Yeah, Coily led Pro Esports to an undefeated regular season in MPL Cambodia Season 10, getting both the regular season MVP as well as the finals MVP. And now for him, he is going to grab the ling. Shout out to Rainday for calling all the heroes, by the way, because we got to talk about how Pro Esports, they're batting out all the front lines, making sure that I think they just want to go for a heavy dives, and they don't want anyone to interrupt that. And then for Entity 7, I feel like the Fanny is a respect. We've seen, even though Pro Esports did lose, Coily is very strong at a Fanny.
Yeah, Coily, again, you know, one of the...
Eudora pick, let's go.
I'm just expecting it to be the Eudora.
And then Belric?
Eudora, Belric. But Coily, I think because of what he showed mechanical skill-wise, he's fine with it, and that's why they just go ahead and grab themselves the Ling. I mean, imagine too, you know, the Ling doesn't have as high as a win rate as the Hirara, but when you put it in the hands of a player like Coily, you can really do some amazing things across the map. No surprise there, Belric, and there's the Eudora, right? So that is the mainstay, usually the trade that we see over on red side at first phase. Now, I wonder if Pro Esports does something different here with their next two picks.
So basically, like, the coach is asking, like, can you use the Ling? And he's like, I mean, just don't get stunned.
Yeah.
Right? What's so hard about that? Just don't get stunned.
High execution, man. And when you have a high ceiling character like that, which clearly has a low win rate, doesn't mean it has low potential. Because the best players bring out the things that if you're not comfortable with it or you're just playing it for the meta, you can't bring out. You just don't have the time to get that comfort.
And now in the show as well as the Harv gets picked up here. So they want to be able to basically ignore their gold lane for a bit. Harv should be able to take care of himself against majority of gold laners now, unless Entity 7 goes for a like Esmeralda gold, Paquito gold, which by the way, Paquito is still open.
Yeah, that Paquito's still open.
But I feel like Hirara, no?
Yeah, maybe just take the Hirara, unless they let it slip through, but just because they're willing to go ahead and play something else for Hide on Bush, because they could just want to prioritize something else here.
That's true. The reason this is important, just joining us, if Hirara doesn't get picked here, which he will, it could have gotten banned in the next phase. So yeah, not a jungler they preferred outside of her, willing to let her get banned out.
Yeah, for now in TT7, they have a strong opening, especially because they already have the counters towards Pro. Right now, I feel like when it comes to the Cho as well as the Harv, we have to see what the matchup is. And the Cho, I just think that Entity 7 might build a draft that's not easy for the Cho to get a kick. For example, if Entity 7 is able to get up like a Barats, yeah, I think it's going to be hard for this Cho to really do much.
So maybe they ban it out, you know, for Pro Esports. They want to ban one of those tankier options out. You already got a Belric to deal with. You don't want to deal with a Belric plus the Barretts. But this is, like, from Pro Esports, for these two picks, too, it's so Kozin and Coily, right? The different type of KK connection, but this time for Pro Esports, they're very
hello.
And to these heroes. The Kozin, especially on the Harith, back when he was playing in the Philippines, was one of his best hero picks. Still is. Same thing.
What have we
Filipino junglers playing the Lings, the Fannies. That's why when those Fannies come up, it's like, man, these guys can just put on a showcase of mechanics. So they'll ban out the Freya, the Uranus. Look at all these XP lane options that are being
Dora Bele lagi.
I feel like we missed the Freya going through.
Hari Dora Bele.
If she's available.
I was thinking whether she would be picked up here. It's just that I would say it's only good for Pro Esports because they're already having a draft that wants to dive in. When it comes to MSC, they don't really need that. And now, not a speed ban, they ban out the Brody instead. And now the Esmeralda has been picked up.
Never stop.
And because there's a Harv there, we still don't know whether this Esmeralda goes gold or EXP.
I think this is just the right combo. I feel like they have enough presence in team fights, and I feel like that's how they have thrived. I feel like that was kind of the way that they put their strategy together to tackle PH yesterday. It feels like they're getting more of what they want here today, Naisu.
Yeah, and I'm expecting on this one too
Pro
for that Belric to
ban
have the flicker. Remember, in the previous matchup, we saw the Belric Esme combo, but it was a revitalized Belric.
Yep.
So this is the answer over here on this side for Pro Esports. They'll take Valentino Sorov. Yeah, you gotta take.
I think.
I feel like
minta Dora sampai semua tempo mo. Sama case macam kuda timeline 7.
Against Pro Esports.
I agree with you.
The only reason they don't pick it up if they pick up
Masa aku nak tak ada.
Paquito gold.
Masa aku tak nak ada. Memang kiwap tu.
Well, the Melissa
I cannot win, bro.
Oh yeah, true.
And
I get a
you
win.
do have a Cho, which that would do okay against, right? I'm curious. I feel like the Mozgov, they played it yesterday, didn't they? I think they did play Mozgov. And Doom had a pretty good game. If I'm Doom, I'm thinking, I mean, it's comfortable. It's in the meta. It serves what we need. I like it. I think the combo might just be, do we do this or do we do Melissa instead? What's your take?
Well, they go carry.
Carry.
Wait,
Which is interesting that they go carry because...
Carry?
Yeah.
It has a good lane against Harif, but then after that, there's no high HP hero on Pro Esports.
Hey, that's exactly what I was thinking. You're not gonna have, you don't need to shred through anyone, and you know, carry has one of the lowest ranges, attack ranges for a marksman, so you're gonna have a difficult time.
Maybe they just want to rush Lord later on with the Harara to just get it.
Yeah, blitz the Lord perhaps.
Very interesting.
Yeah, interesting choice there on the last. Maybe also just that has one of the things where it's like we got to go with comfort on this, and a lot was banned
Velen
out.
kopi pokok.
All right, well, this is going to be
Tada,
exciting one as well.
Velen
Our
kopi
second
pokok,
series
Veli
of the
Veli
day
Veli.
begins. Pro Esports from Cambodia versus Entity 7, both on Dream runs. Will the dream continue, or will one wake up to find it was just a nightmare? Ready for our
Saya cerita kari je susah tu, Dora pun sama juga. Kan aku cakap dorang sepesen. Pandang kepala goyang-goyang, pening kepala goyang-goyang. Semuanya Velen parah sikit ah. Kalau contoh Kari tu buka ulti kan. Lepas tu Velen ambil ulti apa? Ambil ulti Bele, dia pergi flicker ulti Kari ni, Velen tu akan mati ya. So dia kena berhati-hati je.
Is it really comfort? And are they looking for a specific angle to play around this? Because you don't really see it paired up with a pick-off-centric setup type of roamer. It's more on a Bellering that you see in the hands of Backman, but we probably will figure out what the plan is for E7 here, because again, laning, it's pretty much guaranteed. You could see it just now. Coulson is not having the best time of his life.
Yeah, but honestly, this is also a pretty comfort pick for Cozen. We did see him on it yesterday, a little bit of damage.
Oh, Shin flickering now. That was close for both mid laners. Both flickers are already down. Imagine that.
Already some aggression, but still no deaths on the field. Taking a look at the emblems, both mid laner and Rome on the side of Pro with some speed to move around the map, and the Bargain Hunter into Kuza. But look at the damage already on the Doom. A nice pick off by PP.
This is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad. You wanted to rely on the carry for the laning, but even then, it was just a bit of help even from PP, together with the concussive blast just taking you out. Not to mention even another trade at least was taken, but that's just onto PP. So I think they're gonna be okay with that. Shin though in mid without the flicker won't be able to survive that attempt from Coily on this Ling. Does Bush find one? I don't think he will find a re-engage from Coily, and the damage.
Okay, game 2, let's go.
Pro are now 3-1 against E7.
All before Turtle as well. 700 gold lead in the hands of Pro. If they can translate this into a Turtle.
Ay, sakit lah bang kalau makan semua skill bang.
It's going very well for Pro, but Entity 7
Surely game man. Nothing new.
Down on the bottom as well.
Nothing new, nothing
There's
new.
no way. Okay, he does get to dash out of this. Doesn't have to purify, but this is looking bad. Both sides are not in favor of E7 just yet. Pro, they will have enough time to catch up to this objective. E7 are bursting it as much as they can, but the way of the dragon lands onto Bush. Tempest of Blades and Coily finally securing the turtle. E7 no longer want to fight Trex.
Exactly what we thought. You get that turtle, and now Pro has a huge lead. Luckily, Doom didn't go down the second time. He has already taken a death though. Purify is going to be up on the top side. Akashi taking
antara link yang makronya memang solid lah.
Just kind of suffering. You add that up with the mid lane as well, the pressure. Wait a second, a little bit of action. Kashi should be able to get away from this, but the pressure that Coily's been able to bring in the mid with Saw and P, Entity 7 is having trouble dealing with it all this early in the game.
Yep, Pro Esports have seemed to polish the early game, and they're dealing with E7 really, really well. This is something you were seeing from E7 yesterday when they were just able to dominate against Team Liquid, but right now Pro, after that loss, it seems like they've learned so much. Just even looking at the level advantage, you don't want to see your gold laner almost two levels behind at this point.
Dan 68, tak apa. Habis match ni aku gerak.
Does he get caught? He's
Ada
willing
lah
to exchange
tadi.
some blows. He can afford to.
Yeah, should
Bukan
be
ada
okay.
tadi.
Coily's
been amazing on the Ling so far, been amazing on the Assassin so far. The day that they beat SRG, the Harara was on point, but the pressure that they're constantly putting on Doom.
He didn't even have to move as much. PP was just there to use the Way of the Dragon, and saw with the Wrath of Dryad IMU.
Ada tadi.
Second time we see Doom taken out.
Dia dah Fury pun tapi ringnya tak ada, meninggal juga bodoh. Sian dia.
I don't know if NT7's just not getting the vision right now on
tak ada
Pro.
damage lagi.
If Vegine and Shin are just unable to keep up because Pro are attacking these off lanes non-stop. And NT7,
Can't
they
believe
shift up to the top, but all they're going for is
LPH went
gold grab,
home.
and they're unable to really protect their offlaners. They're
Went
having
home
trouble keeping
fighting
up with the
this.
rotations, and now we're looking at almost a 3K gold lead before second turtle into the hands of
It's
Pro. This is only going to get worse and worse very fast.
I'm only
Without you,
starting to
my
think of how E7
friend.
could maybe utilize the Eudora and the Hirara
Apa perasaan TLPH dia tengok E7 main macam ni, geng?
You don't really see much tanky heroes on their side. I think this is also why we question the carry pickup, because you don't necessarily need to shred anyone from Pro Esports lineup. But just the same, I don't think Shin and
Oracle dulu
Hydro
ah,
have
sebelum aku.
enough room to just connect and find a setup. Granted of how Pro Esports are so good at just limiting their movements right now, and they're again starting this objective. There's a setup coming in. Sorry, I'm Felix focusing onto Vaguin. Doesn't even get to use the Wrath of Dryad on time, and there he does. But the follow-up isn't going to be there. Counter Wrath of Dryad coming in from the original one at E7. But
Game 2, let's go. Tapi Pro Esports ni memang sedap lah, geng. Memang sedap lah. Aku rasa selain daripada game 1 yang jungle dia throw tu, tapi other than that, actually memang actually quite good lah.
Go to keep that gold at a minimum deficit, but at this point it's a little bit too late. We're 4K ahead into the hands of
Aku rasa macam kalau nak bagi Forte kan, dia punya synchronization as a team.
Hyde and Bush is going to just have to watch. They are going to go for the 1v1 up top, but I don't think that's a good idea for Hyde on Bush.
Okay, Coily doesn't have the Tempest of Blades, fortunately, for E7, so Hyde on Bush will be able to get out of that.
Kalau Pro Esports dengan Team Spirit, aku akan pilih Pro Esports.
Akashi trying to hold down the front.
Easily,
Coily trying to catch up as well. Vaguin goes in, does have the Wrath of Dryad, but it's actually the backline that Coily's after.
Bersih, mat. Bersih!
Couldn't taking care of the rest.
Aduh, 6K gold lead man at 6 by the way. How are you feeling, TLPH? How are you feeling watching this massacre?
Doom unable to output any damage. Akashi just getting shredded down immediately. And while that's happening, Vagine tries to make that engage, and Coily shows up and just completely destroys the back line. And so why does Vagine even go in for the Wrath of Dryad? This is the time that they need to kind of back off, alleviate the pressure, and try to stay as safe as possible. One more big lose like that in a big team fight, and it's a wrap.
And it's already big enough of a lead you're seeing.
Tuh, E7 back to default setting though. E7 back to first match.
Between the jungler, between the gold lane, so the spread of the lead is just looking too good for Pro Esports right now. The conversions are starting to come in.
Tapi masalahnya yang masih dia pernah lawan TLPH pun, I mean dia main sedap-sedap lah. Tapi tak adalah macam gila babi sangat ke apa. Tapi sebabkan TLPH terlalu tak bermain kan. So that normal improvement in gameplay tu pun dah cukup lah.
Pro Esports can 1v1 anyone on E7. Where do they go from here? Like I said, I think the best idea is stay together. No one can get caught alone. Even Hyde on Bush, even the Harara, who's got tons of iframes, tons of defensive measures to escape, is getting taken out by a Harith. Not even Coily, not even someone
Link dia memang sedap. Aku tak nafi. Kau ye ni link dia sedap. Irara dia ke. Tapi masalah dia, kau kena faham. Kalau tim dia tak bermain, tak ada mananya dia boleh buat benda yang kau nak tengok dia buat tu. So itu yang aku cakap dia punya yang sedap dekat Pro Esports ni. Dia bukannya macam one player ataupun one hero. Sebab dia dapat link. Sebab masalah dia tim dia pun hidup.
Because not even Akashi could just tank the damage. You see him falling down even to Sorry and Felix one-on-one, and now there's
dia tinggal
another
datang pergi back line kan.
There goes the Wrath of Dryad.
Malah dia pergi top terus. Kau tengok dia nak pergi buy one carry kau tu tadi tu. Nasib baik carry tu balik.
It's only Akashi and Doom left, but look at Coily getting back.
Lazim. Mati. Lol.
Shutdown instead from E7.
It's all right,
Shutdown.
honestly, for
Oh
Pro.
no.
I think at that point they didn't
Oh,
even
no.
have to keep that fight going, but
Oi.
they wanted to try to get Kuzin that Maniac or Savage. Another Zaman's Force drops. Kuzin should be able to get away safely here. Sorry, I'm Felix.
Bukan, dia mengharapkan yang dia dash tower tadi tu. Dia punya dash tu kena dekat kari. Kena kat SP.
It's a good thing PB and Soria and Felix were there, because that would have been shutdown after shutdown for E7 if ever they did actually find the kill onto Kozen. So we're looking at the replay right
Kau
now.
tengok Link. Dia tak nak pun yang ni. Dia nak pergi kat kari ke tu.
It could have been really good, honestly, for E7 if only they were able to
Sebab dia
maximize
tahu
the
kari
right
dia
of
tak ada
drive a bit
flicker kan.
more. But the sustained
So
damage
dia
from
boleh apa?
Kozen
Dia
is
boleh make
just
sure
too
pedang
much.
dia at least kena
There's
3
no
lah.
one to deal with these high mobility heroes who just constantly surprise the back and attack the back lines.
Where do they go from here? Once again, we keep asking the same question. Pro Esports so ahead. I mean, we've seen leads like this come before, and I mean, teams have been able to turn around, but NT7 with their composition, you've got Doom, you've got who hasn't been able, I mean, 0, 4, and 2 on a carry. This is a late game hero already. And the thing is yes, you normally use this to shred, but another pick?
It's going to be hide on Bush at that. It's at the exact same
Sergas.
time. They get to pick up the
Sergas.
two-man setup coming in from Soria and Felix, and Kuzen will be there to provide the damage. Doesn't care about the wrath of
Mati
Brian.
Basuran.
He is just going to go for the kills. Fortunately, he has the flicker for Vadim.
Ui, hujung dapat
he
juga.
goes. It's a
Dua
double
ni
steal
geng.
for Kuzen and all
Dia ni
turrets
memang
out
gila
to
loh. Kalau konsisten aku rasa, nice try tu. Nice try. Tak dia tak tahu lah. Tapi tu lah. Dia the kind of aggression yang aku tak suka lah. Bukan tak suka tu sebab dia ada sweet spot lah geng. Dia ada sweet spot yang kau ada sikit disiplin tu lah. Tapi pro ni dia macam terlebih sikit dekat daripada line sweet spot tu. Sikit.
How the fuck you can go to E2?
Pom. Oh. Dia sedikit reckless lah. Sedikit reckless yang contoh macam tadi tu lah, Link mati bagi shutdown tu kan. Benda-benda macam gitu lah. Sikit memang sikit. Tapi kalau di waktu dan tempat yang tak sepatutnya, kau kena comeback lah. Gitu. So, dapat.
They're playing KDA heroes right now. Pro Esports not even looking to end it. They want kills, they want blood. Trying to recover themselves after yesterday's loss. Kuzin right now, 9-0 in 7.
Wow.
He's untouched.
But if I have to pick, over aggression ataupun overly safe play, easily over aggression lah. Tapi dia tak ada macam aku cakap lah, dia tak adalah macam extreme sangat ke apa, over tu. Just slightly.
Would love to see exactly where Doom's at in the items. Has he got Trinity in just yet? Fully out. There it is. Has finally locked it in. He's hit the AK gold mark. Maybe we start to see a little bit more on the side of Agin. You haven't finished the antique Karas yet for physical defense. You have at least got Radiant armor, so there's a little something there. Only 2 items in onto Shin. They are behind to save
Nande kure.
Yeah, you have some damage.
Bro, bawa Emblem support Oracle buku pun cooldown rasa macam tak cukup.
Can't actually get in there.
Lagi
Every
ada
time you do
buku,
get
man.
past, Sar and Felix catches you, or Saw steals the Wrath of the Dryad and catches you, and it's the same thing for Akasi trying to come in to absorb the damage.
I feel bad for both Hyde on Bush and Doom. Really, you want to find these creative
Link,
angles.
nampak benda-benda macam tu lah. Nampak? Dia kan tak adalah teruk sangat kan benda dia buat tu kan. Tapi dia memang darah muda. Darah muda. Muda player ni.
There's so much catching up to do. I agree. It's just so tough for him to go in. You have to anticipate so much punish. Soria and Felix, Sa. There's just a multitude of ways that
dia buat macam main rank. Betul, itu paling tepat lah. Betul, itu paling tepat. Dia buat macam main rank. Tapi dia padu depan dua. Tengok. Dapat. Oi, boleh healthy. Mati surah. Picang. Gila. Picang.
E7 turning that around.
Yeah, able to get a big catch, and the damage does seem to be there. We talked about this the other day. All it takes is 2 items for Eudora to really start outputting. It took about 12 minutes to get those 2 items, but Shin is finally there along with Doom. Pops a speedy light wheel, and the combo together. It's a lot of damage. Saw everyone just had to essentially run for the hills. 2 members go down. Lord is still coming, though. Pro Esports unable to stall it. It's just going to be 3 pushing in.
Great timings from E7 here, the Wrath of Dryad especially. Coily, going for high on push, there's just too much damage already from each basic attack that you get to see from Coily, but just because Kuzen and Soria and Felix aren't here, E7 defend and live for a bit more longer in this game.
All right, so Entity 7 able to defend, but they still have no inhibitors. Have only taken 1 structure away from Pro Esports. And Pro Esports are hungry for the end.
PP wanted to go for something there. I think a bit too...
Dia macam adrenalin level dia sentiasa 10/10 lah. Kalau turun pun 9.5.
Pro Esports, they're not all ready for the engage just yet. So E7 again defending. They're taking it slow. Bit by bit, we're getting there. We saw Doom on the 8k gold mark earlier. Now he is actually complete.
All it took was a couple minutes, a couple kills, a little bit of gold between the teams, some shutdowns, and he now has the rose gold in. Be prepared to see some item swapping. This is big for Doom. This is big for Entity 7.
Oh, it's Shin all over again. They reload Shin. First Wrath of Dryad, final use here by Baggett, but gets knocked up by the Tempest of Blades as well. And Kuzen on the other side trying to take down Akashi. Will be able to do so as Doom.
Kemas linknya. Kemas. Dia nampak Kari buka ulti, dia tak kutip apa pedang dia. Sebab dia tahu kalau dia kutip, masa dia terbang patah balik, oh either dia mati ataupun dia lasit dah. Lawan lah dulu. Oi, lawan lah dulu. Ya ampun. Bodoh dah confirm menang oh kalau lawan dulu. Ai. Dapat. Satu lagi. 5 second. Wah, hilang.
5 seconds for Shin. Kuzen drops
lagi ke bang?
with the iframes. They're still to defend. Kuzen just wants free shots.
Dia buri. Itulah berani mati ke.
And now E7 defend once more.
Aduh, dia bait Dora tu dah nice lah. Sebab dia ada puri kan.
Like I said, the momentums from yesterday's game still hold strong as they hold strong for their
itulah dia, itulah very good example-nya. Dia macam sikit. Kalau tadi dia team fight dulu hariknya, instead of ultinya full on crystal, dah menang.
This is something our panelists mentioned is back in.
Wah, nice flicker. Nice flicker Dora.
Can they finally get this objective?
This yang MSC macam ada new legend champion.
Turning things around. Hydon Bush finds a double.
Kamu udah mati. Macam boleh kena end ini bang.
Bila ini boleh dapat.
You can't park there, sir. Oh, tapi minion besar tu belah kiri. Maybe sempat. Minion besar dia tahu. Lepas tu kalau Harit dengan Chor di pressure lane ni.
You know, we gotta say they got that dog in them right now. And they are ready to push this game to the limits, pushing Pro Esports to the limits. It's
Pro thrower, yep. 2 team fight dia throw.
Pro Esports.
Dua team fight tu masalahnya. Like that comeback ah. Tak ada kredit sangat ah dekat E7. Dia main je, dia capitalize je lah sikit-sikit kan. Bangkit betul.
It's the villain arc right now. You gotta go through pain sometimes.
Sakit.
Ready for the big battle, and Coily can no longer win the 1v1 against Hydon Bush.
Bro, macam tak boleh masuk base dia sedih. Aku expect satu inhibitor at least. Damn, not even satu inhibitor. Tak, sebab Pro ada 3 wave besar. Inhibitor dah pecah.
Imagine that E7 are suddenly the ones in control. That 10k gold lead is nowhere to be found.
No, we are officially in late game now. Maxed items all around. Immortality has been picked up by Doom along with the rose gold. This is what I was talking about when we talk about the item swapping, and this is where a carry becomes extremely dangerous.
Orang kena winter. Tak boleh tak winter ah.
Probably one of the most vicious marksmans you can go up against. Once you have the capability to start hopping around with items, the amount of damage, it's just so hard to pick off. You add that up with the Purify instead
of Harit je pun gila kau tengok Harit. Dia kalau lawan burst ni kau tak boleh buat item tu, kena botol lah. Like buku atau wish lantern tu kena tukar dengan botol lah at least. Kalau lagi bagus sebenarnya buku wish lantern tu memang swap je botol dengan botol dengan Bloodwing. Tak, sebab burstnya gila sangat bodoh. Dora, Hirara, Karin. Kau tak ada that extra HP, extra shield, parah man. Parah, tu dia beli botol. Dengar. Oracle dia boleh tapi sekarang macam apa? Botol dengan Bloodwing tu nice lah. Sebab at the same time kau dapat magic power sekali. Kalau macam Oracle kan memang purely untuk sustain, untuk shield aja. Dengan base HP tinggi.
KDA you're going to see on a carry, but we're in a different timeline now. We're 19 minutes into this game. I feel like this is already matter, but that's a lot more defense items getting picked up.
Valen-nya memang tadi targetingnya pun pergi saja buruk kat Karin. Tapi aku rasa Valen-nya pun kena winter kalau dia nak flicker combo.
Nanti gap berapa hari knockout?
Wait. So that's no, because you get some shield from
bodoh gak aku ni memanglah dah Athena bodoh 2 hari.
You go into rose gold, you pick up rose gold. You go into immortality, you pick up winter crown.
Wah, Hirara.
I don't know.
It's a lot of buy and sells, but who gets this?
Dai Belen dapat pula. Link tengah bantai. Dia nak perang bodoh, nak perang.
And now it's a disengage for E7. They don't want any trades.
Wasted on Akashi there. And that helps Entity 7 secure this Lord, enhanced Lord at that.
Padahal cu ada flicker, ada sepak lagi. Rugi lah.
They may not be able to end here, but they can at least
sebab pro tak ada desperation pun nak load ni sebab dia dah ada wave besar kan. So kalau contoh memang betul-betul dia nak tak boleh tu, link tak cukup. Terlalu sustain Hirara kau nak solo. Bincang. Kena. Tak sampai bang. Nice try. Nice try. Tak boleh. Link kalau buy one late game Hirara mana cukup dah. Pedih sangat dia. Sama-sama pedih tapi Hirara punya cooldown jauh lagi ni kan. Sebab dia ada inhibi kan. Ya, satu inhibitor finally. Or not, I guess. Tak ada flicker. What inhibitor tu. Link. Mana ni motor kau? Aduh, tadi. Sapit mang. Best. Tahu atas. Oi.
It's only 2 members up with 40-second death counters on Entity 7.
Tak ada lah. Ni pun tak adalah cantik pun main. Sebab kau kena faham yang dia comeback tu majorly because pro ni throwing nak mampus. So sebab pecah tau. Tak boleh balik. Bincang. Berapa second ni Dora? 5 second. Wave tak ada. Okay. Ada retry tak? Dah! Tak lupa. Retry! Empat second woi. Boleh. Dia kena balik lah. Right. Tak mati pula tu Hirara je. Kick game betul tu. Game kick. Aku rasa ni game paling kick ah, bukan in a way yang apa macam teruk sangat ke apa. Dia kick je.
Akashi's up in 17 seconds, and it's a 5v5 once again.
Aduh. Kick.
Hide on Bush picks up a purple buff. It's down to the wire once again.
Yeah, Shin has to be very particular of his positioning this time. Lord already below half HP. Valkyrie getting bursted down. Both Wrath of Dragon already committed.
Hit by in a fun way.
Nampak. Habis kah? Habis. Selesai.
Selesai. Akashi, the only one left.
When in doubt, sorry, I'm Felix continues to get those big sets for the team.
Like legit kalau aku rasa kan, kalau pro e-sport ni dia tak ada bahagian yang throwing aku rasa dia boleh sekelas Aurora. Skop MSC lah, skop MSC. Dia tak ada benda yang extra gerakan tambahan dia banyak gerakan tambahan kepada gerakan tambahan. Itu yang masalah. Mana tadi? Minit berapa lah? Base. Dekat base tadi. Mana minit berapa lah? Yang first look lah? First look. Yang nak end tapi pergi fokus kristal. Lepas tu sebelah fokus kristal, sebelah fokus ni. Ni kot. Ni kot. Yang lagi lepas hari reset kan? Oh tak ada, second load. Third load. Oh ni. Yang ini. Ini. Okay, ada pada team fight ni Contohnya. Pum! Sepak dorah. Tang. Valen sembuh. Teras. Terus hilang. Link terus ulti. Naik elak Bailey punya ni. Puing. Linknya. Pup. Dia bersabar. Dia bersabar sebab dia tahu Link Kari tengah buka ulti kan. Bila dia nampak opening. Barulah dia pergi. Pup. Pum. Kemas. Okay. Handsome Linknya. Tapi lepas tu. Kau faham tak benda-benda je. Dia macam. Aku nak langgar je. Aku tak kira. Teras. Hilang. Aku tak kira. Nyawa aku tak ada. Tirana. Apa dia? I don't care bro. I don't care. Okay. I just want to langgar. Ni. Dia benda kecil-kecil tapi banyak. Ni kan. Sebelah nak tengah pegang. Sebelah ketuk ni wave tak masuk. Faham tak? Sedangkan kalau lawan je 4 lawan 2 dah confirm lah menang. Dah habis dah.
Selagi skill
lama lagi kau tengok enemy. Kau tengok timer. Kau tengok timer 20 second je. Kau tahu 20 second tu dekat Land of Dawn engkau dah beranak 2 kali ke? Tak payahlah kau nak kalut-kalut. Lawan aje lah. Hai. Bukan tak nampak minion tak masuk. Nampak aje men. Langsung saja ketuk kristal. Lepas tu semua lasit kan. Diacak-acak pula. Harip pula dah tak ada ulti. Hai berat. Itulah benda-bendanya. Dia macam on a roll tau. Tapi sebabkan diorang memang fundamentally power, itu yang diorang boleh pergi main macam tu. Fundamentally power, lepas tu dia punya apa? Dia punya synchronization pun cantik kan. So tak adalah macam buat benda tu macam seorang-seorang sangat ke apa kan. Memang semua kalau pergi kan. Ramai kan.
Because there were a couple mistakes made. I know you had some of this on the house earlier on because a minor decision, like for example, using a battle spell or using one of the defensive items or not getting the setup you're looking for, all those little, let's say, mistakes could lead into a game loss here. And as you guys know, again, this match is a decider match, so
you don't want that to happen and then going into the next game.
Somebody's key is getting crushed. Somebody is moving on, making a historic run, guaranteeing at least $100,000 for their efforts. Top 8 and a chance at glory here in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet at EWC. LaFell, you took a
tak ada gerakan tambahan kepada gerakan tambahan. Gerakan tambahan yang first tu memang perlu.
So first of all, we got to look at
yang
there's quite a
lagi
few
satu
things that
dulu.
we have to look at, but first of all,
Kena tone down
in terms
sikit.
of
Tak adalah
drafts,
kena
the question
buang
mark
completely
really
ke apa.
is on this
Kena tone down
carry,
sikit.
just because it doesn't really solve a problem
Power tu
that's
Tole
presented
Nafi
here
tu.
by Pro Esports
Tole Nafi,
because
Tole Nafi.
there's
Memang
not a
solid.
lot of high
Bukan solid lah,
HP
solid
heroes,
tak
so
tepat
it
lah.
doesn't fully utilize
Sebab
the
nak
passive
dapat
that the carry
nak dapat
has.
title solid
But
kena
more importantly,
consistent.
it doesn't protect yourself. And
Kena
we're gonna be seeing
tak
that
ada
in the
gerakan
clips
tambahan
here
kepada
where
gerakan tambahan. So
this is basically what happens in the
Why,
early
break
games.
out.
By the way, what Pro Esports
And
does so
then-
well in this game and previous games on how they got a 10,000 goal lead is
But all in all,
they
sedap lah
perform
tengok.
the best at an open map, right?
We'll
When
take
everything
that
is still there,
over
they can
team
capitalize on
vlogging
everything,
any
where
other day.
If you're gonna be looking at the map here, you can see that in terms of the position, they're playing a 3-2 position, right? So 3 at the top and then 2 at the bottom, because one of the reasons that they understood is that Doom made a crucial mistake where this is basically like the safe place for you to be as a gold laner, and multiple
Atau
times
main bateri
Doom actually
12%.
stays in this area, which yes, he wins the lane, but you're going up against a Ling. Ling moves very fast in the game, and we can see here that's basically how it keeps going on. See, Doom moves forward again, gets ganked. I'm only showing this clip, but it happens multiple times as we see in the game. I feel like the first 3 to 4 ganks are all in the gold lane, so that is something that could have been remedied if they pick up something like a Moskov, because Moskov can basically protect himself. He doesn't need any rotation. And you see, honestly, there's no rotation going to the gold lane coming in from Entity 7. And this also shows why I would say the best win condition for Pro Esports is just to play outside of the base. Once you get inside the base, it does become quite difficult, because if we look at the square that Entity 7 always forms, they try to clump up together, but what Entity 7 does is they split them up. It's not a front to back, it's front and back. As we see the team fight coming up here, they are pulling the front line away, and then you can see a clear separation here where the front line as well as the back line is clearly separated, and the one going for the back line is both the gold laner as well as the jungler. Massive damage, and there's really nothing that Entity 7 can do, and this is why Entity 7 keeps losing those team fights. They just get separated, but then things start to change when we start going into the map here. Get into the base. This is one time where I would say they made a grave mistake, where they're put into a situation where we can see multiple members got stunned up by PP on this Bellic, right? A very big ult hits onto basically everyone. Look at all the taunts there. Everyone was taunted, and that's the reason why they lost this fight. But then we go into the base, which, by the way, hide on bush. This
Crazy. Man.
I would say this is a career-defining highlight where you can basically show to all the teams, like, this is what I can do, right? On the Herrera. But also, this is why they cannot end the game. This is something that they've done in the previous draft as well, where they're so good at splitting the fight. But what if there's no way to split them up anymore? They're always going to be clumped up, and you're going to make a mistake. So I feel like that's something that they have to look forward to, where you can play at open map perfectly.
Right.
But once you're inside the base, what's the next step? We see that the Joe try to kick someone else to separate them, but sometimes it's not that easy.
Yeah, and it feels like, I mean, I'd rather be, if I were, and if maybe you guys let us know in the chat as well, I would probably rather be Pro Esports in that situation, where I have all the energy, all the momentum, the gold lead early on, everyone's doing well, and the only issue is how do we get through to that final portion of the base. I feel like it's a scary type of situation that we saw Entity 7 put themselves in, and the Moskov did come into our attention in the draft. Is it on your attention now, getting Doom on something more comfortable, something he could protect himself more from those picks coming in from the roam?
I think it was almost unanimous when a lot of people, when that carry was picked up in the draft, that last pick, I think some people definitely shared their sentiments about that. Even the casters, I heard them mention it too. And it is one of those things where, again, in late game, and we saw this late game get to that point where, yeah, the carry can shred even through the Lord, right? But yes, maybe something like the Moskov where you have a little more space to work with. You can play the long game if you want to, stay on the other side of the map, join the fights with SOD. You know you're up against a matchup like that where Kozin gets his Hereth. again, this Harith is Cozen's probably one of his best picks that he has in the gold lane, and you saw just how they played that. So Moskov might be one of them, but I think even for Entity 7, they really need to get the ball rolling in their favor early on, because I feel like that's where they're able to go ahead and build up.
Also, when you do get a lead, you got to make sure that you're very disciplined, because something that we were not able to clip just because it happened so fast, but once they got a lead, we saw Coily on that lane trying to run away, and then Shin tries to stun him, even expanding that flicker. That is one of those situations where if you can catch him, you could have ended the game.
Yep.
But he couldn't, and then that's just an avenue that Pro Esports saw, like, hey, he doesn't have a flicker. We can go in, and then we can start holding the map again.
And that's how crucial battle spell timings are, especially in that type of game where that information is enough to say, you know what, now we're gonna go take out Shin or whoever burned that flicker. That's an automatic kill for us. That's an automatic advantage in a team fight.
It all comes down to this one for Entity 7, who's representing the Americas. From South America, the last time they had graced a main stage like this, from my understanding, is M4 with RRQ Acura. And that was in 2023. They've been rebuilding in that region ever since. This is the result of that. Can Entity 7 find a way to clamber back and get into this matchup again? Pro Esports looked the better. They got the win. One more game for them, and they're through to the knockouts.
I feel like one thing that they can do to slow the game down is
Langsung
to
saja,
have
2-0.
one person to basically track where Coily is, because in that game, he was perfectly free. Right? Yep. Whenever he goes to the goal lane,
great point.
No one stops him. Whenever he wants to go for those objectives,
Dah pukul 8
no
aku sikit.
kill
Sampai
the mid
habis
as
match
well
ni,
as the
ah.
goal lane, no one stopped him. You need one person to keep track of that guy.
Well, like, when you have a character who's so mobile, that's one thing. But when you have a team that's so committed to grouping up, I mean, it's even making that mobility even more effective, because no one's going to go chase him down. I don't want to play like that.
Yeah, that's one of the things, though, especially with a Ling, right? Like, it's like you want to keep track of him and keep tabs on him, but at the same time, like, Ling's can't just allows him to be everywhere he needs to be, and then you put him in hands like a specialist like Coily, even more so is it a difficult task to deal with. And that's so this time we might see some different things. Entity 7 is going to be on that blue side for that first pick.
You know what?
Baju aku tak ada
When during the draft, we're like, yeah, just don't get stunned. And look at how many times he got stunned. Not much.
Not much.
Only like once or twice.
High ceiling, Coily proving he just really is that good. One of the junglers we've been keeping an eye on. Pro Esports looking to use his expertise and ability going into the next stage. Hainan Bush has been getting a lot of conversation on the LATAM side. The man of many hats. Hainan Bush does it all for his squad, leading as the jungler, captain, shot caller, and taking on coaching and analytical duties whenever needed.
That's a lot of responsibility.
That sounds underpaid.
Hey, we don't know his salaries, but if they go forward to the knockout stage, you know?
Hey, that's a big
Stormtrooper,
salary.
boom.
Yeah, big salary, but, you know, give it up to Hainan Bush. Again, like I said,
True
he is one of the
Ripachi.
mainstay members from Entity 7. Very, very experienced player. Has, even now, just showcasing a lot of what they're capable of doing. So,
Tirara open,
to
Atlas
know that
open.
he's also shot calling and doing all this, too.
I know.
That's kind of is a huge statement for himself and the team.
Well, we asked what they would do about Coily's Ling. They ban it. They don't want to deal with it. The Harara also banned as well in response, alongside the mainstays, Freya and Marcel.
Atlas.
Fanny and Valentina, which they didn't like. Maybe a soft counter to the
Si
Belric,
dia
which they
ini
enjoy
dia.
playing. But this
Ini
time,
Ben.
it opens up an even stronger pick, the
Yes.
Atlas first, which could mean a Eudora response here.
Valer.
And I wonder if they want to pick up a Nolan early, because
Ludin.
Nolan is filling the spot of what a Ling wants to do, a Harara wants to
Zetian.
do. I feel like if you have to go for a Yeast and Shin, then, I don't know, there's just too much counters now.
I like how just by simply panning out the Ling and the Hirara, it already changes the course of the draft, and then it'll change, you know, obviously in the game too. Atlas being picked up, and they took care of the Valentina, so you don't have to worry about a Fatal Links being stolen by Pro Esports. If you're Entity 7, you can build on that. But this does leave open now quite a few options to take right on the swing. So you still have the Belric available. You can go ahead and, what else power play move? What else is in the mid that you would actually go for here now that you have that? Or do you just go ahead and secure something else?
I feel like it is fine to delay it just a little bit, which, by the way, honestly, very good opener coming in from Entity 7 because betting on the Fanny as well as the Ling and then the Valentina,
Oh, no.
that proves to be, I feel like that's a good
Oh,
way
no.
to open up
Second
going
take boss.
up against Pro Esports. Just that if they do win and
Yeah.
the Pro Esport
Oh,
lose, Pro
no.
Esport can take that first pick again and then deny
Oh,
them of this strat.
no.
Anyways, when it comes to the mid, I really feel like it heavily depends on what your jungler is going to be. For example, if you're going to pick up a utility jungler, say Fredrin and a Kai or whatever, you need a mid with a little bit more range to back him up whenever he does go for those neutral takes. But then if you're using something with damage like a Nolan, maybe even a
Jangan paus
Harley,
Rino.
you need a mid that can set it up.
Oh,
So
no.
that's why we see Valentina's still being okay, even though it's a mid-range, not long range, but you got crowd control and you got some amount
Saja
of burst
melambatkan
damage,
mid
making it
kuning merah.
easier for those assassins to actually get the kill. So
Kuning
I
merah?
really feel like it's
Selangor.
dependent on what the jungler is going to be.
Selangor Jaya.
Okay, so we got word. It is they're gonna go ahead and sort things out here
Wait,
for this
siapa Hansen
draft.
ni?
I'm wondering if we'll still see that at least the Atlas picked up or not. Probably same bands I'm expecting, but what was that one combo we saw? Was it just yesterday where the Nolan was picked up and that amount of bursts that they had? Because Nolan's only been picked up, what, literally twice, I think it is so far?
One of them was from Guangzhou Recall, using the Nolan.
Yeah.
Even in a game that they lost, the burst
Tama
from
dalawa.
Nolan is
Tama
insane
dalawa.
because the buffs make it so that the Nolan can basically spam his abilities, making it very hard to catch, but also just does quite a lot of damage. And now the
Zuzin,
Uranus as well as the
Urano.
Zushin picked up, and I feel like this is kind of a deny, saying that if you want to go for a tank jungle, hey, good luck.
This is already different, right? Uranus, Dushin going over on those first picks for red side here for Pro Esports. Now for Entity 7, you already got yourself an Atlas. You know that you can play around the setup potential. You know that too. You're gonna have to get through some purifies, but you can take your jungler now, hold on to it. Maybe the mid lane option as well.
Barca, let's go!
Because you already have to deal with the Jushin.
Barca!
Eve is not a bad pick, yeah. Because in terms of
Lilia,
damage
Zedian,
junglers,
among the
now
playing
it's like all the
exist.
niche ones like the Nolan,
Muka Idora, bang.
Saber,
Ush, Wing sana yuk.
Oh, Gwyn. Oh,
It's
God,
been a
I forgot about
while.
Gwyn as well as the Moskov gets picked up here, which
It's
NT7
been
for
a
now has a lot of
long
crowd
day.
control.
Yeah, there's a YSS you
Om
mentioned
Chang,
too.
Damn.
So YSS being picked up again. This hero.
Damn, after nampak Gwyn, Atlas dan
It's only
Moskov.
one game.
Wow.
Game win right now for the YSS. So
Gangster.
Yes.
Yeah. Yesterday.
Din jungle,
Moskov though
Rino
picked up. We
favorite.
wanted to see that adjustment.
Yep,
They
my
made.
favorite.
Also taking out two
Gwyn
of the
jungle,
picks that were
Idora
used
mid
on
lane,
the side of Pro Esports.
Uranus
Like
ESP.
Valentina and the Ling, adding Guinevere to the rounding of that first three.
Golen ni Sonseng.
Will this
Roma
be
apa Roma aku tak
another
suka ni?
bit of drama
Tak
that
ada.
continues? Because if they have this and it loses
Ada,
again,
ada.
goes to about 1-7
Maybe
in
Bellery
this
ah,
tournament,
Bellery.
and you gotta start
But
saying,
bukan sebab
guys,
dia
we
tak kuat
need
lah, dia
another
overhype,
option.
overhype.
The YSS is just. I mean,
Belum Bellery ah.
most teams
Okay.
have either just gone with it or they go
Sama
with
macam
the double
Dora-Dora
fighter in
kan.
the side
Dia
lanes.
bukan tak kuat, dia
to try to
overhype.
make that
So,
work, but you can already see some of the focus again on
Dream
XP
team, dream team.
options for Entity 7 to be picked up here.
So I feel like NT7's got to ban out that Paquito.
Yeah.
Right, Paquito is, I think, will win Pro Esport Draft. Because right now, this Isin Shin is not a bad pick because it's not going up against the Ling, it's not going up against Aurora,
Kau tak
and it's
suka
not going up
mati
against the
Levi.
Claude, right? So for now, in terms of the dive, it's just the Guinevere. And at that point, kind of the same thing as before, just don't get stunned. Right, and I feel like there's not enough
Koneng
threats here.
get ready
Pro
to
Esport,
gendong.
if they pick up the
Gendong
Paquito
tim
here,
sebelah.
I think it will really make Entity 7 difficult to finish up
Low
their draft.
XP.
Yeah, Paquito
Hari-
open. It's going to be a Harith, though. So, again, this is his pick. This is Kozen's one of his favorite, if not the favorite hero that he's got. You just saw an amazing game performance here from the previous
Mana cuci ni?
match in game 1, so you might as well go ahead and get it.
Alin.
This is, so for this YSS, you still set it up, but you also can lean
Ay,
towards the
problem dia.
Harith power spike later on if you have to.
I feel like either Eve or Gort might be
Wait,
okay
Macam
here
Dong, oh, muka dia.
because there's not too many
Tahu Dong tak?
dives
Dong, Dong.
go in.
Dong
so I
CS
feel like
dulu.
either Eve or Gort should
Ah,
be
ni, ni.
fine. And yeah, I feel like the Hive has so
Asian
much
Dong.
kill potential even after first item. So again, that's just Pro Esport playing their map. As long as the map is open,
main pun
we're
kena
gonna
ulti
split the front and the back, and they're able to do something with it.
We have a technical pause here. We're continuing on this draft. The importance of where we stand cannot be understated.
Shin, Hide on Bush, Akashi picked for their team. Obviously, just in name right now. Not necessarily what they're going to be playing. The Mozkov instead is going to be going up against the Aerith, the Yisun Shin. The Zushin and the Uranus were left off of the ban list this time around, and Pro Esports will grab. As you see, sorry, I'm Felix on your camera. He said in response to, why is your name Sorry, I'm Felix? Well, just because when I go at you and I take you down, I want to say sorry for my actions, but then I want to introduce myself as well, Naisu, which is polite.
Yeah, I like how he, he picked up the Sora in the previous game. You don't see Sora too often anymore, man, but, he played it near perfectly. And a lot of the initiations that he had or the setups that he had, you kind of remind yourself, like, oh yeah, Sora.
So sebab tu aku cakap Asian tu.
But, again, these XP options left on the table are important here.
Yeah, I feel like we just don't see enough Soras just because in lane some of these very tanky,
habiskan dulu lah match ni, barulah aku boleh pergi selamatkan bumi.
Kind of makes the Sora feel a bit annoying to play, but hey, once you avoid or overcome that obstacle, everything becomes fine. So now when it comes to the draft, looking back into it, I'm not 100% on Entity 7's draft for now.
What do you think about Barats?
Barats?
What do you think about it? It's available.
And I feel like wait, he wasn't banned. Oh yeah. I don't know, because right now for Entity 7, kind of like the same as the first game, their draft doesn't answer the problem, and that's kind of a problem in itself. Even if they do pick up the Barats here, I don't necessarily feel like it solves a problem. If they both can have Purify, and catching the Yisun Shin is going to be nigh impossible, so I think it's okay in lane. It's just that after that, I'm not so sure.
Okay, there's the Paquito you were looking to see.
Punch for a punch.
What
I'm thinking Eve is okay.
Yeah,
not Eve Gord.
I was going to say Eve or Gord. Gord is really taking a sit down too. Yeah, he's picked up. Teams have kind of figured out how to play against him, but obviously you still have so much threat with his ultimate, the little bit of stuns.
I feel like Hylos is fine.
Hylos could work here. You help with that slow or the speed up for your team, and even the stuns too. So this is again playing around your YSS, but this is a different game plan just because even if the YSS can't scale up the way you're looking for, then you lean towards the Harith. The Jushin, even with that nerf, again, she's still a threat. It's almost like that, the Sora to an extent where it's like, oh yeah, there's still a lot of utility that's available here to set things up for your favor on the team fight. And the answer is going to be the Gatukacha. So a good, sturdy lineup to go ahead and protect your members here if you're Pro Esports.
Yeah, I feel like they pick up the Gatot here just because the main threat is going to be the Mozkov as well as the Keto, and his passive works really well going up against physical damage dealers. So we'll see how it turns out for now. Pro Esport does seem to have a pretty good draft. It's only like 10 days to work out.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, guys. Not waiting too long, though, because Game 2 is right around the corner.
Memang menangis lagi.
Been a topic of conversation here at MSC.
Kalau Sonseng ni bermain juga kan.
Here on the Lenovo Legion
Dah lah,
Gauntlet,
Koye ni memang patut beli. Tapi sebat dia sikit. Supaya tak overbabrar. Biar disiplin sikit. Langsung saja bro, best jungler. Langsung.
We're jumping back in. It's match point for Pro Esports. But if we take anything from game number 1, it's that Entity 7 will push them to their limits. Taking a look at the drafts, Brigida, I am a fan of Entity 7's draft here. So much combo play, so much ability to just work together. And even if one member misses a skill, someone else can back it up. Pro Esports, on the other hand, they went for this YSS. And the only time we've seen the YSS work so far, which is once, is with the double fighter. They take the risk. They pick up Kuzan on a comfort pick with this Harith. Do we think it's worth it? Do we think this can work?
That's something we figure out here because
gila Sonseng ni kau.
feels like it's been patches ago since we last saw them both together. But now that's not looking
tak tahulah.
to answer your question.
Tak tahu nak kabur. Dia irara kot.
Not making it is worth it.
And this is where one of my thoughts on why the YSS
Bakit betul
has
aku ingat kan
trouble.
dia nak skill 2 lepas tu
It's such
timing
a high
retry
crowd
dash keluar.
control
Malah
right
masuk
now.
ke dalam
And when
babi.
we take a look at Entity 7, literally every single hero in their lineup has some form of, if not big, at least
Itulah
small
sebabnya.
crowd control,
Itulah
small
sebabnya
stuns,
dia tak boleh
big
masuk
stuns all
list
around the
players to
board.
watch.
And it's going to make Koi's job so hard here, especially with the fact that they don't. Ooh, a little bit more action.
Mystic Injunction, that's gonna be PP, a very tanky hero though, but yes, they might look small, but they could eventually become bigger. They could link up. You mentioned it, the hero synergies you're seeing. It's an Atlas Guinevere all over again, and we've seen countless times these two heroes being linked together. But
Mati kak. Aduh,
if he goes
sedihnya.
down too, that's really bad for Pro. Both carries have been taken out, but there might be a trade here. Coily
Golden for jungle.
on Bush.
Surprise hide on Bush re-engaged on that one. I felt like maybe he'd just go for the runaway. Maybe didn't expect the Mountain Shocker to get the stun. Maybe he
Sempat
thought
makan
he could
plating.
get a quick
Oh,
final
nak awan.
Requiem off if he get the stacks off. But he does go down. Still not a horrible trade for Kuzen, but the thing is, it does give Pro Esports some time to tie things up here.
Yep, and they will try to secure this objective for themselves. Hide on Bush, jumping in, Mystic Gush together to the burst is coming through for E7, but PP still alive. Does finally get taken out. Akashi needed the flicker to get that, and on the other hand,
Hujungnya semua. Aduh, Sonseng tinggal lah dulu. Ayayay.
so much for Pro.
Ayayay.
Space to get the objective, and Sa's still alive.
Aku rasa kalau dia tinggal tadi dia dapat bunuh 2 at least lah. Tapi 3 tak jauh lah.
Brings him down to about 10%, but Akashi goes down coyly. Able to get a quick pick off. And just when it felt like Entity 7 may have gotten a lead there, Pro Esports escape with a decent trade along with their Lord. I mean, along with Turtle.
Kuzen knows them in force. Baggett doesn't have the fatal links too. PP will be there to help them just a bit. And Doom might not go for the follow-up and re-engage. Still level 3, but he's about to get it really soon. There you go. But it wasn't in time to find a punish onto Kuzen. So at least for now, Pro Esports, they are behind in terms of kills, but somewhat because they were able to just allow Coily to bounce back, I think that's what really matters the most for now. They at least kind of recovered what went away or what nearly went down for them in terms of their win con. But PP? Oh, he has no way out of that.
No way out at all. A small pick off for Entity 7. You know, you mentioned it. Coily getting those 2 kills is huge, especially after taking the death early on. It's what you want on this YSS. He needs to be able to scale, especially with the odds that are stacked against him. With how much crowd control's out there, every hit's gonna matter. And he needs to make sure the damage is stacked up, and that's what you want to see from YSS in these types of fights. Luckily, Sara and Felix also doing a decent job. He's taken a death, but Akashi has as well. Death's pretty spread out amongst the field.
Hide on Bush. The way that they're able to constantly engage and do it alongside Vagon, I think is something Pro Esports really need to pay attention to. You are put in a spot when it comes to using your phraseless. Coily and the amount of ways that he needs to dodge everything, I think is eventually going to take a toll on them. If Pro Esports are not able to create enough space.
Sebab dia tak biasa main hero handicap. Hero-hero beban ni dia susah. Susah dia nak tabrak-tabrak dia cakap.
Especially with the AOG. Well, you see right now they're both holding.
Dia biasa main hero high mechanic. Tiba-tiba main hero yang tak ada button. Ada yang lock.
Does get that Hunter strike in right before this fight. Might be able to do a little more damage, a little more speed.
Oh, Kuzen. Is he going to use the Zaman Force now? Akashi onto Kuzen right now. Does force out the Zaman Force. Orion Felix too, trying to go for the zone. Akashi has a lot of damage. Mountain Shocker already used. It's Pro Esports taking control of the objective. E7 couldn't even
surprisingly
get
Atlas ni struggle dulu nak main.
Thinks he can go for Kuzen, but wait a second, little damage.
Why? BB actually jumping in with the AOG.
Oi, tak mati. No fucking way, bro. No fucking way dia tak mati. No way. Ui, lamanya. Mati kor dia. Aduh, ada trade. Woi. Oh, ada lagi. Ada halti bodoh geng. Picang. Oh, tak sampai. Dapat Gwyn pergi patah balik pula. Aduh. Mati bos kau.
What are you doing? Not like this. jumps in thinking he's going to be the hero, jumps in thinking he can save the day, but Coily was ready and waiting. The back and forth of
Tadi
that
Gwyn tu
last
pergi
fight.
patah balik.
And I
Skill
mean,
hari satu
let's
dah
be
tak
honest,
kena
both
sebenarnya.
teams made some
Tapi dia nampak
mistakes.
pagi tu
Both
pergi kan.
teams threw some bodies
Ya, aku
in
dah Gwyn lah.
when they shouldn't have. On the boss side, Doom gets 1v2'd. Sarian Felix makes his way up to try to help out, and honestly, this is not a
Panjang
bad
replay
play.
ni.
Look at the amount of damage Sarian Felix is able to
Panjang
help with.
replay ni,
Gets the
bang.
kill onto Shin, and at this point, E7 has to back
Tengok
up.
Gwyn.
Poison's not done yet. He's under
Tak
the
kena lah. Dia patah balik.
The fight should have ended there. Once Poison
Makan
backs off,
sikit satu hari
Kashi's back
yang
up.
kat
But for
tengah
some
tu.
reason, Doom felt
Meninggal.
like he could be the hero.
We gotta see Doom Moskov last night, or Doom carry game 1, who was very particular and cautious of his positioning, because he's getting caught a lot more often than we expected him to be on this Moskov so far in this game. Kuzen, another Zaman Force already used, and hide on Bush. He is no longer afraid to deal with him. Even without the Purify, Kuzen was just ready to take that fight on. So we're seeing another turtle in just 4 seconds. E7 have yet to take a single one over to their side. Can they actually make it and position themselves around it this time?
Yeah, it's definitely important for Entity 7 to maybe try to gain some ground here. They're down about 3k gold though, so if they lose another big fight, it could look very similar to game number 1. So honestly, smartest move at this point, just give it up, look for play elsewhere. Doom is on top side. Gonna be able to
Masalahnya ada Gwyn, Pakito, Atlas, Gorde. Bukan saja tak boleh nak kontes. Betul. Masalahnya nak datang dekat pun boleh. Pelik tu aku.
Sarian Felix is just
Aku
someone
tu
E7
E7
are
ni dia
having a
talking
hard time
lah.
dealing with at this point. You really want to expect the damage from Shin.
Aku rasa dia dah guna semua dia punya willpower semalam ah.
Just hold down Sarian Felix on this Uranus. Enough time for the Mystic Duck to just really shred him down. Also has to Purify, so that adds to the problem. Out there onto Fakin. Does have the perfect match. Is going to be safe, but even then, right, they gave up the objective, but I don't think we saw any trades across the board. Not even that tier 1 up top was dealt with by Doom, and I think it's also about time they kind of feel a bit more pressured, because Pro Esports, they're just dealing with all of the win conditions one by one.
I mean, the position on Pro's map right now, they've got their bases covered, right? It's always 2 on one side, 2 on the other. As Coily kind of rotates around, they are going to kind of conjoin into this mid-tier 3. That's the last tier 3 that they want to try to capitalize and take to open up this map for themselves. But they are strangling Entity 7 right now, cutting them off from all entryways to try to take any towers from Pro. And if one of them does go off alone, it could be a death sentence. Speaking of death sentences, Begin should be able to get away here.
Bucky's only on the Radiant Armor as of now, and you're seeing at least 2k gold leads between the junglers and the gold laners of both E7 and Pro. It's not looking good if you're waiting for the damage to come through for E7, because you have a lot of setup. You have a lot of ways to just target members from Pro Esports.
Why am I watching, dog?
It's gonna be very, very tough. Akashi though, holding this bush.
Atlasnya bagi kita entertainment
I
though.
don't know if that's a safe play right there. Hanging out, hiding out, keeping vision. He's a spy in enemy territory right now.
He's not moving.
Just don't move, don't breathe. You know, see how long he lasts. Lord is going to be up, and this honestly not the most horrible position for Akashi, but he is going to make his way up. They know that Pro Esports want to rush this. Idon Bush might try to look for the engage.
Okay, Vagin, does he find one now? Uses the perfect match, but doesn't find a setup yet. Going with the Crimson Pico, they just want to hold on to Akashi. And they find a mega kill for Coily there. Kozen now with the Diamond Force on the Purify, using the Fatal Links.
Tak nampak.
And now it's going to be Sarian Felix targeted, but with the Purify out, he's still going to be okay. AOG in for PP. They're going to set up with a trade. Spatial migration onto 2. SOD! But can Doom make a difference? That's a stun from Shin. But Pro already got what they want. It's just the Lord.
Pro takes the Lord, losing nothing. So many utilities wasted. I'm sorry on Felix that by the time Doom shows up, there's just nothing to hold Pro down. But E7 doesn't want to stop.
No Purify. E7 probably wanted to go for him, but it's still a Uranus. He can still make it out alive. Now E7 have to deal with another Lord Siege incoming for Pro. This is nothing new to them, though. But the wave clear, I guess it can be handled. It's a Moskov and a Gord in their hands either way.
Yeah, they definitely have opportunity to defend against this Lord push.
Kira-kira
Pro
Hazel,
Esports, the
kira-kira
major objective is
Snail.
definitely take these tier 2s
Orang gila.
and try to maybe get one inhibitor. Holy Defense is up on that top
Nail yang
lane.
Nail 1-2 tahun lepas.
Sakit
Not a
ke
whole
Rino
lot. They
tiang
may
PH
not be able
kalah
to get
semalam
that,
lepas
but
tengok
a
ni.
second wave in coming after if Pro looks for the re-engage or if NT7 makes a big
Aku
mistake.
teringin tu.
and
Kalau
comes too
aku
far
ada
out, that could be the advantage
aku
that
ada
Pro's
kuasa sekarang kan. Aku nak interview ni oh.
Dah boleh siap-siap nak selamatkan dunia ni.
Aku nak interview TLPS like right now. Sambil orang tengah tengok match ni, like how do you feel?
This is a lot of control.
Oi, kalau aku viewer pun sakit doh kasi apa?
So I think they will be very
Barang tu.
with what they've been able to take. At least with this
No,
first
buat
Lord.
ni, buat macam buat fashion. Uranus ni geng, buat fashion. Lompat masuk dalam base keluar kan. Ai banyaklah gaya. Apa real impact? Nothing. Nothing.
But if they play it safe for another few minutes, which we've seen them do before,
Tapi penganut guna, wow, Uranus keras yoi, boleh masuk base,
they
wow.
have great siege potential. They can hang out in the base. They have the magic.
Pegat.
They have Doom who can shred. And they have Akashi who can defend anyone who tries to jump in. So the possibilities are there. Taking a look at the items, taking a look at the gold spread. Kuzin once again is so far ahead of Doom. It's been 2 games in a row where Doom locks in his third item so late in the game. And yes, we're going to start to see that shred. But by now it feels a little bit too late because even Sarian Felix so ahead of his opponent in the XP lane. It's just problems all around the board.
Fatah yang dia banyak gaya je, tak ada impact. Faham tak? Setuju.
Because at this point, if they just really want to go for the
We are in
captures,
agreement.
I think these 3 Purify spells you're seeing on the side of Pro will not make it easy for E7 to pull off a combo like that. Unless they find ways to force it out and actually target on specific members of Pro. But that's the thing, the damage is spread out. It's really, really well spread out. And now, Sorian Felix tanking a majority of the damage, already forced to use the consecration, but in exchange, why was Vagan there all alone? There was no follow-up, no one nearby from E7.
Boleh tak pecahkan Puri tu pakai Gorde ni? Boleh tak? Boleh tak? Boleh tak kita pecahkan Purify tu pakai Atlas skill 2 terbang. Lepas tu chain dengan Gorde punya 1-2. 100% dia akan Puri. Lepas tu reset. Bisa ke men? Bisa ke men? Bisa ke men? Ya.
Back up and look for the re-engage. You have the crowd control to do that.
Aku lah nak khabar bang.
I guess it was also a desperate attempt. They really wanted to at least get something right because we were failing to see trades from E7 ever since Pro Esports were able to bounce back. Ever since Coily was able to find those 2 kills, which
Rino makin sakit hati tengok gameplay ni yang kalahkan
kill
Liquid.
towards Coily in the first minute of the game almost insignificant already. So it's Pro Esports with an almost 9k gold lead. Very, very similar to what happened in game number 1, Trex. But does Pro find an easier way to close it out this time? They have a lot of tools to engage. They have Sorian Felix, they have an AOG, and even a Crimson Beacon from SA, so they could just catch them by surprise. But the question is, they have to calculate it well enough. And will they be able to do so now against E7?
So NT7 just has to hold strong under these towers as Pro makes their engage. Nice mount shocker.
The engage actually came from Coily. It's not from anyone else, and now it's Kuzens really taking down this base turret in mid together with the Zaman Force. They're gonna transition to the top. Hide on bush, trying to defend it as much as he can. Going in 2. Does he use the Fatal Links now? He does, but doesn't catch anyone. Hide on bush on the spatial migration. Does find Kuzen and force out the Purify, but he's gonna get punished just the same. It's Doom left to defend. They had to make room for Doom to defend.
Vagine catches no one. And barely gets all the Purifies out. Sarian Felix gets consecration back. This is bad for NT7.
Vagin doesn't have the ultimate anymore. Akashi waiting for the perfect timing, but Kuzen with the Zaman Force is just bursting everyone down. AOG doesn't land to anyone, but Coily already goes in.
They have
the base with the minions have spawned, but they have another wave coming down pod. But E7 are pushing him out. SOD doesn't connect. Flying Cloud from Akashi. Where does he want to go? Sorian Felix being shredded down. Consecration! They finally find a target and take down 1.
They got to go back to the base though. There are minions down.
Ada 11k gold lead pun mati Uranus. Bapak useless.
Kill on the board after multiple minutes. We're back to a 15+ minute game, Brigida.
Pelik.
Entity 7 somehow still
Ni ada hero 11 skill goal different. Hidup
they
je tu.
had all inhibitors up, the defense was possible. It definitely could have been cleaner. Maybe not lose
Sebab
all
hero-nya
three,
memang tak
but
kuat, kan?
Entity 7 is once again in this
Hero-nya memang
position that they
hero
were in
adik-adik.
game number 1. Once again, they
Bunuh
need to
minion
not
pun
make the
keluar
mistake of
notification.
jumping in. Don't force it. Be careful if you do.
Okay. Hide on Bush nearly caught someone there, but that's just all gonna be for this
Betul.
tier 1 in
Pelik.
mid. And yes, E7, how were they able
Baru
to
tahu
do this every
bunuh
single time? In every
makan
single
gerabak
game that you see them.
minion tengah mid lane
Hold of the
keluar
early
notification
game, they just
kill
find a way to at least
Pelik.
push the game to a much later time. And that is when you expect Doom to really hit his power spike, right? We're approaching 20 minutes in the game. All members are almost at level 13 to 15. Pro Esports, though, they want to rush this. They don't want to allow for E7 to
Telah
find any
tengah tu.
But
Makan Hong Sang ni, Hong Sang.
From the back.
from behind, he's gonna find anyone
Tak
he
sampai bang.
can, but it's
Tak ada
taking a
flicker.
while.
Pum, burde. Jemaah bang, jemaah. Dapat tapi hari ni macam mana? Moskop tak ada kat atas. Aduh, kena end pun.
Base race, Akashi on.
Okay,
Akashi's got to get back.
Yep, PB and Kuzen are looking to use this wave down bottom. Doom already recalled as well, but the Zaman Force is already here. Does Kuzen use
Tak ada
it now?
moskop.
They don't
Sebenarnya
just
berang
yet.
men.
They're trying to deal with the poke. There you go.
Tengah kalah duit sangat men.
Spear of Misery from Doom, pushing him out. But they have another wave.
Hariknya babi betul lagi.
Space?
Lawan dah dulu, jangan buat mistake sama.
To the
Aduh.
best of his capability. Sa already almost going.
Mati hari ni. Ui.
Pro could not fight.
Pro, maybe look for the re-engage. No, they didn't go for the Lord. They wasted their time trying to come
Oh,
into the base.
awal
And
pula.
now Entity 7 is on the chase.
Oh,
So deep.
oh. Hari tak ada mana?
Kuzen, Purify Force now that's back in line to the legs, and now it's PP who's looking to go down. Coily finds a Mountain Shocker onto Bagu, but the
Oh, bagi tu. Handsome dapat hari tu. Mahal.
Now Doom continues to push forward
Mahal,
as Entity 7. This
mahal.
might be the time to back off. You got your
Shut
target. You
down.
finally killed Kuzen, but at what cost? Akashi goes down. This is reminiscent of the previous match before as Entity 7 tries to rush the Lord. It's hide on Bush versus Coily once again.
Cosplay game 1.
Consecrations. Brian Felix already using it as well. He's being shredded down by Doom right now. Coily still alive though. It's a concealed play from PP.
Itu
The
je tak ada
onto
tahu baru
Faded, and
serius.
there goes the taunt. It's on to hide on Bush. He has the spatial migration out of here, but it's Coily, and there's Doom with the XOD fighting Idol Bush first. AOG doesn't land onto anyone. It's Doom making things possible all by himself, but can he? He's being chased. He's being chased.
It's a 1v4 right now. Doom against the world, getting free hits. Can they stop him?
Sorry, Felix, you're starting to feel the damage. Doom, though, he's surviving, but not for long. It's finally
Extra picked up by Pro. Itu that decision untuk Sonseng tak maju tu memang well played lah. Sebab kalau dia dash ke depan tu dia mati lah. So instead of that, dia decide untuk patah je balik, dia rap je. Itulah pro ni punya apa? Dia punya kekuatan lah. Mekanik dia memang apa? Perang memang dia ni lah. Memang sedap lah, memang sedap lah.
Mantap koneng.
Nian. Yang Nian. Ni tengok. Kau tengok kau ye ni. Nian. Nampak? Mengacak-acak. Okay. Dari sini lah, dari sini. Dia ni lah. Surprisingly, dia reti tarik nafas lah. Reti tarik nafas. First time. ni kalau dia gila. Dia dah dash lah. Kalau dia gila lah. Tapi dia tak gila lah. Dia tenang. Tunggu jap. Kita rap je lah. Kita rap saja. Kemas. Handsome.
Sebab ulti tak ada je tu kalau tak dia masuk.
Vamos Speak Pro. Apa lagi kalau aku pick Team Spirit lah. Tapi tu lah tak boleh kan sebab dah lawan kan.
And today, they did everything they could to hang on in this series. Sadly, Pro Esports was able to keep it together for them. But for all the Cambodian fans out there,
Kalau Moskov lari ke GOAT, selamat ke?
Moskov lari ke Gorde. Kalau dia lari ke Gorde, dia akan kena lampu Zulin. Coach, I don't feel very well. My feet's shaking.
Okay lang po.
Kenapa?
I'm good.
He's a little jittery.
Ada apa lepas ni?
Now, Kuzan, let's talk about game 1. Come here closer. I won't bite.
Aku nak gerak lah, geng. Aku nak pergi selamatkan bumi.
Game 1, you guys had such an amazing lead and you even
Rino
broke
perlukan
records
Wamel ke?
by getting
You beri squawk you.
18 kills. But you guys almost also lost that game. What happened in that game?
Feel ko po dahil sa mahirap din po kasi yung parang kamusta po namin kasi magkakaiba po kami ng mga language.
Rino.
Kaya nangyayari po talaga yung mga ganun sa amin. Kaya susunod na lang po parang i-review na lang po namin yung mga game namin para maayos yung mga ganun.
He felt that it was more towards the calm difficulties
Rino,
that
tolong
they
bumi pelukan
experienced in
Rino.
game as
Dorang akan pilih team lepas ni, geng. Lepas match Falcon.
During critical moments, it's very hard for them to actually coordinate and organize their thoughts. And Kuzan, you are going further and further from me. Let's not go too far. It's getting harder. So, how did you guys manage to keep composure knowing that you guys almost lost such a big lead?
Sa akin po parang inano ko po yung sarili ko na di po ako pwede mawala sa laro kasi ganun na po yung nangyayari sa game. Kaya
geng.
Positive na lang po buong game. Parang hindi ko na po iniisip
Alam pun tak bunyi 5 jam. Betul? Baru 3 jam dok.
He said that he actually had a mindset during game 1 that he just needed to lock in. He needed to be positive. He needed to just keep his head in the game because he cannot be outside of the game or that could potentially cause an upset for the side of Pro Esports. Now, finally
Rino,
securing your
now or never?
knockout stage tickets.
Never.
What are your expectations moving forward?
I choose never.
Sa susunod na mga kalaban namin, hindi na po namin iniisip, parang gagalingan na lang po talaga namin yung focus po kami sa team namin. Parang feeling ko kaya naman po namin makapalag
Dalam
dito
hati
kasi
dah pilih Onyx tu.
nakaabot po kami ng ng
Connect sama dengan Cho. Relevant in every meta. Fact. Someone.
He feels like they were actually do really good moving to the knockout stages.
Kau nanti masa aku nak pilih-pilih viewer yang aku nak bawa pergi hospital cek otak tu kau depan sekali
I'm pretty sure this young man over here is more
kau
excited
lead.
to play the game than to talk to me. You know, one more time. Later on, you guys will be having a draw where
Mimpi
the 2-0
basah
seed
super fans.
pool will choose from the 2-1. Who do you think will choose you guys?
Hindi ko po hindi ko po alam pero baka sorry po. Baka Vamos po yata, Vamos po or Yangon, hindi ko po alam
Why do you think Vamos is gonna pick you guys?
Oi, dia cari padang panas Rose is back, geng.
Pwedeng makatapat po nila ganun.
Rose is back and in. Oh.
He said he thinks that Vamos actually might choose them, but we'll see later on. Do you have a message for Vamos if they do pick you guys
memancing.
Sa Vamos wala naman ba parang good luck na lang. Galingan na lang natin lahat.
No message
Abang
for Vamos.
Uni
Good luck
akan
to us
bantai
and
landak
Vamos to our best.
kuning.
Any message to the fans back at home?
Sa lahat
Hey!
salamat po sa mga sumusuporta po sa amin kahit
Translate apa? Dalam Melayu ke?
po namin yung
Masuk kau?
Sa Pilipinas. Saka
tak urusannya dia. Agak-agak tim mana nak pilih dia.
Salamat and sa girlfriend ko rin po sa family niya. Tapos sa lahat po ng pamilya ko.
Kuzan said that, thank you very much to all of the supporters, especially to the Filipinos in the arena that are showing the support
Terus
for
tanya.
Pro Esports. He'd also like to say thank you to his family,
Player
his
apa yang akan
girlfriend,
pilih
his
dia?
parents, and all that kind of stuff. So are you ready to crush
So
some
obviously-
keys?
Faham Bemos je pastu pala tau.
All right, Pro
Minum
Esports.
So
Minum
obviously
minum
apa?
Crush some keys. Who's gonna be the one pushing?
Obviously pula. I mean kalau dia betul-betul real nak jawab, vamos lah. Sebab kan drama
We'll decide as we walk.
drama pro dengan SRG tu macam vamos nak
We'll decide as we walk. Who will be crushing?
redemption, pride, Malaysia, something like that lah.
Sino magka-crush ng keys?
Lepas tu Ros tanya kenapa? Kita kat situ yang Ros pancing lagi. Ros double down. Terus tanya, kenapa awak rasa vamos? Kenapa awak rasa vamos? Langsung saja. Kerana dia jawab benda yang tak ada apa-apa lah. Dia tak termakan lah, dia tak termakan.
Rose memang kuat memancing.
The journey of Entity 7 here at MSC at EWC 2026.
Kalau ada masa tu, Rose nak tanya lagi.
Patah juga, aduh. Fuck, man.
Wow, such an amazing
Aku
journey
ikan kau
for
pancing.
Entity 7. Let's show it over
Sekali
to the
Vemos
desk to
pick
break down
SRG
what
just to
happened in
right
the
by
series.
Reno.
What happened indeed. Entity 7, the talk of the town, and probably still will be.
Kejap lagi akan ada lagi satu sesi merenyok tu kan.
Their key crushed their hopes for bringing the Americas a championship here at MSC. Now down the drain. However, they have done a lot here, I will say, and have certainly.
Ada lagi satu sesi merenyok yang kita akan skip ah.
Vemos pick serang tanda siapa menang Yahoo. Kau kan selamatkan bumi chill lah.
Tak, tapi kalau Vamos betul-betul nak buat drama next season kan. Like dia. Kalau betul-betul ni marketing from a marketing standpoint je. Kalau Vamos betul-betul nak menghangatkan environment next season, dia pilih SRG tu.
Atau merah
Sumpah tu. Kita terus terbelah dua man. Rakyat Malaysia terbelah. Akan ada dua mazhab. Mazhab keras.
Sosran yang menangkan lawan.
Okay, kalau hijau, kalau merah.
Found their footing, and that's where the surprise from Team Liquid PH was shown. But then when they came up against Pro Esports, who I thought played really well, they had moments of ups, moments of downs. It seemed like
betul-betul next season memang aku jaga kau season paling panas lah. Seru. Mask off.
I feel like they definitely have a few things to fix, right? Especially
Adakah
when it
lagi
comes to
selamat
ending
kalau
the game,
Vemos
because
ambil
it's
serang?
clear that the early as well as the mid
Bos batu
is
api.
pretty strong. Yeah. Because
Kalau
in this
menang
Fed
game,
Onyx.
they would
Rino tolong Rino.
capitalize on a mistake of
Aku tak tahu nak
7,
tolong
right?
macam mana bang.
7, they rushed through the draft, right?
There's
Because they picked
nothing
up the
in
last
my
pick
power.
because they were really hoping for a pure assassin pickup
Saya
in
akan
the
do.
So
jungle.
3
But
tim
then
Reno
they saw
out
that
lah
and it's
kalau
like, hey,
Vemos
there's
pilih
no Quad,
SRG.
there's no Ling, there's no Fanny, there's no Harara. All the natural predators of Yi and Shin is no longer in
So
game.
3 tim Reno out
made
lah
the
kalau
draft
Vemos
look
pilih
so good
SRG.
for Pro Esports, but again, they think
Reno
that
in the
Vamos
pressing mode,
could
haha.
pick them during the draw.
Weh,
We
depressing,
still don't
oh.
know who they're gonna pick up later.
Nak buka guessing game pun
But
malas.
still, there's a lot of things that they need to brush if they want to move even further
Malas.
into the competition.
Take a
So
look at the
3
back
tim
end as
Reno out
well,
if Vemos
and
all
going
the
off your
SRG.
point, Coily has made every character, every hero that he's played look good.
Eh.
Talk about his impact, Naisu, and also the fact that we get another win here for YSS.
Yeah, it takes some work to get YSS a win, and that's exactly what the team had to do here from Pro Esports to allow Coily to be able to do that. There was also just some really good usage of their team fight potential with this. Again, Kozen getting that Harith, being able to be very
Tarik
proactive
nafas
on
dulu,
it.
Bos
A lot
pakai
of the
warmer
times
kat
it was
kaki tangan.
space provided not just for the YSS,
Macam
but
mana
for
kau boleh
Kozen to
tidur
do the same
dulu?
thing. And you know, again, that's why that lineup, that draft that we saw from Pro Esports worked so well. And there was also a couple oopsie moments that we saw from Entity 7, which I feel like further it kept
Doom
them
on the
from,
cloud?
Yeah.
Doom on the cloud? Yeah.
That's one of them.
All right.
That's one of them. It kept them from snowballing into the game.
And yeah, I that's why I say I kind of feel like
Kuning merah. Tak
I
sanggup
don't wanna
play
pick
nama
on the
team.
interview, but they did say like a little bit of a lag.
Tak sanggup bang, tak sanggup.
That's a good point. That's a good point to make, and I think Eterna showed her surprise at that answer, LaFell. It's not normal we hear that. We almost never hear that.
Tak sanggup.
Sometimes it's okay to lie.
Wow.
We did everything that we can.
Everything about
right? But
Tak
it's just
sanggup.
unfortunate that maybe
Kalau
they
Rino
just
diam je korang
use all
faham je lah
their
ni.
strength, their energy on TL, and even they didn't thought they would make it
Sedih
through. So
kalau
they're
serang
like,
kalah ni
wait,
Huru.
we're still here. What's
Ay,
the
nak
next
order
step?
grab food dah guys.
I mean, you learn a lot
Aku
when you
punya
get to a
chicken
tournament
tenders
like
dah
this,
habis lah.
right? I mean, you learn if you're LATAM and you go and
Aku
say,
rasa
well,
aku
we
memerlukan
lost, but we
makanan lah.
hopefully get some experience about that. And
Untuk
people are watching very closely.
kepedihan hari ini.
Hopefully that's happening behind the scenes as well.
Patut landak dengan gergasi Rino.
We have to continue with the winners, and they have a great journey ahead of them into the knockout stages. $100,000 earned for this team. That is a big deal no matter how you slice it, no matter where you're from. And a big congratulations to be top 8. They've taken down essentially half of the competitors here at MSC. One more week to go. Can they do it again?
Hey, one more week.
Kau jangan beri ya.
Today we'll send 2 more teams home, 2 more teams getting to the knockouts, and then it comes down to who's going to choose who. So I think once we get there, that's where the interesting things happen because this group stage has been very fun. I feel like again it's been very refreshing in comparison to our previous iterations of MSC at EWC, and hopefully we get to see more of it in the knockouts.
I agree. Totally. It's really great that we have a chance to talk to these players so often. It's very hard for them to do these interviews, but we love it when they give us the ability to. The man who's not only picking for the team, helping to draft, helping to play in his role, helping to edit YouTube videos maybe. I don't know what else he's doing. He's doing everything. Hydon Bush has had a chance to talk with the Eterna as they exit MSC.
Hey everyone, we're backstage now with Hydon Bush from Entity 7. How was that match for you? What did you think went wrong?
Jangan beli makanan
¿Cómo te sientes después de la partida? ¿Qué crees que
anduvo
mal?
Me siento un poco decepcionado y creo que fueron errores más de comunicación de equipo y un poco de errores mecánicos, pero bueno, son cosas que se mejoran después de todo.
I am a little bit disappointed. I think it was mostly about communication within the team and a little bit of mechanical skills, but those are things we can still polish.
Okay, so communication was something that could have been better. We heard from the interview with Shin earlier on that maybe you didn't prepare as well. Did you feel like that was a factor to what happened in that match?
Tuvimos una entrevista con Shin y nos comentó que no se habían preparado antes de esa entrevista. ¿Crees que quizás esto contribuyó a la derrota, que no se prepararon lo suficiente?
Sí, porque apenas llegamos a Francia, nosotros tuvimos un día para practicar.
Ada orang cakap kat
Y bueno,
self-proclaimed
ya sean
God.
los equipos indonesios, filipinos, todo lo que sea Asia,
Katini
tienen
self-proclaimed God.
muchos
Sabi
servidores
cakap.
para probar, para jugar equipos como Aurora, Team Wiki de Indonesia, todos esos equipos tienen
Rino dah boleh
varias
stand bila lagu
opciones para
Titanic.
practicar. En cambio en LATAM no hay muchas opciones, solo es en América, LATAM, de Perú, Chile, Argentina,
No amount of
todos esos servidores.
lagu can save today, man.
Yes, when we came here to France, we only had 1 day to practice, and usually we can do that because other teams have their own servers where they can
Yang Mamat
scrim
borak
and
dengan
practice
lafaz tu.
against really high-end teams. But on our server in South America, we don't really get that opportunity.
Dia baru tengok
when,
MPL.
when you play against the other countries in our region, you don't get that quality of scrims which other teams had way before us. We only had 1 day.
Well, despite all of those challenges, I think you played very well, Hydon Bush, from yesterday to today. Even game number 1, it looked like there was going to be a comeback because of what you did. Are you at least proud of everything you've done here at MSC?
A pesar de la derrota, dice que tú específicamente has jugado muy bien. Ayer y hoy has jugado excelente. Es más, la primera partida de hoy ni siquiera hubiesen podido tener la oportunidad de regresar a la partida si no fuera por las jugadas que tú hiciste. ¿Tú específicamente te sientes bien de tu performance? ¿Te sientes orgulloso de lo que has hecho?
Me siento normal, o sea, sí me siento un poco orgulloso de lo que hice, pero siento que se pudo hacer mejores cosas si es que tuviéramos
Tak nak filter chat, siap-siap
mejores
ke
opciones
Rino.
para practicar o bueno,
Rino
tuviéramos
serang
más días
menang
para
2
practicar,
Super Fan CD.
Tak nak
es
buat apa-apa.
algo que pasa.
Nak autopilot match lagi.
I'm neutral. I am a little bit.
Tak nak baca komen. Tak nak bagi komentari. Tak nak react. Aku sini, aku tengok sini kan.
There's so much potential here. There's so much potential.
Boleh tak?
What's next for you?
Sibal, sekian.
¿Tu futuro? ¿Cuáles son tus siguientes planes?
Todavía no está nada seguro. Ahora de seguro voy a ver esta noche por qué equipo iré y qué es lo
Bos
que va a
jadi
suceder
patung untuk
conmigo.
match
Y
ni.
bueno, solo eso.
Nothing is written in stone. I'm going to see tonight if I go to another
Bro cuba
team
menghargai
or if
saat-saat terakhir
I
Oni.
stay. I haven't really taken a decision. I'm going to look at it tonight.
Okay, we're anticipating what's next for you because everyone is talking about you right now in a very good way. So before you exit, maybe the viewers, the fans, your new fans as well, want to hear something from you. Do you have something to say to them?
hay muchas personas que están hablando de ti, están hablando de ti de una manera muy positiva. Entonces, a la gente que te sigue, a tus fans, a tus nuevos fans, ¿tienes algo que quieres decirle?
Le quiero mandar un saludo y gracias por todo el apoyo y bueno, todavía no se dio todo lo que podíamos demostrar, pero en el futuro yo creo firmemente que vamos a poder dar mucho más para LATAM.
A big shout out to all my fans. Thank you for supporting me.
Bukan
Thank you
nanti
for the
tangan
continued
atas kepala
support.
je ke?
And this is just the beginning. I know we can bring really big things for LATAM.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Once again, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your journey here at MSC, because now we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
What support coming over from LATAM? Guys, nice to LaFell. We're going to be changing out soon. I
Timur
want to
Bulir.
get your thoughts. What set are we looking for? What set
who's
stuck
that
with you the
Pokemon?
most?
First of all, I gotta say it has been as we
Pause the
expected for
praise,
today.
lalu
Team
makan,
Spirit
lalu
as well as
minum
Pro
kopi.
Esports will go through, but Onyx against Langmore Giants, this is gonna be quite a big one because again, MSC champions going up against MSC champions. But if I'm
Merah
gonna give
kuning.
my thoughts, I hope for the best for Langmore Giants, being a Malaysian myself. But honestly, Onyx has been looking very, very strong. So I don't know. I kind of feel like Onyx could actually win that one.
Bawa
Anyways,
rata
the
kiri.
battle of the skies, right?
Yeah.
The last one, I'm gonna have to go, and it's gonna be tough. But obviously, they're the last remaining team for Team Falcons Philippines to represent the Philippines. And as much as I love the MENA team too, I know they're, the civil
Rumah
war that
sukan
they
kuning
have going
US,
on.
rumah sukan
I
merah.
hope,
Bro, dalam hati,
we
tak
have a
ada
good
dalam
match.
hati,
We
man.
get 3 games, but I gotta lean towards Falcons PH.
I have
All right,
been
well, thank
very
you boys for your
verbal
analysis
and
as
loud
well.
about
I
it.
have a really,
Kenapa lah
really
dia
good
pergi kalah
analysis.
itu?
Clip this.
Iwak betul lah.
Falcons are going to win the final game of today.
Wow.
Tanjung Sapa Jungla.
Understood.
And
very understood.
I'm going to be right about that, all right? Hey, I may be new, but I know that for sure in MLBB. Guys, if you want to join me on my pick'ems, maybe you're a little bit more advanced than I am. You've been watching a lot longer. I'm 5 days in. However, I will say that the pick'ems for EWC have a chance to not just earn some talk about, whether you're right or wrong, but even your share of $300,000 in prizes. So get those in before this next match. It's a match of champions, Onyx and SRG, coming up after this. While we switch out our panel and get ready for the game, I
Bismillah,
want to let you know
Sam.
that in-game, you have a chance
Jantung
to
dah
have some
terkeluar
fun
dari
too with the
badan ni.
collaboration from one of the greatest games of all time, Street Fighter and MLBB.
Human body was built to move. Not
M-Series jangan mention siapa-siapa Rino kuat sangat dress kau.
12 hours a day.
Rino tenung gambar koneng, nescaya anda akan
It's
tenang.
time your chair evolved. This
Kalah
is
murung,
Lab
menang pun murung.
ergonomically
There is no
engineered
winner.
for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists,
No winner.
backing your every move.
Makan dulu, aku baru je udah makan tak sampai lagi bang.
Untuk kau je lah.
Keremet tu cepat aku. Keremet eh. Tak tahu siapa menang bang. Tak tahu. Nak predict pun tak boleh. Warna merah.
Bos,
Ya,
kamu
tak
letak
boleh.
the mood.
Tak, apa orang cakap? Sensor. Tak boleh sebut nama tim. Too fragile.
Oh, patutlah Rino minat curse helmet rupanya. Dia serasi dengan curse.
He thinks he can come in here.
Mana-mana yang kalah Rino tetap sakit.
Tyler won, you're done.
Aku bayang mecap-mecap merah kuning ni berlaku dekat semi ke kan? Semi lah. Sekali jangan cakap semi.
Awal lagi nak stress Rino.
Knockout stage pun tak masuk. Aduh.
makes its third appearance, and for the first time in MLBB history, the prestigious stage arrives in Paris on European soil. Awaiting the 25 teams from 15 regional qualifiers is a monumental $3 million prize pool and crucial club championship points.
Hey, kudu biru tu aku malas lah. Hey, lagi lepas tengok E7 main tadi.
And one team from the wildcard qualifier will be split into 2 groups of 8. In a double elimination bracket, where 2 wins secure a spot in the
Merah
knockout stage,
mubara,
while 2 losses
semangat
send teams
wajah.
home. The top 4 teams from each group will advance to the
Putihmu
knockout
bersih?
stage. More unforgiving than ever, the
Ibu
knockout
putih.
stage puts everything on the line. In
Kuning
this
apa lirik
single
dia kuning-kuning?
elimination
Ada ke?
bracket, teams will clash in a
Masih ada kan?
best-of-5 series throughout the quarterfinals and semifinals. For those denied a place in the grand finals, one final battle remains. A chance to
Budi
secure
pekerti
a podium finish and claim an additional $100,000 in the third place match. Here, one moment can change everything.
Kuning
One mistake ends the
berdaulat.
journey. One clutch play creates a legend. And at the
Negara.
end
Macam tu
of it all, 2 teams remain. One final series in a best of 7. All for the grand prize
Payung
of $1
negara.
million. One chance to
Bukan
rise
ibu
above the
putih.
rest. Who will become legendary?
Alah, dekat kan?
Unstoppable. 2 champions, 1 game. This is MSC
Ibu
and
putih ni?
EWC 2026.
Budi pekerti, bro. Rhyme je. Kuning berulat.
Welcome back to MSC here at Paris EWC 2000.
Yang dekat dalam MLBB je berkulat, geng.
I'm so happy to have you back. Welcome MLBB community. We love you. It's been a lot of fun these 5 days. We're coming to an end, and that means that we're sending 2 more teams home on the second side of this day. And yes, it is going to be a grudge match between 2 Falcons later on, but right now coming up, it's a grudge match between 2 champions, MSC champions. That's right.
Itu memang orang cakap. Itu orang cakap apa? Icing on the cake untuk group stage MSC ni. Memang mantap lah. Like people gonna talk about it for the next 10 years.
What's up, man? Very happy to be here.
TLPH?
There's something about today.
Cherry on top.
Falcon PH?
Odd results, some odd decisions. I wonder if that's going to lead up to the results for the second half of the day.
That's a good question.
Merah atau kuning? 3 Giant. Tak dapat pergi knockout. Gila babe.
MSC might just be something special. I think that a lot of teams here right now really feel like they have an opportunity to make some life-changing money if they could just get to the finals.
Yeah, getting to the finals is the big key now. And of course, it leads into our Crunchyroll story of the day, which is, can the Sky King finally exact vengeance? There can only be one. And so which one will it be? Rinmar? I mean,
Rasa
this is
macam
the
malas
story.
nak
And of
loba
course,
Gengarino.
Onyx and SRG, history is going to be made whether one of these teams win or lose.
Malas nak ubah.
Yeah, SRG has
Malas nak
always been
hidup.
one of the reasons why Onyx has not had good results for the previous MSCs. In 24, they drew in
dah okay, Gengarino.
I believe it was in the group stages, which meant that Onyx ID then couldn't go into the group stages or in the knockout stages, excuse me. And then last year in 25, Onyx PH fell to SRG in the semi-finals. So Onyx in its Indonesian form, Onyx in its PH form, has not had good standings against SRG and MSC ever since we moved to EWC.
I think the only one is just Kelva, really,
Sabar,
who's
Rino,
got like
kau
a
kan ada
positive
kami
win
viewers
rate
kesayangan
against
kau.
SRG at this point in time, knocking them out during the M series.
Viewers kesayangan boleh make sure merah kuning ni dua-dua pergi knockout.
Lefel mentioned earlier.
Kalau
Onyx
tidak,
just looks like the better team as of
tak
right
payahlah.
now, considering the overall performance based on the games we've seen so far
One
with
must
SRG.
fall.
Yeah, and the thing is with these 2
Jangan
teams,
kuning
we've
merah.
seen both of them stumble. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. Onyx obviously stumbled a little bit later, SRG a little earlier, but in some ways, SRG proved themselves in that extra match, which now has maybe given them a little bit of an edge. Maybe they fixed some things. We don't know.
Jangan minta
Obviously,
benda
it's hard to
mustahil.
guess these types of things.
Yang
Rinmar,
Kena
because
pilih
we're
satu.
in the
Ya.
back room at EWC,
Aku pilih
getting
untuk
ready, talking strategy,
tak nak
maybe just
hidup lah.
relaxing here before getting on for a very important match.
Yeah, my question is, which jungle
Salah
are we
ke?
going to be getting?
That's a great question.
Are we going to
The
get both
end of
junglers? Is
Pandera.
it going to start off with Uni? Will it go back to Zakai's starting things off? Because Uni, he
Wo
made his first start
Sabarino.
right away for SRG.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think a lot of people have been questioning whether or not Uni should be
Sungai
part of this
Klang
starting
menanti.
lineup. Just to initiate things, and I don't think it's a bad idea because so far I think Sakais has lost
Guru!
his confidence, especially for the past couple of matches. It's not about bad decisions. It's just I pressed the button too fast. I got nervous and I reacted too slowly to it. Uni on the opposite side is actually able to not only play mechanically,
Kalau penat
but I
rehat
think more
Ringo, jangan
importantly brings
murung.
a shot calling element, alleviating some of the pressure from the IGL cram.
And maybe just some confidence as well. And and especially after you do a moment
Kita akan tengok
like
sifat
that,
sebenar
excuse
Rino
me,
lepas
I think
Onyx
you just
menang
find
nanti.
yourself feeling that you can get the job done. But against this team of Onyx, it's going to be difficult. You talk about the gold standard in Kelroy. You see Sans, Kiboy, Kairi. Well, we have
Jangan
so many different
termimpi
players
Rino
who
malam
can
ni.
make a moment and make it theirs that SRG is going to just have to play their game because it may not be possible to stop Onyx playing theirs. We had a chance to sit down with Loopy earlier on to talk about how he was feeling coming into this match.
Adakah cinta dengan tanah air atau bini kedua Rino pilih?
Onyx, welcome. Hello. Earlier he
Bini
was a little bit
kedua?
nervous about his Indonesian, so he will try his best to do it in English, and then I will help translate in case he needs
Kau
it.
cakap
But,
Onyx bini kedua?
Loopy, first question. What did you learn from your loss against Aurora yesterday?
I think gameplay.
Gameplay.
Yeah.
What about gameplay? Was it your gameplay that was lacking? What was wrong with your gameplay? Apa yang salah sama gameplay kamu?
Mungkin kemarin kita banyak mistake lah.
He feels like they made a lot of mistakes. What kind of mistakes are you talking about? Was it comms? Was it execution? Was it draft?
Banyak yang mungkin bisa eksekusi, bisa draftnya mungkin kurang pas.
Social
He said
Basket
there
suruh
are a
pakai
lot. I
hero
don't think
konengkan
Lutfi's
pemenang.
giving me anything here. Anything specific, Lutfi? Ada yang spesifik
Onyx
nggak?
lah main kisah Rino yang disayangi.
Nggak ada sih ya, mungkin gameplay kita lagi kurang bagus lah kemarin lah. Mungkin kita bisa adjust di hari
Imagine
Okay, so he mentioned
dah
that
lah
it's
merah
the
kuning kena
gameplay that
lawan.
was still lacking yesterday,
Lepas
but
tu
he's
draftnya
trying to repair it today. But what do you think about SRG?
Benda yang
Because
sama
this is
je.
going to be your next matchup. SRG, a lot of people are saying that SRG
benda
aren't as
yang
strong
sama mencokingkan mereka
Menurut aku ya
di matches sebelumnya.
perlu adaptasi sih mungkin kayak ada gameplay. Mungkin gara-gara PES juga kan dia butuh adaptasi lagi. Tapi menurut aku strong juga sekarang
Draft
SRG.
Eudora Bellery
Okay, Lutfi says that SRG are still strong, but it looks like they're still adapting to the meta, and probably it's because of the patch. Is that the same issue that you've been having as well with Onyx?
Ya mungkin.
Maybe.
Yeah,
That's what he
mungkin.
said, maybe. He's really not giving me anything. But Lutfi, talking about the meta and talking about the patch, it looks like teams that rely too much on their EXP laner aren't doing as well.
Mungkin
Aku harap keluar lah keluar lah from either team.
Koneng everywhere.
Gitu ya, mungkin
From either team, geng, please. Keluarkanlah benda yang bombastik sih gitu.
Assassin kan rada susah kan kalau yang pakai sekarang yang damage gitu XP ya. Jadi harus banyakin main XP badan.
He thinks that in this current meta, that the EXP laners are required to utilize heroes that are a lot more
Tak
tanky
tahu.
because of the new assassins that have been showing in the meta in the jungle. So he thinks for EXP laners, they need to get used to playing heroes that are a little bit more
Koneng
tanky.
purple wajib
But are you
ada.
used to it?
Sorry?
Are you used to it? Kamu udah bisa
Kalau ball
pakai
swap match up
EXP
merah
lane
kuning
kayak
ni,
gitu?
kau nak swap janti mana?
He can. So it's not going to be a problem for you?
Apa tuh?
Akan jadi masalah nggak buat kamu?
Oh enggak sama sekali.
No,
Kalau
it won't
boleh
be a problem.
swap.
What's going to be your problem up against SRG? Apa yang bikin
Tak,
SRG kuat yang mungkin bisa
swap
jadi
dia
problem untuk
memang
Lutfi?
patutnya
Kalau dia
pro e-sport lah yang tak dapat slot.
Rino tengah pening nak pilih tanah air
Sepatutnya
atau
SRG
Bumi
menang
Seven.
pros. Okay, and then pro yang turun. So nanti triangle ni akan jadi Onyx, Aurora dengan pro e-sport. So
10 from Galaxy Destroyer 001. Inilah masanya untuk gunakan Kersko Rino. Gunakan macam mana kau buat dekat RR hari tu.
Ya dukung kita terus.
Support them always. Thank you so
kau
much.
salahkan aku ke? Tora-tora kalah hari tu, meh. Hah? Aku ke yang salah? Aku?
The conversation and the translation there. Thank you, Turner, for that. It was great to hear from Loopy talking about EXP, getting a little tankier and having a little bit more responsibility in this assassin meta. But on the flip
Aku
side,
malah
Baju sampai terus kalah kau.
ambil job promote dia punya perfume. Malah
Bro mengeluarkan fakta. Tak nak gantung.
kau cakap aku yang punca. Gantung JC. Tak ada gantung JC abang.
I'm now with Uni, the super sub
Bukian
from
Uni.
SRG. Uni,
Sekas main. Legit
you
lah.
caught us by surprise yesterday. Were you
Nem.
surprised as well
Lepas
that
kau
you came
promo
in
telah
last
dorang
minute?
mula kalau.
Of course, I'm surprised as well.
Mana korang tahu?
You know, I expect to be played yesterday. Yeah, so.
Hasil screen Mabel.
Surprised. How did it feel? Were you suddenly like nervous? Like who came in to
Ayo sarung
call
jersey
you?
2 lapis.
My both coach
came to me and then said
Tadi dia tunjuk roster
I
je
might
ke?
be play next game. So just
perasan.
be ready lah.
Tak, aku tengok komen dia tadi.
And then I play. And then you played very, very well. Did you enjoy your performance yesterday?
Dan aku rasa jawapan kepada soalan kita pasal apa? Pasal Uni banyak join scrim ke tidak tu probably tidak kan. Aku rasa kalau Uni banyak join scrim training and everything, aku rasa dia akan bagi Uni main.
Does that mean you're going to be playing
So orang lebih
again?
percaya kepada those training kan.
Maybe. But if you were to be
Probably
called in
that.
today, are you prepared?
Yeah, of course. I'm always prepared. Yeah.
Always prepared.
Semalam
How do
Uni
you stay
cakap lah dia
prepared?
dah nak scream.
Oh, dia bagi tahu
I
lah.
don't know, being at sub,
So tu lah.
sometimes you just need to always be ready. Because
Uni
you don't know
jawab
what will happen
titik
on the
dia
future,
join
right? So just be
training.
ready always.
Is it
Masa
challenging for
interview.
you?
Dan
being
make
in
sense
that
je lah.
mindset always?
Dia nak bagi sekas main kan.
Sometimes, but
But aku rasa dia akan swap lah kalau contoh kalah.
Nanti kita orang tolong narikkan.
choose right. We don't have a
First
choice.
game kalah aku rasa
So
swap.
basically, we just be ready.
We're very proud of you, by the way. Very, very proud.
you.
And let's say you are going to be the starting lineup. You're up against Kyrie. I think a lot of people are talking about Kyrie. Everyone knows Kyrie at this stage. How is that for you? Mentally taxing? Are you okay with that? Is there anything specific that you have prepared up against Kyrie?
Nyawa
if
satu
you ask
je ni
me,
kalau kalah memang sampai final Uni main.
I didn't think so much about it. I just play with my team and focus with my team. I didn't care which enemy I facing off. Yeah. All I just go through with my team.
That's amazing. Is that mentality from yourself? Or did
Syakimi
someone
anak
help you
SRG.
bring that mentality out? From yourself? Wow. Okay.
Jangan
Thank you so
spam
much for
please.
this interview. But before I let you go, just in case you are going to be playing, because we don't know yet, right? We don't know. No one knows. Do you have a message to your opponents? Do you have a message for Onik?
My message for Onik, good luck. Good luck. Just good luck.
Just good luck. May the
Host
best
nak
team
stress
win.
tak tahu nak
Thank
pilih
you so much,
siapa.
Uni, for this interview. It's been an honor, and we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
All right, well, Felix says, sorry,
Tak,
I'm
kenapa
Felix.
kena
He says,
pilih
"Well,
kalau aku
Uni,
tak
we'll
payah
figure
pilih,
out which
faham?
one is the better entrance, the better hello. And will Uni even be playing Renmar? That's the question, but he felt like he was.
Yeah, I have a feeling this might actually be really
Tanya
pressuring on
je.
Sakai's even more.
3 hari gap ke knockout stage bukan untuk player rehat tapi untuk
a
ini.
good result.
Right.
Are they going to stick with
Korang-
Sakai's
korang-
in? Are they going
korang
to bring
rumah
Uni
merah
in
ke
for
rumah
game
kuning,
2?
guys?
And then will that continue on to game
Tak,
3?
mereka
There's
sengsara
so
je
many
tu.
things you have to think about now for SRG, especially
Awak
the
tengok hati
junglers.
ni
I
Kakashi.
think what it really boils down to is whether or not
Awak
Sakai has
tengok hati
confidence
ni
to
Kakashi.
nail the mechanics. I think a lot of the decision in in-game
Nak rumah
and
biru tak
in-game
boleh
shot
je.
calling will still boil down to Yums and as well as Cram. So I can't necessarily say yes, Sky's
Rumah
technically was the
kuning first game.
underperforming one and Uni has to come in.
Aku
But
rumah
there's a lot of
biru.
outside factors
Rumah
that
merah
from
tapi tak nak
outside of the
voti.
game that really alleviates
Please
that
lah
pressure.
jujur
But
hati
yeah,
Mas
I'm really
lebih
looking
berat
at the
sebelah
mid lane
merah
here.
ke
I think that's
kuning.
going to be the game changers.
Rumah
Tak
hijau.
boleh. Tak ada.
jadi
Tak ada
banyak
jawapan,
different
geng.
option.
Faham
You
tak?
can understand that
Tak ada jawapan, tak ada
SRG
jawapan.
had a history of
Warna
maybe
logo pun
playing
tak tunjuk
the
Demirino.
people in front of Onyx in big moments, but this
I cannot
SRG
choose.
has looked
Aku nak dua-dua
like
pergi.
Aku letak 1K kat rumah
Dari
merah.
awal aku dah cakap aku nak dia semua pergi. So tak boleh. Macam mana aku nak pilih?
During that type of position,
How?
it could be tough.
Yeah, we're going to get Yums and
Jujur lah ni. Macam mana aku nak pilih? Like how?
Skari versus Sakai.
How?
The
Cuba kau
matchup
cakap,
is
how?
crazy. We haven't even talked about Keller versus Innocent. We're going to get that too.
It's going to be amazing, that gold lane. Will it be a fighter
Nampak
that
Song
goes
kuning
in
so
there? Will
baju
it be
ada
a
warna
marksman
kuning.
battle between
Aku
two
letak
gold
1K kat
laners
rumah merah
who
just to
love
be
to
safe.
throw?
Kau tak payah nak buat. Kau tak payah nak buat ni macam orang video-video kaji Illuminati dekat selebriti.
Birthday bowl guys.
Ha, tengok. Cincin dia zoom in, ada triangle, ada mata. Fuck. Berat. Woi, masalah otak betul.
Kalau kau tak perasan lagi dorang nak pancing kes kau. Bila nak selamatkan Gengarino?
We are still in group stage knockouts and we're getting games just like our next one.
Ooh,
Konspirasi
match
Carino.
3. This one is a rivalry that dates all the way back to a few years
Bila nak
ago.
Gengarino?
This is gonna be the deciding factor if we're gonna have 2 Indonesian representatives or 2 Malaysian representatives in the knockout stages.
I won't say if there's a preference of one side or the other. I just want to see some damn good MLBB. Speaking of which, let's bring out our teams. First up, it's none other than Onik! Their fans are worldwide as they are greeted to the stage. MSC 23 champions, semifinalists last year at MSC 25.
Merah membara semangat wajah, putihmu bersih, budi pekerti.
Their tournament run hinges on beating yet another fan favorite.
Banyaknya dadu kat Merah Yum Yum. Tap 150,000 ke Rino.
Sila, tahan dulu guys. Semangat Merah Kuning. Semangat Merah Kuning, let's go.
As a fan favorite and now entering their do or die match. Will the 2024 champions be able to defy
Semangat
the odds
Merah.
and do what they need to do to stay in
Kuning
the game?
berdaulat.
Unyi Lahman.
Siapa tipu aku tadi?
There's a lot on the line
Unyi
and a lot to
Mayan.
do in the game itself. Speaking of our matchup, I think we should
Sambung
get them
nyanyi
started.
Rino.
A lot of
Rasa serba salah dibuatnya.
One continues their journey and
Unyi
one's
Lamen.
ended
Kau
here
tipu aku lah
today.
tadi.
Boys, you may place your keys and take your seats. And of course, to our
Ih,
captain,
bangkit.
you may meet
Teringat
in
pula.
the middle.
Ros cakap pasal kunci tu teringat pula lah. Kejap lagi ada kunci nak kena remuk. Aku dah lupa lah tu benda tu. Salah.
This is going to be one hell of a match. I am
Ah!
better get in your seats. Grab
Di
your
orang yang
seats,
tunjuk gambar
grab a
segmen
friend,
tadi Rino.
because it's time
Oi.
Tadi
to
roster
Land of
tunjuk
Dawn.
sekias.
Grab a friend
Whoa.
indeed. You might need a buddy here, you know.
Alah tu gambar sekian tu.
Middle school or even younger, you
Production
have to
oleng.
walk in pairs.
I was
hold
usually
hands.
alone.
Oh.
Buddy system? Oh man, I'll be your buddy.
Aw. Too late
Bodoh
for
lah
that,
M
though.
start
30
tukar.
years too late.
Yeah, 30 years too late. But it's never too late for you.
Oh, langsung saja. Okey.
Panaskan badan dulu Rino.
Langsung saja.
Salah orang
Let everyone
menghaha.
know my champions pick is available. You can pick your dual champions and
Production
win
oleh.
50,000 diamonds. The event sadly ends on July 27th.
Kakiku sejuk.
So you can go ahead and scan that QR code on your phone or your tablet. Make sure to get involved.
I'm telling you, Rain Day, people have already lost so
Pergilah
many
terbang Rino,
predictions at this
selamatkan
point. And we're
bumi.
gonna get, again, I think two regions who are obviously going to lean into their own regional biases
ketat
into
kecil
the
Rino.
individual teams. It's going to be an entire part of the world just cut off just like that.
Yeah, in game I lost. I don't know how much amount of guest coins today. I was overly confident looking at
Rasa nak
the
demam.
favored
Kos dah murung.
guest coin game
Hatiku
within
sejuk.
MLBB itself. But hey, here we are. You know what? There's something in my head. These two have a very important choice. And I
Rino
said it
mau
that
jadi
way,
Kamen
Cho,
Rider.
'cause it's you.
Telur sejuk Rino.
Kiboy is undefeated
Esok
on the
MC.
show. This MSC so far, he's led to some high-profile wins. One of them against Aurora.
Merdeka ya Rino.
Yesterday.
Mentang-mentang bulan depan merdeka.
Great show player.
And that's the thing. I think that like there's so many similarities between these teams that it's really tough to say who's going to come out on top. So winning your lane may not
Please,
necessarily be just about
Esok Rino
jangan
punya first play
Atlas.
hari ni banyak pakai hati.
Jangan Atlas. Valentina.
Jalur gemilang.
Please. Atlas tak apa. Valentina tak nak. Okay.
I just don't know who's going to win the matchup because last
Tak
couple of times we
nak.
looked
Tak
at those lanes,
nak. Idora blind pick. Tak
think
nak.
the current score is 2-2.
Idora second phase.
It
Late
actually
pick. Okay.
is.
On.
It makes it even tougher again
Okay.
for the choices in the goal lane. I mean, Rain Day even brought it up.
Bailey pun sama juga.
Bailey counter pick okey lah.
Bailey tak apa. Bailey apa. Bailey is okay. Bailey.
Arab serang dah adap meta.
Oh,
Hentikan
Bailey
main
okay.
yang bukan-bukan.
Bailey nak pick boleh tak nak apa tak apa. It's
It looks like
fine.
they got the super sub here this
Aku yang
time around,
nervous
part of the
jantung
lineup
laju
instead of
wehai.
Sakai's the Sky Prince to take him on. I think
Apa lagi nak order ah?
confidence and maybe this is one of those
Keluarkan
like, hey,
Zetian,
we need to
keluarkan
make sure that
Gorde,
every
please.
single one of our players
Please,
are gonna do
please.
good.
Zetian
It can
Gorde,
alleviate
come on
that
man.
pressure like we mentioned before.
Zetian Gorde, let's go. Alice. Alice abuse, Esme abuse, Terizla, lapu-lapu, please.
Rasa Storm
Selena.
bukan draft dengan coach macam
Selena
biasa.
pun boleh.
Heart rate berapa Rino?
Jangan pick Lin, jangan pick Brody,
Patut
please.
pick Lin. Khalid.
Maybe from his teammates not making that first cut.
Please.
Just go 2-0 and then they risk
Jangan
losing.
Lin, jangan Brody, abangku.
Major choice there. SRG do stick
Tolong.
with their sub as we go into expanding.
Tolong.
Tutup boti.
Another little thing
Sekali
about
semua keluar
Uni in a
serentak.
moment as well because he is the top
Tolong.
Banyak
10
ia
guys. He is
permintaan.
really the one that
Banyak
we've
kau
been
order aku geng. Aku order sikit je dulu.
Finisher untuk Innocent.
it could be the difference. We've
Keluarkan
seen it be the
burungmu
difference.
Stormy.
Sekentuk dua je dua quarter.
Stage. And I think that at least with Uni being, everybody has been raving about him in
Ah,
comparison
keluarkan
to
Titos
his
balik
in
ke?
Malaysia. I think this time around, now that he's on
Serena
the international stage, he's got to show everybody he's more than just the second.
Banyak
He's looking
sangat
to be
di dalam
maybe the
pasaran.
best jungler in the world.
Larangan
So many
untuk
drafting
minta.
choices here for Onyx. They battled the Selena right away. I mean, we've seen
Jangan
some very
tekan-tekan
important
Chris
Selenas
Rio.
getting picked up in the first phase red side
Ready?
as a response
Masih
to
ada Atlas,
even
masih
all
ada
of these
Zujin,
maybe more
masih
promising
ada
assets, but we've seen it because of all
Trauma
the
sejak
vision
semalam.
that it provides, the
Dah berapa
momentum
guys?
Link
stopping that it
Hirara.
provides as well for teams
Hirara,
that really
lagi
want
mahal
to
lah.
go fast. And Onyx said,
Tapi
we don't want
link
to
mahal juga.
We love to play fast. We love that up tempo play style,
Salena masih
and you're not
di-ban.
going to be able to stop that from stop us from
Buang
doing
Atlas,
that.
They
please.
like to scramble. They like to get into the scrum in rugby terms, right?
Yeah.
They're all just going to try and contest for the ball, which in this case is tempo. And I totally
Atlas,
agree with you. If you
Atlas.
look back at the two series that we've already seen here today, a lot of it is lack of information to make that correct decision. So here, I'm thinking about
SRG
supports. I'm
Kalani,
already
aku
thinking
ceraikan
about
kau,
people who can
Rio.
open up the map because that's been a very big problem here at MSC. You try and open up the map and all of a sudden it's a 5v4.
Hirara.
All of these assassins
Okay.
just making it so much deadlier for roams
Link
and
open,
mids
Atlas
to
open,
go around.
Zujin
You
open.
really have to have someone who can
Hati Rio
face check
sama macam tulisan
real
tadi.
quick. And then even if you face check, even if your mid laner is one bush behind, you're just wondering, wait,
Let's
oh, my
do
mid
some.
laner's gone because I went ahead forward. It's such a difficult time for Roman mids, which is why, again, we go back to Kiboy and Sans with Stormy and Yumes, how they're going to handle positioning themselves in the river. Will Onyx go back to some
kamu?
really old favorites such as
Atlas,
the
Ben.
Candidate to Surprise? We know when Stormy plays,
Apa
when
yang dia nak?
SRG plays, they like to put him a little bit
Rino
more in
kenapa
the
Irita tak laku?
backside of the
Atlas,
formation.
Ben, a little weird.
little bit more behind to really help support the
Given
gold
that dia
laner.
first pick.
But how can you do that
Sebenarnya
against a
dia
team
memang
that
tak nak
want
lawan
to
Atlas lah.
dive you literally with a Candidate?
Dia nak main benda lain
I
lah.
think that we talked about this. Actually, we talked about this in our second segment yesterday about the big trades, about how you should be able to dive with the right heroes. That Atlas trade
Link
has been
ban?
put up onto the chopping block. They banned it out, so only Beleric and
Link
Valentina
ban,
are
link
still
ban.
available. But they also introduced the fact that we're also going to influence the assassins.
Aku tak kisah pasal
Kirara
ni.
is gone, and I think that SRG took a really big
Dia tak
lesson
nak ban
yesterday
ini.
after realizing that they can't just do the Ling Kirara trade
5
without any
from
punishment.
Arcadia.
You got to get
Jangan
something and maybe
tekan-tekan
something on the other
Chris Rio.
side.
Sorry,
Somebody said the other day, sacrifice an
Sorry,
arm to keep the
Freya
body.
Ben, ah. Okay,
And so
link
maybe
lepas.
sacrificing some of the priority in the assassin matchup
Haha.
in order to get something else where you have the lead and can play around. Two teams, two different styles, one more aggressive,
is
one
on
more
level up.
disciplined. Maybe macro-driven in SRG. Onyx want to play freely. They've got the first pick available. I mean, the Ling is available. You also do have the Eudora, which certain teams have prioritized.
I think that as of right
Arcadia
now, I don't know
does
about
trade.
you, the Beleric openings and Eudora openings have been kind of weak. I do think
No
Ling's
fucking way
not
they
a
first
bad
pick
idea,
Eudora.
but it just immediately tells SRG, hey, we got to start looking
There's
for
just
a
no
strong
way,
PHK
man.
to control that side of the
Tutup
map.
mata
Yeah,
tekan
you'll end
10.
up getting the Beleric
From
Eudora
Galaxy
most likely, and
Destroyer
then the EXP, maybe
001.
Red 3, they
Kalau
pick up
di
either
hati
the
minat
Uranus or the
tapi
Varus,
masih
whichever is
keliru
open.
Onyx.
Galaxy
Honestly,
Destroyer
this is
kacau,
not
boh.
with the Beleric, they're willing to give up the link unless they're trying to see
Beleric,
if the
betul.
SRG go ahead, pick up
Okay.
the lane, we're ready for it. It will make you think.
Right.
Again, we've seen that Beleric get swapped over to XP very rarely, although most likely we are
Galaxy
already seeing the
Destroyer
roam pick
dagang.
here
Aku rasa
for
kan,
Onyx.
jangan pick Link oh.
Wouldn't
Aku
be
rasa
that
macam dia
surprising
dia
too, because
trapping
they
oh
still
ni.
have some assassins on
Bro
the
baru
board.
keluar
Yeah, the
dari
Fanny's
gua, ada
gone.
kena-kena.
If ever the link goes to SRG,
Ni
you still
mesti
have
trapping,
the
bro.
Kai replaced with very well.
I think this is a three-step process.
Tapi
right?
definitely
You just
jangan
look at
Eudora,
the
doh,
first
tolong
play,
lah.
Pose the question to the opposite side.
Jangan
Do you want to
Eudora,
show
doh.
your mid laner? If you pick Valentina, then we can start choosing
jangan
other
Eudora,
mid
doh.
laners that can attack your back
Zujin
line as
je,
well.
doh.
It's like
Zujin,
even
Zujin,
Farsa,
Zujin.
but this is under the assumption that
Zujin
that is still
plus
part of the question.
anything.
So we currently have three simultaneous equations going
Okay.
on. So algebra nerds go at it.
Zushi,
We like
great
that.
Pick, usually on the ban list.
Paquito.
Which is a great pick as well because it doesn't show
Ah,
as
tak, sebab
many
Povey
of
open.
your cards. We mentioned the hesitancy and the struggle maybe
Wow,
between
Jackson.
Povey open,
the
Povey
gold
open.
laners here on the fighter meta, but Paquito could be flexed to a gold lane. It's not a guarantee that he's not, even though it's most likely not the case.
Kalau
Remar.
dia
So
Povius
what
Link,
is this set up for now? The answer with Onyx.
I think you
Macam
can go
handsome juga.
Varus with the EXP for
Dia pick
Onyx.
Melissa.
Even Esme.
Esme possible too if you want to look at the matchup, but
Uranus
it's
around.
Ni
Uranus.
Lingkong.
Uranus I'm leaning a little bit more towards
Oh,
Uranus
dia lapu.
Barrett's
Link?
compared to the Esme, even though Esme is the normal counter that you see now up against
betul,
Paquito in lane, and
Esmeralda.
they do go for the Uranus.
Okay,
That
handicap.
causes the disrupt, you still end up getting the
Handicap
lane from
ESP.
Onyx. I wonder if SRG are thinking about going back to...
No way to lose
Prime?
now.
No, it's gonna be too slow.
I
Let's
think
go
the only
game
scary
2.
thing is whether or not they're going to,
W
see the
Koneng.
previous games. They saw
Koneng
recall
for
pads.
That's what I was just gonna say.
Team
Makito
Koneng
jungle, it's
auto-win.
possible.
It is possible, but it's not one of my favorites here because again, it falls off. That's the big problem when you're facing up against Ling. Ling will naturally outscale you at level 15.
For one time,
Pakito
I
is
will
great in the
agree with
early to
Rino.
mid stages of the game, but if you don't
Koneng
find that
Oleng.
snowball lead, then it becomes
Koneng
impossible
tulungin
to get
Koneng.
past the Belrican as well as the Uranus, which again, I think that
Lapu doh, lapu pula.
Question is also the
No,
underperformance
dia
of
kena ambil
Lane.
roam
We saw some
atau
very
jungle lah.
high skill
Jangan songsang ah. Tapi boleh gak nak songsang
performances
ni.
in our previous match. But with
Moskov.
Lane, there's already a
Boleh
confidence
gak?
conversation. He feels
So,
like he has it,
ambil
but
roam
you
ah.
can't not understand.
Tak,
you're
aku rasa dia tak nak ambil golin lagi sebab ni kot. Macam apa? Tak nak tunjuk Pakito ni nak gimana. Sebab lepas dah nampak apa? Lepas dah nampak Uranus Bele ni okey je nak Pakito golin pun. Sebab Uranus ni memang useless tu. So ancaman kepada Pakito ni kalau main golin Belerik sahaja. So all is well lah.
Harith has done very well against lineups with the Ling. Once you get your power
Sekali
spike,
Paki
even
jungle.
though you're in the full team fight, the spike
Melissa,
you go up
Ben.
against a
Melissa,
better,
Melissa.
as long as you get away from the
Melissa,
target,
Ben!
the Dryad is gone, Zaman Force gets dropped, and that even sends any Ling
Melissa, Ben!
away from the fight. You get the tempo with the Cho to help scale it faster. You move the Pekito,
Udara.
you put that in the EXP or the surprise
Tak ada
jungle.
Boleh lah, bang.
ECC untuk
I
Ling.
could see the vision.
Asalkan tak pick aku okey tu.
What are they forcing mid here? I mean,
SRG melee boleh juga. Tapi kalau tak memang tak nak kena buang ah. Kacau Paki nak main nanti. Tapi tu lah Moskov open kan. Tak SP je lah aku rasa Paki tu ni main kan. Buang melee ambil Moskov.
Berikanlah kemenangan yang mudah untuk serang Amin.
And so maybe just saying, hey, we're going to limit your options. Now you're going to pick something that kind of would have done a better job for us in this lineup.
Kari pun
You're
boleh
a little
juga.
weaker as a result of that.
This might actually be a
Kari
jungle
pun actually
Pakito
good.
because if you look at the Cho and the
Nah,
Joseph
depend
together,
pun.
they're not a combo.
Okay, buang Melissa please.
If you put the Pakito in the jungle,
Buang Melissa ambil Kari kan. Anjas.
pick off and then burst it down
Anjas,
right away.
anjas.
As much as you use Cho as a means to just
Tolong
get that
curse
little
on it,
crowd
Rino.
control, a lot of its value really comes from the fact that you could -1 someone right away.
But that's on the assumption that you minus someone with a full damage build. And most of the time, and right now, I think they have lack
Harith
of
ada
damage. They
G.
have no form of scaling. They have a great form of peel,
I
great
agree
form
with
of
you.
catch,
Yeah.
but if he's building like War Axe nonsense like that and not second
Lepas tu
into
kiri
Malefic Roar,
terpaksa king.
I don't know. I don't see it happening.
Yep.
I mean, you look at a great gold laner there, and you see the
Buang
this
lah
team
Melissa
fight,
ni
you
bang.
see the in and out and the pick off potential from Lane.
Innocent cakap dia tak
I mean,
suka main
Onika
Kari.
looking very strong, very traditional
Ruby
in some ways,
Golden.
but very hard to
Valentina.
beat.
Oh, this is good. This is good. Mid lane bans on the side of SRG, and should be a Melissa
Bruno
ban for
tak
the side of
ngam
Honor,
ke?
right?
Nak paksa kiri
Well,
mesh
this has
yang
not
yang
been
boleh
played
senang
at
nak
all
punish lah.
today. Banned, I think, once.
Salahnya
in our
mesh banyak
first
sangat
set,
lagi tu.
but
Yang memang
surprisingly not
solid.
seen
So
very often getting. What do you think that
that
is? 'Cause
Valen
it's
band
not
a little
Melissa
weird.
ban either,
Oh,
it's not
ataupun dia nak
Warwick's
Sora
ban
SP.
I think because they have potential answers to it, they can
Brody.
maybe try and get the
Serang
resources
Melissa
out
Aku
of
rasa
it.
dia nak Sora SP lah.
Seemingly a different way, because keep in mind, if you do end up picking Melissa, I think Sans is going to go for like Yi Farsa type nonsense.
Yeah,
Kanan
exactly.
god.
With the Valentina banned out, you can return to the E-Farsa. And if ever SRG are thinking about going back to the
Okay
tanks,
je,
if they show
Pakito
it
golin.
now, tanks in the jungle, excuse me, if they show that now,
Okay
then it's
saja.
an easy or Farsa pickup for Onyx. It's really up to you which one you think will mesh better with the lineup. If it's the Melissa, Iksha, and
Boom, keluar clean kan.
then the lack of dive maybe is what's gonna hurt Onyx.
Ah!
We did hear last time that the Melissa pickup from Young God Galacticos.
Sora lah, let's go.
Didn't mean to pick up the Melissa,
Harith.
but it worked out well for them. When we
Ya,
go back
Harith
to,
goleng,
a
pakai
possibility
HP.
that we posed very
Then
early on,
the
it
Valen
still
band
could be
is
Harith
weird lah.
for SRG.
Takut
And
dia
yeah,
ambil apa?
it makes
Cho
sense,
sepak.
with the Cho getting picked up, with how
Not sure lah.
with them showing the Pakito.
Not so sure
juicy
about the
in
Valentina
mid, it
band.
means that the Harith will be
But
well
what
supported.
matters
I'm thinking about this.
is
there
the
a
pick.
possibility of
So
Eomar
Harith
goes
Golen,
wrong with
never
Valen.
say no
I
to
think
Harith
that as of
Golen.
right now,
I
they
mean
don't
not the
want
best.
artillery mages because they've already got a couple of answers
Lawan
right
Ling ni
here.
sebab kena
If
apa?
it's Farsa,
Kena
for
guna
sure, they've
kena
got
buka ulti kan.
Pakito to
Tapi
kind
dan
of
again
disrupt that.
Ling pun
They've also
kena
got
guna
the
ulti
Cho
kat.
to dissolve
Wow,
it.
Aurora.
Very interesting option. Very
What the
good for
fuck?
disengages as well. On top of re-engaging with some
Kenapa
strong
Aurora men?
AoE
Nak
from
ni.
the Belric, that is a
Nak
natural wombo combo.
Walk Aurora.
nak ulti.
Tutup mata tekan bangun.
Nak ulti ni.
Well, I mean, it just means
Ulti
that
Harith
Innocent
tengah
will have
ulti
to
ke
really
apa?
watch his timing even more.
Wish.
I like this mid.
I don't understand,
one
man.
of my most played heroes in my limited experience.
It is very good.
But I I lean towards having a little fun bias there.
Zetian sedap lagi tu.
The question is, do you like the Claude?
Tak lah, memang lah nak combo dengan dia, tapi macam Zetian or EV ke any other things.
It's a classic matchup.
Sedap lagi lah. Tak adalah teruk sangat. Dia macam boleh-boleh je lah.
Tolong amankan social media kami SRG.
Hilda Pakito jungle man.
Okay, so their entire lineup mainly is going to be
Kau
focusing
minta
on
draft boom.
Hilda to be able to kind of, double up on certain things. But it does mean that we have confirmation that Uni is actually going into the jungle with this Paquito.
Ay.
It's a lot harder because as much as Paquito is strong in that early game with the added
Tapi sebabkan Uranus ni aku rasa draft wise memang benang agak berat dekat kanan lah. Sebab sekarang ni Link perlukan bodyguard, Aurora perlukan bodyguard, Claude pun perlukan bodyguard, dan dia ada Beleric je untuk buat benda tu. Dia ada Beleric je. Uranus tu handicap mampus lah. So drive wise quite significantly dekat SRT lah geng. Early game Link, Bele, Aurora, Zujin, Cho, Pakito. Likewise.
Doa untuk seranggai.
Likewise.
Ahead of us, Mirko. It's Onyx up against SRG in a tournament life match. Someone's going home. Someone's moving on to the knockout stage.
Takut Gengarino.
Typical emblems, mostly all around. A little bit of tenacity though.
Hello, Masasin lah, pagi tu.
Just in case the defense.
Bukan fighter
For the possible aggression that could come
Penet
from Kyrie
lagi,
and the rest of the team.
Lama tak
But the
tengok
big
hero lampu.
surprise pick here, and also surprise.
But the Hilda pick ni pun so nice lah. Tak, sebab aku cakap bodyguard tu sekarang ni, Hilda ni memang seronok lah. Sebab yang boleh bodyguard seorang je.
You have something that wants to play quickly around the map. You have someone that's going to have a huge power spike on this Paquito around level 3, level 4.
Kanan ni aku tak minat Pakito ni je sebab aku sama macam tadi lah. Pakito ni dia kena flicker. But not lah to a point yang it doesn't work. Dia okay. Okay.
On the hill that goes from XP down below to try to deny Kai.
Ni apa hal dah dekat.
They will be able to get a camp.
Ni apa hal dah dekat. Macam Aurora bah.
We'll still be able to get level 4 though, going up to the lizard after the purple buff.
And killing spree as well on Uni here, right?
Tak terlepas wave lah. What the fuck?
We're looking for a lot of damage.
And it's just like, dude,
tak terlepas wave baik.
I know we've been asking for this matchup.
Terlepas tu. Oi, tak ada tu dia makan crab kan. Tak terlepas.
As an elimination match instead of like a knockout stage match.
Keraji.
It's just kind of sad. Just a tad bit sad.
Just a tad bit. Also a tad bit exciting.
Of course.
You know, we have to say this is also, it's unprecedented, but a lot of damage on Olupia.
Oh no, tidak. Hilda buang armor, Pakito tumbuk. Mana tak meninggal. Aduh lah. Basuh link pula. Bintang. Nice rusuh ha. Segi please. Sana.
Ila connect.
Agresif ha.
And that's exactly
Very agresif. Kau tengok dia nak panis lagi kuning ni. Dia memang tak ada bagi muka. Matilah Beleric. Si baik dia lalu.
To get to that point to be able to fight, especially picking up the Aurora. Yes, it's going to do well against some of these frontline fighters.
Kan nak sepak Beleric. Sebab Beleric
But it's not a fast-moving mid lane.
Very active ha tadi rotationnya.
That's something you would normally see.
Walaupun tak dapat betul-betul punish. Betul-betul macam tak successful lah, but very active. That's all that matters. Sebab at some point dia akan successful kan.
But then the whole team staying up top after taking a turtle, trying to abuse the fact that Ludpi had already used the Purify was also quite big. Made him a bit low. Also pops in a consecration for some reason up top there. Don't know if anyone really threatened him or it was just a mistap. But Ludpi will still be able to match this XP lead of Cram with an XP Crab take and a shove straight up.
Cram is playing this Hilda so aggressively, rotating around essentially the secondary tank, playing it almost like a roamer would the way he's playing on the opposite side of the river.
Whoa! Great way the Dragon finds him into the knockout strike of Uni!
Wrath of the Dryad to respond it over. Sounds walking up as well, but now it's going to be Keyboy in the midst of it all. Caught, oh my god! Frigid Glacier comes around to peel Yums with the G-Kundo and the flicker. Sounds caught in the bad spot, doesn't have the flicker. Cram with the swings of the battle axe. Uni! A triple kill against Onyx.
This is huge for Uni. It's 4-0 right now. Add a purple buff on top of that. And the thing about it is, it's 4-0 in kills, and every single one of those kills has gone to this Paquito. Let's take a look at the replay. It all started with being way up the dragon. And even though Keyboy tries to help out by popping that Wrath of Dryad, it's just not enough. The damage. This is what I was talking about.
The Hilda Paki Cho ni memang early gamenya sebabkan diorang duk main sekali je. Dapat that debuff. Tak payah Paki tumbuk tu. Aku rasa Cho skill 1 pun tembus je. Early game lah. Tak biasa grab dia letak je makanan dalam raga pasal aku. Tapi tadi ni dia call pula. Sebab dia tak sure rumah aku mana satu. Masihlah keluar. Tapi golitnya 2k lah. Tapi ada Harit. Dan kiri ada handicap.
SRG now with a decent lead. Can they convert it into something more? They're going to move on to the spot lane. If they can start taking towers this early on, it's going to be huge for them. Maybe get the lane swap in. Once they start taking some towers, Cram can get involved. Onyx has to find a way to slow the pace. And Keyboy and Sans hanging out in these bushes, that's kind of what they're looking for. But Sans gets found out. Aurora is going to get completely taken out by Cram now as Lutfi.
Dah lah, sudah lah.
Gets away just a bit from that lantern flare.
P100 buat apa bang? Dah lah kau nak main league. Kau nak main league. Lepas tu kau bawa ESP jalan-jalan. Masalah otak apa lah. Tak ada sabar. Kau tahu tak? The only way dia memang akan ada certain matchup kan. Ada certain matchup yang engkau nak outplay sendiri je, tapi sebabkan draft kau tu dia macam logically tak possible lah. Tapi kalau SRG throw baru possible lah. So itu kondisi dia. Kena throw gak? Barulah boleh.
Be the aggressive ones, not only in fights but in positions on the map.
Wait, the dragon into Uni walking up. Oh, he walks away from the Wrath of the Dryad.
Terlalu fat, sepak pokok pun mati. Oi. Sangkut pula. Bukan saya geng. Jangan salahkan host ah. Jangan salahkan host.
Aduhai Rino.
Aduh, it's not me dog. It's not me. Aduh.
Hello host. Ni mesti terlanggar cawangan internet time lawan monster.
Try to capitalize on the Wrath of the Dryad.
Dia orang tu.
Starts to come up. Oh, Kyrie missed the defiant blade on the wall. Bit of panic there. Cram got close.
Hey, penat lah macam ni.
Trex into every.
Dah lama tak jadi kambing hitam monton. Hari tu masa playoff, banyak aku jadi ni. Kambing hitam. Tu deh. Dapat Aurora.
Sanso has a passive there. Frigid Glacier popped in as well. It's cramped.
Play bagi tu ah. Gila. Agresif nak mampus.
This is uncalled for at this point.
Garung.
Ini baru
Pek connect lagi. Aku memang dah dia. Aku dalam sakit. Aku memang dalam series yang merah kuning ni geng kan. Siapa pick kuning memang hero kuning memang nak tak gol lah. Deserve. Nak main hero yang tak ada mekanik kan. Yang senang-senang. Yang stabil. Itulah makannya men.
Alright, so SRG have now converted this huge gold lead into multiple towers. Mid-tier 3 gone, top side all gone. And the way that SRG's moving amongst the map, they are just slowly compressing Onyx into their base. They've taken buffs. It is a tough game for Onyx. How do they even find a way out? And you said it. All they really have is keyboard.
Snowball 6k goal difference.
And for him to really get a
Pakai
surprise
Harit.
engage off, it has to be a flicker.
Harit
Even
Gilda.
this far behind
Zogen,
with the amount
berat.
of damage that SRG has, he can't harass the way you want to on a Uranus. And in the past, Uranus could still do it at maybe 0 and 2, could still do it at a 6k gold deficit, but we've been seeing how much trouble Uranus has been having in the meta currently when you fall behind like
Tapi
this.
Pakito kena main macam dari tadi ah. Dari tadi kalau kau perasan Pakitonya dia memang masuk lambat lah.
And re-engage these fights.
Sampai
They're
Ali
gonna
ni,
have to let
tapi pakai
SRG
retry ah. Sebab
come
dia
to
tahu
the
dia tak boleh
hub
contest
and
lo nya kan.
look for the counter attack.
Yep, Kai can only just retry the purple buff. That means it's going to be free neutral objective unless Onyx get a pick up, but it's going to be SRG with the
Dia nak lawan
move.
tu.
Sound to the
Dia
flicker
nak
out
lawan tu.
already.
Pom dapat Rora bang. Kip betul-betulnya dari tadi. Ui, tunya dari tadi. Blazing. Gila. Gila Blazing. Tapi Harit macam mana Harit? Harit. Haritnya gimana? Dapat shutdown ke? Tak dapat shutdown. Dapat Zujin.
We fail to talk about Kelra. He's 2-0-1 right now. He's been having the gold lane experience. He's been waiting for his time to shine, and we just
dari
saw
tadi
the
dapat
damage
saja
come out.
bodoh
Innocent
tunya.
though does lock in Holy
Christmas.
Crystal. It's going to be more damage from him as well. Let's take a quick look at the replay. I want to keep our eyes on Kelra because he knows he has to move down. Keyboy comes in a little bit late to pop that Wrath of Dryad, and right when it pops, Kelra BMIs forward, uses the Blazing Duet on the backside, and outputs the damage matched up by Kyrie's Tempest of
Like
Blades.
kalau itu ESP-nya bukan Uranus kan, benda lain yang boleh buat sesuatu kan, aku rasa probably kalah lah SRG Teamfight tu. Sebab Blazing Claw dia tu terlalu impactful yang kalau ada benda boleh follow up dengan dia. Memang sedap gila lah. Tapi nak buat macam mana? ESP-nya macam gitu je kan. Orang tengah berpeluh ni lawan. Nak krem lah. Baru memutar-putarkan dia punya telur. Berat.
It's going to be helpful in this next big push as Kelra moves forward, and SRG, I think at this point, take these tier 2s.
ESP-nya Hero C7.
They could try to force things open.
Oh my god.
C7.
That much damage. Holy shield. Procs
Yeah,
in the
holy
end, and the
pecah.
charge still comes
Auto
through.
turret semua
SRG
pecah.
now looking to get 2. Holy shields down before the 12th minute of the game. Innocent.
Masa ke? Reset ke?
Popping that damage again. The
Rasa macam
synchro
kena
fish
reset lah.
doing work.
It's a scary bottleneck to come into against Onyx right now, even with the gold advantage.
Okay lah, memang I respect the itemization lah. Straight to Rose Gold Queen lah. Tak, sebab itu masalah lagi satu. Sebab kau nak kena contest retry tau. So given that kau hero nya tak ada flicker, dan high chance kau memang akan makan Belleric punya ulti, Aurora punya combo ni. So double down on the defense tu is good lah.
By Onyx, so SRG has to play this smart. They can't brute force Onyx base open right now. 60 seconds for Lord, they just freeze lanes.
Lord pendek dulu sebelum winter. Walaupun lawan fighter jungler.
They have the lead, they can play it safe. Heck Cram can take a
beating
beating as well.
Nak biar Namisha tembus lah. Sebab tadi pun nampak macam dia tak mampu kan.
For Sans though, and it's only a second item.
4.8 gold.
That's painful. Kelra able to
tapi aku rasa as long that Harit bermain okey.
4.8k gold.
Sebab nak exhaust spell and everything. Aduh, Harit pak. Aduh. Waduh, Harit punya hati kat belakang. Oi, dapat juga tu. Dapat juga. Aduh, aku ingatkan clothingnya lepas. Okay, aduh. Roam untuk golden Roman. Reload. Dia dapat sepak je tapi tak dapat ikut. Kena ton. Kena ton dan kena stun dari bawah tapi tersangkut dah. Tapi bencana lah sebab ulti Harit tadi tak ada function bodoh.
6-0 in 5, and with Kelra finally down, this is going to give the advantage
keluar atas,
to Innocent in a lot of these fights. We saw the gold lead earlier.
Tak, kenapa hari ni sangat indah hidup dia game ni? Sebab even dekat late game nanti pun draft kanan ni boleh consistently exhaust enemy tau. Yang duk SRG duk buat dari tadi lah. Hilda Paki dengan Zujin dengan Cho ni kan duk parak je. Duk parak jadi bendanya jadi chaotic. Tapi Harit tak keluarkan resource ulti lagi.
But that's where you find, you know, the benefits of having this crazy aggressive style on your mid lane on Stormy. When it works amazing. That shot into Kelra. This is such a good turret to take as well, man. It's going to be the far lane up there. Wait the dragon onto Little P for Glacier. Able to lock it for a bit as Yums is able to flicker out of it. Innocent. No Purified burnt out. Lord going to be dealt with as well. And SRG are happy with just the base turret on the far lane.
Clock is ticking though. They're at 10k. I think one more base turret could be helpful.
Lagi ya. Playing safe lah. Boleh.
It's gonna start scaling eventually. SRG has to be careful.
Tapi Lord Next ni kena press sikit lah.
I think at this point SRG.
Sebab kalau Lord Next ni tak press dan dia dah sampai window yang Link, Rora dengan apa? Claude ni dah full item kan. Ni Claude ni pun dah nak full item apa ke?
With this kind of composition, SRG can actually still blitz around the Lord. Now, once we get into Evolve Lord territory, that's where it will get kinda dicey for SRG because then I don't think they will have enough firepower to burst the Evolve Lord. But for now, it's still chill.
So basically, Onyx just needs to survive this next one, right? Survive this next push. We get into Evolve Lord territory. Take a look at items.
3 more minutes.
3 more minutes.
Kasut boleh winter maybe.
They have 2 inhibitors left. It's going to push down the top. I'm just saying it is possible.
It is.
Kyrie, Kelra, Lupi, all of them have been playing a good game. Anyone else in SRG might have tried to finish this a little bit earlier. Anyone else with a 10k gold lead, they might have tried to shove things in. But the respect is there, and I'm wondering almost, is it too much respect? Are they playing too passive here?
Yep. A little passive. Like supposedly Lord tadi pun memang kalau maksudnya on normal day kau akan definitely dengan gold yang kau ada, match up draft yang kau ada 100% kau akan paksa lah. But it's okay. Tapi Lord ni tak boleh lah. Yang ini kalau dia buat yang passive tu juga dan itu macam dia apa macam says a lot lah kau punya mentality tengah kat mana kan. Sebab kau dah ada lead besar gila.
Oh, hold on, let's see. Takes a big beating. Doesn't use the Purify though. This is a pure 50-50 now. Onto it. Kyrie doesn't get it. It's going to be Uni and Innocent. I believe. Kyrie wasn't able to get his hands on it. And with this will just be another free neutral objective. And then it's going to build from their treks. SRG, they're playing the same game because they know
Link ni bukan hero. Kau kena faham Link ni dia bukan hero. Dia samalah Hirara ke ataupun ini ada assassin. Selain Joy lah. Dia bukan hero yang Link pergi. Tak. Bukan bro. Dia kena ni. Kena Arom pergi dulu, Mesh pergi dulu, ESP pergi dulu. Pakito ni pun hidup. Kau ingat sebab apa? Kau ingat kena apa-apa? Kalau kau tengok, nak lawan. Pop. Dapat Rora. Harit. Aduh Harit. Mati bodoh Haritnya. Oh, cok sangat doh perangnya tu. Tak tu je indecisive lah. Dia macam nak sepak je Uranus tadi. Tapi sebabkan ada Puri, dia maksa kat Auroranya walaupun tak ada angle. Tapi tak kena punish lah.
Kelra gets a good chunk of damage, and Keyboy plus Kyrie on the bot side freeze Innocent, stop him, and Kyrie's able to get the kill. And in that moment, SRG knows they have to back off. They don't want to play the long fight.
You gotta give props to Onyx, man. They layered their skills very well. The Wrath of the Dryad baited out the Purified. Then we saw the Frigid Glacier. Not the stun, but just the damage. Right as Kyrie jumped off the Finch Poise with his own Defiant Blade to burst Innocent down. So now Innocent, he's also fallen.
Tadi tu bukan dia tak berdansa. Memang team fight tu cok sangat. Cok sangat yang dia tak sempat nak lompat, nyawa dia dah habis lah. Link turun dengan ada lagi satu benda ni.
Another crazy
Tak sempat lompat pun dah. Lepas tu dia nak lompat pun tak free. Sebab belah kanan tu ada dinding kan. Dinding tebal, so dia ada kiri je. Dia ada belah bawah. Belah bawah ke belah kanan-kanan sikit kan.
Always in a side bush, Cram. Always looking for an angle as well. Onyx has to watch out for it.
SRG are going to go for the commitment here. They see the Ling. It's instant commit. No way for Onyx to respond to this. They still want to try though. Look, he caught again. It's going to be the taunt landing with the shun boost right there.
Lambatnya Bellery.
Keeps it clean. Sounds the back path. Waiting for a protection. Plays out of the path. Getting rocked in the sky. Jumps in on Innocent. Picks up the blade. Picks it up. Waiting to try and appeal again. It's actually
Harit nak main. Oh!
Over and over again. It's Crab in the back. Waiting for a position. Signs for Innocent, but SRG.
Aku tu kena botol lah, man.
Kai with the chase now onto Crab.
Lari.
Kelra wants to go with the chase.
Lari.
He doesn't have
Dah. Weblet lah.
Doesn't land a taunt either. It's not involved yet, so Onyx, I feel, get the win with a mid and a gold trade.
Tapi tadi Bailey tu dia tunggu apa?
Recalling is going to be massive.
Dah dah minit 18. Dapat. Oh, nice. Oh, blazing. Boleh? Bermain. Link tak ada energy pun dah. Oh, dah habis. Tapi Harit, sempat ke Harit nak datang dengan wave yang baru eh? Tak boleh bunuh tu, sikit. Dah baru. Oh, boleh tu. Boleh lane bawah, mid tak sempat lah. Berapa? 20 second? 50 second sempat tu. Dia kena pasal lah.
Onyx with a Hail Mary play there and SRG responding so cleanly, but it's not over yet.
Sempat
SRG
lah
still at the door.
Jauh siap. Oh. Oi. Ada minion. Baik pagi. Alamak, Link cuci ni. Ui. Dev, jangan recall situ dok. Ai. Okay, Link tak pergi.
SRG versus Onyx. This really should have been a knockout stage game.
Alright, window is over. Window is
Every
over.
time you think it's going one team's way,
That
something
winter.
else happened. Uni with the immortality.
That blazing winter tu buatkan Harit ni tak main pun bodoh Harit tu.
But Kyrie pulls up in the nick of time.
Kamu lah innocent.
Game back and forth. But every single
Innocent.
is just tit for
Come
tat,
on.
punch for punch.
Aku tadi kena ada winter juga lah, man.
It's just Crab who's deathless on the
Maybe dia buat
build-up.
trik ni kot. Untuk next slot ni buat trik yang apa? Dia salah satu trik yang memang function buat lah dekat late game ni kan. Sebelum team fight lot ni, neutral objective ni, kau jangan beli lu winter tu. Tapi nanti kalau macam dah dekat-dekat nak lawan tu baru kau beli lah. So enemy tak macam anticipationnya kurang sikit lah. Tapi boleh buat kalau duit kau banyak.
Innocent boleh jadi make or break.
Is insane. We're at 20-9. Onyx finally with a grip
Tak sebab
on
Ling ni
this
dah
game.
full item kak. Pedih nak mati
It's
je
down
dah.
to tie game mode. The problem is Lord spawns
Like kalau Harit tak ada tengah tak ada ulti kan, memang Harit ni mati lah. Kau tengok. Dia begitu kotak terus mati tu. Gila bangkit lah. Sebab dia dah buat 2 kali. Dia dah buat 2 kali memang tembus. Wah, dia kena ada winter lah. Macam mana nak lawan tak ada Harit ni? Aku rasa bagi je duk. Bailey ni ada. Oh, tak ada flicker, tak ada flicker, tak ada ulti. Maybe boleh lah. Maybe boleh lah. Aku tengok flow dia nya. Pergi tu. Wah, dorang delay. Wah, dapat dorang. Tak ada damage tu. Pasal tu. Dorang kena defend tu. Pasal tu. Tawan sikit tu. Dorang kena balik tu. Mantap. Blazing. Yujin. Patut ulti je tak puri. Ulti kurang. Aduh. One pula. Bodoh kena end tu ni. Ada minion. 20 second lama siap 40 second bodoh geng. Waduh, Harit yang benar lah. Tak Harit tak main lagi ni masalahnya. Tak sempat main lagi.
Kelra is shredding. Onyx doesn't want to show them the same respect that SRG showed them 10 minutes ago.
15 seconds now on Uni.
On the line.
They're buying good time. They're buying really good time. They actually saved this
Tapi tadi that call nak gas Harit laju-laju tu. What the fuck tu?
Does Onyx
Okay, the Winter ah.
commit to this here? There's so many
The
towers
Winter,
that
the
they
Winter.
have to get through.
This is
The
a big
Lord will
Lord.
take a good chunk of damage.
Tier 2 up top, gonna fall down as well as Kai deals with the waves, but now it's gonna be the Evolve Lord into the
Nak nombor 4 ah. Tak alon nombor 4. Dia nak VR aja lagi. Pecah bro, botak man. Ui, tak boleh clear dong. Ya tu nak clear pakai apa? GG dong. Waduh. Ui, berat man. Waduh.
Multiple lords. But Onyx finally pulled the game back into there.
Ayuyu. Bodoh, tapi call ni bapak GG doh, geng. What the fuck? Oi, what is this call doh? Tak, sebab jadi kita tengok team fight dalam belakang. Sebab dia buat benda sama tak? Cumanya tak beramai-ramai betul lah ni kau tengok. Pening kepala. Terus mati man. Tak sempat apa-apa doh. Kau tengok link turun. Pecah shield. Dia baru lompat sekali. Putus ke? Kenapa dia tak boleh lompat lagi Dia tak sempat pun doh. Dia tak sempat. Dia baru baling basic attack dia kan. Dia baru baling basic attack. Dia tekan puri. Mati dah. Tak. Dia tak boleh kena stun. Dia ada purify. Tak, terlalu laju dia mati yang dia sempat tekan purify. Kau tengok Ini real speed. Real speed. Miung. Beras. Tak sempat kena apa-apa. What the fuck?
Gone.
Tapi tu what a call by Onyx tu. Crazy man. What a call tu. Itu memang well played lah. Tapi last 2 sepak ni tak handsome lah man. Tak handsome. Tak jelas apa benda yang nak dibuatkan sebenarnya. Like kalau dapat buat Aurora tu tadi, aku tak berapa faham sikit ni. Kalau dapat pun lepas tu apa? Aku tak faham. Sebab kau tak ada heart rate. Tak ada heart rate pun. Like let's say kau tumbuk-tumbuk, pasif pecah Aurora lepas tu dah tak ada skill. Kalau ada heart rate tak apa lah. Sebab kau boleh cuci yang laju kan. So I'm not really sure. Lepas tu lagi satu dah lah diorang ada wave kan. Choking sikit lah kat sini geng. Choking sikit lah. Tak, ada wave ni kat sini. Ni. Wave berdekat atas tu kan. Dia nak sepak link sebenarnya. Dia nak sepak link kot. Tapi nampak macam tidak. Dia nak sepak apa geng sebenarnya geng? Memang nak sepak Aurora kan? Tak patut biar Lord tidak okay je nak contest, tak ada masalah. Sebab dia ada wave dekat atas, so dia ada that pressure kan. Tapi yang lepas ni sebab tak adalah terus kena punish ke apa. Tapi lepas ni kena outplay dengan WON si Kelra. Aduh, berat man. Sebab ni dah nice lah Lord.
Tapi
sebab hasil daripada tu, hasil daripada Cho tadi tu, Lordnya full reset. Lepas tu wave dah sampai, wave besar pula. 2 gerabak lagi. So 2 orang dah balik. Beli dengan ni kan. Beli dengan Aurora kan. Beli dengan Uranus. Ni lah. Pum, dah blazing. Tak ada. Ulti dia belum siap. Laki. Patutlah. Kalau tak Jim HP kan. Ni. Aduh. Pam. Kena main pula. Tapi ni definitely sebab tak check. Sama dia tak check item ataupun tak kira cooldown. Cooldown item lah. Sebab aku rasa kalau dia betul-betul kira tak ada maknanya ada pergi tumbuk kalau dia tu kan. Ni lah. There's just no way lah. Kena WON. Sedih. Sedih. Lepas tu Hilda pun mati kak. Aduh. Aduh. Wih, padahal dah main cantik tu early mid-nya, geng. Bangkit lah. Tengok lot sebelum. Pum, tak dapat lagi kan. Dia ulti. Hariknya ulti. Lompat. Bila ulti, lambat. Lambat dia tekan purinya. Lambat.
Gara-gara Hari tak boleh bermain.
Lambat. Hari tak main lah, geng.
Pokok itu lagi.
Lambat. Dia still boleh bergerak sebenarnya. Tapi dia tahan lama sangat. Ni dah kena lah. Dia dah kena. Tengok sepanjang dia start kena ni berapa banyak damage masuk ke dia. Sebabkan dia tak boleh nak neutralkan pakai dia punya shield dengan lifesteal. Nampak? Tapi tak ada, lambat. Aku rasa damage tu memang masuk laju pun satu hal juga lah. Sama je lah situation macam tadi tu. Tengok kalau real time kan. Lambat macam maybe quarter of a second lah. Tengok, terus hilang tu masalahnya, men. Terus hilang. Maybe tak selaju yang tadi kita tengok lah. Tapi laju lah, bro. Damage apa lah? Claw dia dengan link lah kan? Dia blazing.
Skill satu Rora sakit tu.
Mana bukan tu. Siapa yang Rora Rora skill 1, skill 2. Yep.
Rora.
Tak sempat main pun tu. Yang lain pun sepak ada. Dia macam satu kan.
Main dekat tempat sempit pula.
Dia macam satu. Lepas tu Claude pula. Bait 3 kau tengok. Kau tengok Claude. Zuzin. Hilda dengan apa? Dengan Pakito nak pergi kan. Wasted lah. Sebabkan winter tu. Stress. Tapi lepas tu mati kah? Mati juga. So at least dapat trade. Kira okey lah kan. Dapat trade. Teamfight sebelum. Ni kan? Yep. Inilah yang dia respect
Rino Boti.
Sorry. Yang ni lah, yang dia tak nak paksa lah. Tak, aku okay lah, tak nak. Sebab apa, faham lah, high stake game kan. So that bar of risk-taking tu kau nak tone down sikit, okay je. Cuma je tu lah, tak dapat nak capitalize pula next slotnya. Sedih. 10k Dia tak nak. Ini jadilah yang perang tadi tu kan. Tapi reset.
Win rate Koneng masih tinggi. Rora pick tu buatkan Hari Takli nak babar ke?
Tak adalah juga. Sebab dia ada purify. Ni kan. Ni. Teamfight yang ini. Lepas lot ni dah dapat lot. Ni Bailey lama gila. Aku pelik lah. Aku tak tahu dia tunggu apa. Aku rasa Bailey ni kan, sebenarnya position dia prime gila kalau dia ulti. Aku rasa malah kan. Kalau dia ulti awal kan, Aurora full combo, aku rasa Unik dapat dua lotnya. Tapi lama lah. Tu bukan Bailey tu, Uranus bongok. Fuck. Aku ingatkan Rupanya lebih kurang bangkit. Itu Uranus, men. Patutlah. Jauh punya dia. Tapi dah ada flicker.
Salah hero Dawong.
Dah ada flicker. Dia jadi bodyguard. Dia jadi bodyguard sebab Claudia ni sakit dengan Cho ni. Betul. Memang itu call dia kot. Itu strateginya. Sulawan, hari ulti. Piung. Kena frozen. Tengok, betul tu. Dari tadi benda sama je. Dia terkena Rora. Puriling. Kau tengok. Habis ya. Like that stun doesn't matter, man. It's just that damage. One tick damage tu. Campur link memang mati. So betul lah. Maybe one of the way caranya adalah Cho tak payah nak pick off sangat lah. Cho pun jadi bodyguard kan. So at least, like let's say kalau Cho nya bodyguard, kena yang macam tadi tu kan. Yang Harit kena ni kan. At least lepas link turun tu boleh sepak kan. Dan adalah Haritnya nyawa tipis-tipis.
Sudah draft.
Ui, dia dah sepak dah pun. Tapi tak sempat. Mati dulu.
DC ada intruder Dawong.
Aduh, bapak lah tu sedih tu geng. Lead 10k siap. 10k banyak tu. Okay, langsung saja. Reset. Game 2. Dia buat blowing. Dia buat blowing dulu.
100% accustomed because how often do you see just a random or just show up, you know, coming into the mid, dropping down the stun, and more importantly, it's a delayed stun.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that you could really see the exact moment that it went wrong for Selangor Red Giants.
Yeah,
yes, it wasn't just the little decisions they made leading to the fateful moment wherein it was Innocent holding the Lord and SRG trying to bait a reaction out of Onyx, but it was answered by Onyx and Kyrie on the link perfectly, jumping on the Harith, taking the Harith out, and Onyx playing the long fight to eventually win out game number 1. Good bans here to start it out. We've talked about so many times how the
Marcel,
Atlas has
Zujin
impacted this metagame, and the Marcel getting taken out by Onyx, while Juice used by SRG in game number 1 will be taken out by them on the blue side. Onyx continues to ban out Salinas.
I've yet to see Herrera. I've yet to see a Ling ban for either one of these teams, but I think, you know, most things are pretty similar. Seems like
masalahnya sekarang ni here comes the pressure Onyx. Like pressure wise definitely aman gila babi lah sekarang. Sebab game elimination dia ada satu nyawa, lepas tu dia menang comeback ni. Motivation boost is fucking crazy right now. It's fucking crazy, gang.
If Freya's open, one of them has to pick up the
Ben
Freya
satu
for
Ben
sure.
satu
Honestly, I might be a little bit more in the boat that if ever it's available for SRG and you... Honestly, I feel like I don't
last game ke?
The focus because you can slot that into the gold.
Tengoklah. Kasih seru lah game 3. Kasih seru.
The Fanny's gone. It's all up for play. Beleric Valentina is still in play, not to mention the Ling as well as the Hirara at this stage of the game. And I think that Onyx needs to make that final choice. It's either they open up the entire thing or they just answer to the Freya, which again has been very terrifying, especially when let through.
Let's say if both assassins, top ones, as the meta will be left open by Coach CW and Coach Yeb. Ling and Herrera, will it be one of those or will they ban out the Freya and just keep it honest with the Ling-Herrera trade?
Aku tak boleh move on lah macam mana Oni bantai Harit tadi. Sial lah man. 3 kali dia boleh buat benda yang sama. Rora pop, Link turun, cuci. Tak sempat sial. Tak sempat buat apa-apa tu. 3 kali man dia buat. Fucking hell. Kira lah, let's go.
Macam tu dia buat anak monton.
Woi, gila lah. Dia buat anak emas monton macam macam nanti go. Like first time ever tu aku tengok Harit kena deny macam tu
Pokok dulu.
Ya, Kompadu tu obviously
I wouldn't
kan.
be surprised if
Definitely
once
one of
again,
it lah.
we'll see Cho getting fought for in the first phase of this drafting.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised too, but at this stage now,
Yeah,
at least
Irara.
we know exactly where the jungler is going to be. In game number 1, the big question was
Pokok
where
link lagi
exactly with 2 flex picks, one on either side. We weren't 100% where it was going.
Come on,
And SRG
Sam.
was utilizing
Kenapa
those
faham
flex
serang
picks
nak
as a
curi
means to
Belen?
start affecting some of the other laners.
Geng,
right? And
berhenti
they're
doh.
using the drafts
Berhenti dengan
outside the draft
obsession
bans
Bellerin,
also
geng.
indicate, yeah,
Berhenti,
we're gonna be
berhenti.
attacking you on this side.
Dia
But
good hero,
the
geng. Dia
response
good hero. Dia
straight
good
away,
hero. Okay?
surprisingly enough, they go for Nolan.
Yeah, so
Very good right now.
we mentioned earlier, but
Tapi
that's if
bukan
the link and the
bukannya
hero
kalau
are
dia
taken
tak
away.
ambil tu
So this is like it's Onyx trying out,
tak ada
alright, instead of
jawapan.
focusing too much on the Ling Herara
Tenang, tenang.
trade, why don't we bring up the third
Tenang.
option that people and other junglers in MSC have been bringing
Nolan
up
very
in
early
interviews, in quotes, they are honest and pick up the Nolan.
And I think there's a couple of interactions that will
Asal
be
Nolan
shown
dari
here
Ling.
today. Number 1, at
Waduh.
least comparative to Ling. Ling is able to get across the map really, really fast.
Tapi Link cerita by one Irara memang Link kalah terus. So maybe dia nakkan tu kot. Dia nakkan Nolan punya dia nakkan Nolan punya fast pace mobility.
I think it's going to be a difficult 1v1 because Hirara's going to try and lock you down. He's able to
Dora
dash back
untuk
out.
Nolan.
But now we look at
Salahnya Dora tak ada range, tak ada dash. Maybe boleh stun tapi kalau terlambat mati dulu lah kena combo Nolan ni.
surprised if Onyx just balance it out and pick up the Uranus themselves. There we go.
But okay
and
lah
then
guys.
for the gold
Kurang
lane,
lagi
that's
ya.
what they're going to be fighting for. Now,
Oh, number
you already
Dora.
have strong burst. I
barat
think some great sources of basic attacks
Takut tak sempat
Barat.
orang ni.
would be good
Barat.
if SRG don't ban out the carry. Would it be the
Yang
worst
barat
pickup in the world for Kelra? But if they really want to play
What
through
was the barat
AoE,
for?
knowing that technically
Based
this is
on
going to be
apa yang
somewhat of a
nampak
front to
Bele
back,
apa?
knowing that you have
Connect
a
Nolan
Barrett that
friend.
you're up against.
Connect
Maybe
Flicker
your
makan-
own favorite
Flicker
in the
makan Nolan.
Matrix might make a show up. I don't know why I said it like that.
I think that it's not a bad idea, especially if
Really
that
je,
Beleric
guys,
is going to
apa keputusan?
is going to be able to pick up a flicker for himself instead of a revitalize. That does give him a lot less pressure in the early stages of the game to kind of walk up and do whatever he
Kiri
wants.
badang okay
Especially
ke?
when you're up against someone like Eudora who can just naturally poke out these tanks in the earlier stages of the game. But into the second half, right?
Kena tengok
the
pick on ni
Choban,
dulu.
as
Sebab ni
expected,
pick
we were
duluan.
at
Cuba
least
ni.
expecting one of these teams to affect it, and now
Ni
SRG
dia
side,
boncuk.
they got to make the same answers.
Kali
Are
still
they
open
going to
tu.
start leaning into, hey, we don't want you to play double
duk.
fighters, or we're going to target Sans again?
Oh, sumpah man. Bro,
Sans pickups, with the juicing gone.
kali ya tu. Siapa nak kacau? Lepas tu dah confirm kalau dia angkat Nolan ni mati sebab ada Eudora. 100% mati je.
Getting Sans on something like a Lilia?
Ooh, that doesn't sound like a bad idea, but we're already
the
seeing
ban,
that
eh?
Rafa is
Rafaela.
going to get banned
Okay,
out
okay.
early on here. One of the key conditions is the fact that Flying Clouds is the current map play.
Maria,
So you can
hero
revive
apa
somebody,
tu?
put them on a Flying Cloud, and they
Itulah
lose
pasal harap-harap
zero
dah keluar
HP.
daripada Yin punya
This is a
ultimate.
great ban here. Keyboy did show up with the Badang. We've seen it also in the hands of Finn in Team Vitality. Can't remember if you've picked it up.
Kela tak
But it is a
pandang
great pickup
Darino.
with all of the dashes that you have
Ambil
here.
Moscow Innocent.
Momentum stopper with Onyx looking to play a much smoother team fight. And it is just very
Kena
annoying to deal with,
mati dia.
especially if you're up against the Barretts. That extra wall brought up by the Badang could
Buang
be
Moscow,
another
maybe?
extra obstacle wherein the missiles of the Barretts could knock
Buang
into
Claude
their
pun okey
opponents.
juga
and then
sebab
it's just an
nak
extra
tolong
way
si
for you to
Dora
get
ni.
easier stuns.
I mean, let's not forget about the anti-CC in that ult, right? That's just a great way to just kind of disengage when Beleric tries to make a flicker Wrath of the Dryad play on you anyways. I do want to see what this last ban is from the side of SRG.
Loyi.
Loyi
juga.
is going to
Sebab
be
barat.
the option. So Lilia, technically, low health pool. The Eudora does a pretty good job against it. Going for an artillery mage may not necessarily be that great, but Harith is going to be the red
Satu hari
pick
dah.
for
Dulu, let's go.
Onyx
2 kali
side. And I
lah.
like the fact that they're denying it.
Kali ya
They're gonna end up
dengan
picking up
Kari.
Vixana. Remember, we saw the
let's go,
Vixana as an
man.
answer to a lineup that has a
Please
Barrett,
do it, oh.
going up against a Eudora.
Kali
They
ya
have the
Kari, oh.
range. It's strong disengage, crowd control. It would set up
please man,
theoretically
please,
for the Nolan
please.
and the Harith.
I think
Might be
kali
a
ya
mid-lane
Kari
Vixana.
ya.
It's not a bad idea. I think the real question right now is who is going to be the concussive blast user for SRG, because that mid wave, if assuming Vixana is going to be that very last pick, that's going to be like an impossible to contest for. It's just instant clear and you're just dancing around it for 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah, Gatakacha and Hylos both want to pack up the Revitalize, seeing that they're up against the Beleric.
Ooh, actually the Hylos
Rasa
doesn't
dia
sound
nak
that
pergi
bad.
Brody,
Now that
okay?
Harith is already available, that glorious pathway just
Oh,
to slow him
aku rasa
down
dia
from
nak
actually
pergi Brody
retreating.
ya.
It's not a bad idea.
But the
Oh,
Beleric
Kari.
and the,
Kali ya.
excuse me, the Barretts and the
Kufra,
Hylos.
wanjas.
Another unique pick.
Boleh juga, boleh juga.
Vixana will mess that up
Boleh, boleh,
eventually this
boleh,
one.
boleh.
Let's see if they actually go.
Boleh.
Because,
Ya,
that's
kita
means
ada
in
4
the
sisi yang
real
boleh pancing
world,
Purify ya.
There's not a lot of people who could disrupt people like Eve, for
I mean
example.
dia standard kalau Kufra ni kau kena padu je mainnya. Mekanik kena handsome ah.
I think at the end of
Sebab
the day,
hero-nya
they
memang
still
hero
want to make
mekanik.
sure that, hey, we don't have to stick around the lane for too
I
long.
mean lagi satu advantage kalau dia ambil Kufra berbanding kalian ni, badannya lebih keras lah. Sebab macam kalian kan boleh kata pure pick off juga. So pros and cons dia dekat situ lah. So okay.
There's nothing to lose anymore.
Okay.
Lilia.
Lilia.
They got it from surprise initiation through their Kufra, but they are very close to mid-range. While for Selangor Red Giants, close to mid-range too, honest with it. Good sources of damage for both, and this should be exciting. Will SRG
langsung saja.
Or will Onyx sweep them
Game 3 kah?
Mirko and Trex, let's go!
Game 3 kah? Game 3 kah guys?
To one of the most grueling series we've seen so far. Onyx up against SRG. Onyx came back last game. Late game.
Sprint, bye.
They had zero control in the beginning, but were able to still get the win. And SRG continue to evolve and grow.
Dia nakkan cooldown dulu.
They're willing to risk it with some different picks. This is something they lacked in the beginning of the tournament, and we're already seeing how much
Tak ada
more
flicker
they're
Idora.
adapting to current meta.
Hey, that's a sprint on Stormy. That's
Hilang
something new.
instant
That's
lah.
for sure. Put yourself together though for
Not necessarily
Young's
bad,
Master
tapi
Assassin
definitely
for Innocent
instant
trying to win
nak.
out this lane.
Tiba-tiba flicker depan muka Nolan and everything tu tak ada lah.
I wonder, I mean, had to be.
Pincang. Terkejut pula ada Nolan kat situ. Berat. Waduh. Kena rembat lautannya ni.
Beautiful rotation from Luffy and Kyrie coming to that mid lane. Yunus is going to try to stop it, but he may get taken out here. Yeah, Kyrie is able to take it now. He jumps on Yunus. There's a few more hits to take another.
Tak ada flick bro.
He's on the board. Now
sampai.
it's two. This is one of the good things about the
Oi.
Noland up against this Aurora. He's going to be able to dash away. He's got the escape ability. He's not, even if he commits to a big amount of damage, he instantly dashes back, and it's going to make it a little
Tapi
bit
lelaki
harder
kat
for
Udi
Udi
tu
to catch him in some of those
Dia nak
dicey
poke apa nak
moments.
poke bele je.
Going a little too deep. Maybe
Sekali
should've just let him
ngam-ngam
have
pula
that one,
Nolan
because
dari
now
tu.
Kyrie's got 2 kills
Pincang.
already on a Nolan. It is
Not a good start.
picture-perfect
Yep.
start for Onyx.
Can't get better than this, right?
2-0
Especially after last game
bodoh
where
Nolannya.
it was SRG who dominated the first 14 minutes of the game, right? Like entirely early game, it was just SRG. Kelra this time feeling the wrath of Innocent in a winning matchup.
All right, so SRG, do they want to contest this? Again, they do have the Harara, one of the highest prioed heroes in the meta right now.
He's gonna go in on Crown.
Aduh, berat.
He's gonna get
Aduh,
bursted down.
mati.
Suns picks him up. Look, he's able to walk.
Aduh. Sabar, Idora belum siap. Sabar. Ayo yo. Connect sikit bang. Connect sikit bang. Sabar, Idora nak ambil low 4. Sekejap. Kena dah lah, dah snowball kan. Sudah snowball.
You know, it seems like SRG's a little bit disconnected. Yums first goes in by himself to his own death. This time Cram maybe goes a little bit too deep while Uni's still looking for his purple. The full commit's not there, and 1 or 2 of them are going in and getting caught off. And I think they have to realize that maybe it's not the time, or if we are going to commit, everyone has to be together.
Sorang-sorang barat je tadi.
After this lead, just taking a purple buff, and only now.
Tengok, here comes
really
the press.
Double mobilization onto Lupi, but he doesn't care. Boy got a position.
Oh, pincang bro, tak ada puri kan. Play lah. Kemas, Onyx-nya kemas.
Watches it happen.
Kemas.
Nope, we're not even going for this orange buff. We're going to lay a trap. We're going to get another kill. We're going to put Kyrie at 3-0-1 and Sans at 1-0-2. Let's get these damage dealers rolling. At this point, Uni's just sitting back and watching. He's trying to farm his own jungle. He's trying, I mean, everyone's just trying not to die at this point, let alone catch a lead.
Okay.
That was one of
okay. Hyper 2 level. Tak masalahnya Nolan ni dalam 4 kill ni dia ada kat 4-4 tu. So memang akan ada gap jauh lah duit dengan level ni.
But now it's going to take a little bit more to get that plan B sorted out. They're going to have to constantly rotate with Innocent now.
Balik game ada cahaya lah. Sebab ada Kari kan. Ada Kari, ada Dora. Cumanya tu lah. Onyx ni kalau ikut dia punya style yang minit 14 bagi respect tu dia tak buat lah. Dia memang akan langgar je lah.
Kind of purple buff though. This should set him very close to level 9. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know if Cram should be down here at this point. Is this really a fight that they want to take? Innocent, slightly behind.
Tapi Kari tak ada
He does
buri.
hit level 7. Taking a lot of damage.
That's why they went for the Lilia, man. Barats is just
Tapi
gonna
dan
get
again
shredded
startnya
down.
dekat ni je. Belly
He has
je.
the consecration still.
Boleh datang
Able
bubar.
to find the talent range on Keyboy, but he doesn't care as Kelra pops into Zaman Force.
Tarik buang ulti.
Look P with the consecration gets away. That is nothing to look P.
Sakit tu. Sakit
And this is what
bangkit
I mean,
Lilia
right?
ni.
They expend so much time on that turtle. They maybe could have got a push on top tier 3. They maybe could have, you know, if Cram would have stayed up there, if someone else would have gone up there, they could have rotated elsewhere and at least made play up on the map. But instead, they spend so much energy on a turtle they never had a chance to get.
So now it's the build back up for SRG. They send Innocent to the other side of the map, trying to get him farm. It's all they can do right now. And Uni, like you said, they went in for the skirmish earlier. And against a Nolan, if you lose out there, Nolan's going to be able to rotate around the map much faster than you. So what that means is he's going to take your green camps away. That's why we see such a big
golit. Minute 6.
levels for Kyrie on the Nolan. And again, he goes bot. When the purple buff is up, he knows where Uni is. He's constantly stealing these camps away. And it's going to get really tough for SRG because they have to feed two. Uni and Innocent.
Yeah. It's a lot of mouths to feed when everything's being taken from you. Onyx already at 4,000 gold. A lot of damage on a Loopy though. They're going to go under the tower.
Yep. Again with the shoes, just reacting to the tyrant's rings. The taunt lands on Yums, and that's the damage of the Glooms.
Aduh, tak ni dah susah. Sebab kau nak pecahkan puri, kau dah tak ada apa, kau dah kalah duit kan. Like kalau Dora combo pun, chances lah Dora tak tekan purinya. Dia biar saja.
It's been the same for Uni too. He's barely able to move around early on.
Tak boleh buat apa ni. Ini memang kena tunggu apa. Kena defend farm sampai Karinya ada item. Wih. Keplika bro. Kuat bro. Tengok Lilia saja. Kau tengok Lilia saja ni. Oh, lebih ke? Wait, lebih satu. Tak dapat orang. Oh, dia sangat dah Nolan ni. Dah balik. Boleh keluar ke? Tak boleh keluar tu. Weh, Nolan. Nolan miss. Nanti baik. Ya. Aduh. Nolan tak siap. Tak, masalahnya Kari dah pergi dekat lane dah. Kalau dia nak buat benda tu, Kari pergi sekali okey lah.
I mean, it's true. It's very reminiscent of how SRG was doing Onyx last game. But the problem is, I don't think Onyx can give him time to breathe. I don't think
bunuh Arik pun bukan Arik ada ni. Pincang lah bro.
There's no way. He might not even flicker, he might just take it. Keyboy with a flicker in the Wrath of the Dryad. Innocent fed to Kelra. Again, not given space to farm. Yums, body block from the rest. They feed another over to Kelra.
Sometimes you gotta just take it, Mirko. Sometimes you gotta just accept your fate. Innocent knows there's no escape there. Onyx moving on to the tier 2.
Onyx has never won against Selangor Red Giants.
Aisyah. Salahnya Lilia ni saja dah boleh pegang 3. Oh, at least aku rasa.
We can play the long haul. We can dominate in the early game. Just give us the chance right now.
what can SRG do? Having the carry just makes this all so much harder too. And the fact we called it out at the beginning, taking a death early on, and now you've got 2 deaths.
Waduh, dah lah kalah dengan Koneng 2 kali pula ni. Parah.
It feels like it's been 12 or 13 minutes. It feels like they
Hey, berat.
we're just breaking 9 minutes. We're talking
berat abangku, berat.
Even has a chance of really outputting damage till Cram can actually hold down the front line. Onyx didn't really have the game in their hands until 18 or 19. That's a long way away.
Can SRG do what Onyx did to them
Game
in
tadi,
game
tak
number
buat
1?
apa,
Those are
men.
the questions that we need to ask right now.
Terciduk sangat masalah ni. Tak cukup lagi yang sebelum turtle. Lepas tu masa turtle tu barat seorang-seorang tu. Itu macam, padahal nak contest first turtle ni dah barai dah. Sebab kan dah terciduk yang dekat mid tu kan. Lepas tu lagi masa first turtle buat benda online pula. Orang cakap dah jatuh. Kau tengok dia tinggal tekan ulti je. Bodoh dia nak purify je.
A big chop down thrown again, but he has to purify Cram low.
Boleh lah bro. Kau dah miskin sangat.
And that's 2 big flickers.
Holy defense pun pecah semua lah. Kau tengok. Onyx memang tak ada geng. Onyx dia kalau so far tengok dia memang bukan jenis macam tu lah. Dia memang akan, dia tahu dia ada lead, dia tahu dia punya power spike dekat mana kan. Memang tak bagi muka man. Terus gol lah Nolan. Respecting lah, respecting.
4.1k gold lead. Uni just got his second item in. Just got War Axe in.
Tengok duit Nolan. Duit Ira dah babi jauh.
It was SRG.
2 item gap man. Sangat bodoh Nolan je. Kau tengok Nolan. Kau tengok farming dulu. Farming dulu baru pergi man. Ngam-ngam timing. Anjing. Hai. Gol 15 lah. Ini satu combo memang mati lah bro. Dia main-main aku tengok. Hei, Nolan je. Mati lah barat dah lagi game over. Kena end tu guys, tak boleh clear tu. It's over. It's over. Gege! Hayya! Aduh, sakit je. Tamatlah sudah. Aduh.
Kenapa sakit ini kau kan garis keras ni?
You can see the smiles on their faces. Kelra, Keyboy, happy about it because both of those teams were tested in this group stage. Almost every team.
Aku lagi sekali korang komen pokok kan. Aku sumpah aku nak ban geng-geng pokok ni. What the fuck dah. Berhenti tu geng. Tak habis-habis lah dengan kau punya pokok bro. Kau tengok tim lain main. Kau tengok tim lain main. Ada ke? Memang betul-betul first phase ban pokok every time. Sekuat. Dia bukan macam Zujin Prime geng. Dia kuat. Jangan salah faham. Bukan dia tak kuat. Pokok tu kuat. Kuat. Okay? Kuat. Tapi bukannya selevel Zujin di masa prime-nya. Bukan, maksudnya bila kita cakap dia kuat tu, hero lain pun kuat juga. Faham tak? Dia bukan di sini. Dia bukan berada dalam tier dia seorang-seorang. Okay? Bukan dia berada dalam tier dia seorang-seorang. Maknanya hero lain pun kalau nak ambil boleh juga.
5 from Serk di hati.
Tak ambil lah
series, honestly guys. This is a matchup that
kau kena terima tu. Player tak berjaya nak execute dengan cantik. Terima, okay? Maybe draft is not the best or whatever, blah blah. But player pun dalam masa yang sama executionnya tak handsome. Mubahir dok. Jangan nak pokok. Tak habis-habis pokok. Kira berapa game kalah dengan pokok. Okay, kira juga berapa game menang pakai Uranus. Kira-kira Uranus punya win rate pun tinggi juga. So kau nak cakap apa? Uranus tier S+. Kalau kau modal nak tengok stat je, okay? Nak tengok stat je, oi, senang ah jadi drafter ni geng. Easy. Kau tak payah fahamkan anything. Kau ikut stat je. Easy, mudah. Tak boleh lah macam tu.
Match lower bracket Onyx versus SRG, or did you expect it, in the knockout stages perhaps?
Yeah, we expected to meet the champion teams in the knockout stage.
Kalau tengok stats,
Kejap lagi kita VR Kejap, tak payah.
Onyx is the only one left because 2024 champions
Kita
are
VR
gone.
sekarang ah, kita VR sekarang, okey? Ni, sini. Mana game pokok? Game pokok. Sini, aku tunjuk ah. Kita nak tengok causation. Causation korang punya pemahaman tu connect ke tak sebenarnya? Okey? Mari game pokok. Okey ah? Early game baru start ah? Okey, game baru start. Tak ada apa-apa berlaku. Tak ada goal different, nothing. Okey? Nothing. Game baru mula je. Alright? Game baru mula. Okey. Sekarang ni 2 mid. Clear wave. Okay, selesai. 3 HP pun fair je. Spell heal pun sekarang sangat sedap. Dua-duanya reset. Okay. Then, sekarang ni dia buat call. Dia nak press. Okay, dia nak press. FYI. Tak nampak Nolan kat mana. Tak nampak enemy kat mana. Under the assumption, ada orang dekat H-Bush ni. Which is, tak salah pun lah. Kan? Okay, dia ambil call, dia nak pergi poke. Okay, langsung saja. Kufra lompat. Pup. Dia nak pergi poke kan. Okay. Kebetulan masa combo barulah perasan fuck. Ada Nolan dekat situ man. Hirara pula early game. Cepat game pokok. Apa kondisi Hirara early game minit 046? Apa? Cepat game pokok. Apa? Apa kondisi Hirara minit 046? Apa kondisi Hirara minit 046? Geng pokok. Tak tahu kan? Okay? Yang tahu bagus. CD lama, benar. CD lama tu maknanya Hirara ni memang early game sebelum siap 2 item 2 item tu kasut. Maknanya dalam minit 4, minit 5 di mana kau dapatkan Hunter Strike. Sebelum kau dapat Hunter Strike siap dengan kasut CD, cooldown kau memang 5 hari. Okay, cooldown kau memang 5 hari. So, bila kau ambil risk decision macam ni, di mana kau tak tahu Nolan tu kat mana, kau tak tahu pun dekat dalam bush tu ada siapa or whatever, lepas tu kau nak pergi, kau nak paksa, okay. Okay, dia pergi, dia pun paksa. Sekali, kena punish kan, backfired call tu. Kalau contoh, dia buat benda ni dekat sini, tak apa lagi. Sebab at least lepas dia immobilize, lepas tu dia invi dia keluar, dia dah bawah tower. Tapi sekarang ni, deep dekat H-Bush. Jauh. Okay? Lepas tu dia pun EV, dia keluar. Okay. Apa? Lepas tu, kena punish. Mampus. Okay? Hiraranya mati. Okay, selesai. Mid pun kalah 3 HP. And then hutan dah start kena rembat. Nampak? Consequences. Kena ingat ni, consequences daripada yang mid tadi tu. Okay, hijau kena rembat satu. Okay, cuba punish Nolan tapi tak dapat. Dah, satu hijau. Okay. Nolan makan crab. Kau tengok. Kau tengok dia punya rotation farming hasil daripada mid tadi you. Tengok ya. Dapat lagi satu. Hijau satu. Makan crab gold. Makan hijau bottom. Atas dia punya hutan tak makan lagi. Ada merah, ada 2 hijau. Okay, Nolannya. Dia makan. Dia makan dua ke? Dia makan dua. Sekarang kau tengok level. Nolan dah level 4 full. Level 5 je lah tu. Halal lah. Level 5. Kau tengok level Hirara. Ini semua daripada yang tadi tu. Dekat H-Bush tu. Tadi tu. Dah jauh gap 2 level. Almost 2 level full. 1 level lah. Sebab Hirara pun dah nak level 4 kan. 1 level full lah. Daripada H-Bush. So sekarang ni. Macam mana Hirara nak main? Macam mana trio mid nak main? Macam mana nak capitalize benda ni? How? Ni hao. Belum tambah barat tadi, aku lupa pula. Tengok barat. Tengok barat. Okay, next. Tadi kita dah usik pasal yang KH Bush tu. Okay, sekarang ni tengok Million dululah. Okay, Million dah level 4, barat. Barat pergi, flicker, tak kena. Tengok barat, dekat Bush, kecil. Ulti flicker, serap, tak kena. Lepas tu kena manis. Kena punish mampus. Dah lah. Jungle tengah satu level gap ni. Satu level gap. Lepas tu, kau mati, fail lagi. Execution. Kan? So, ini apa kita panggil? Snowball, betul? Itu namanya snowball. Onyxnya snowballing. So, sekarang ni, apa yang kau game pokok? Apa? Apa pokok buat sepanjang ni? Mana lagi berat? Mana lagi berat? Execution? Pokok? Takkan kau nak cakap pokok lagi? Hayya, man. Dan itulah lumrah MLBB ni, geng. Kalau early game, okay, kau tengok baru minit berapa? Panjang-panjang kita borak tu, kau tengok minit berapa? Baru minit 2 lah, siap. Baru minit 2. Dah kena bantai macam tu, men. Dah kena bantai macam tu. Macam mana belah kiri SRG ni nak main? Early game ni teruk. Kalah teruk. Kau faham tak? Kalah teruk. Goal lead tu kalau minit 2, dia macam ni. Kalau kau nak tahu kan, kalau kau nak tahu goal difference tu besar ke tak besar, dia kira ekstrim kalau goal tu sama dengan minit. Maknanya contoh kalau 2K, minit 2. 4K, minit 4. Itu maknanya snowball yang memang crazy lah. Memang crazy. So, kalau minit 2, engkau dah kena goal difference macam tu. Mana maunya? Kenapa mana maunya? Sebab, bila kau lawan tim-tim yang power ni, dia takkannya lepas dia dapat snowball tu, dia memenung. Tak adanya dia farm hutan dia saja ke, dia AFK ke. Tidak. Dia memang akan kikis hutan kau sikit kan. So, itu. So, dia macam ni. Minit 2 je kau dah hilang dah early game. Early game tu minit 0 sampai minit 8. Faham? So, sekarang ni, hasil daripada kejadian 2 minit setengah tadi tu, apa yang pokoknya? Sebab tu aku tanya. Bila korang duk menekan pokok kan, faham ke tidak sebenarnya kan? Do you understand or not? Apa sebenarnya causation ataupun punca SRG ni kalah? Barulah kau nampak. Okay, barulah kau nampak sebenar-benarnya apa. So, kau tak boleh, kau kena terima. Execution tu kalah. Okay? Kalah. Aku bukan, jangan salah faham lagi satu. Aku bukan cakap draftnya terbaik. Tidak. Ni. Barat. Macam aku cakap. Okay, tadi aku lagi prefer. Okay, macam aku kan. Tadi masa pick. Okay, kita pergi ke draft Okay. Aku bukan cakap draft SRG ni flawless. Tidak. Jangan salah faham. Dia macam, tapi kau jangan cakap draftnya macam tahi. Draftnya bukan tahi. Tapi bukan juga flawless. Contoh macam tadi kan. Bila dia pick barat kat sini kan. Aku pun tertanya juga. Kenapa dia pick barat? Kan? Macam why? Why barat after kau nampak Nolan Beleric? Nak immune Bele punya ulti ke? Nak makan Nolan pakai flicker ke mungkin? Macam aku tak minat sangat. Tapi at the same time, the logic is there. Kan? The logic is there. Maknanya kalau kau memang padu executionnya dan kau boleh consistently flicker ulti Nolan ni, mantap lah. Mantap. Kan? Sebab Nolan pun boleh TB. Nolan pula. Barat pun boleh TB. 100 hybrid defense minit 1. Tahu tak? 100 hybrid defense minit 1. Barat. So, bolehlah early game tu dia nak first turtle tu nak jalan buka bush, nak poking-poking kan. Boleh dia buat. Tapi kalau tadi, minit 0.30 dah terciduk trio mid. Lepas tu baratnya first apa? First turtle ulti flicker miss pula. Mana maunya nak TB, man. Mana mahu nak TB? Memang tak boleh TB lah. Kalah duit, kalah level. Okay, sambung. Dan dia pick. Dia ban.
Tengok pecah kunci Rino.
Okay, sabar. Okay, dia pick Harit. Okay, lepas tu SRG pick. Macam aku cakap, aku ideally kat sini aku nak kari Kalia. Kenapa aku nak kari Kalia? Sebab aku rasa macam kerja mudah. Sebab Uranus ni useless. So tinggal Belleric je yang boleh jadi bodyguard Nolan. Tapi Belleric, Kalia bila tengah ulti dia immune CC. Okay, dia immune CC. So sebabkan dia immune CC, Belleric susah lah nak jaga dia. So aku rasa macam flawless. Flawless kalau Kalia ni nak punish Nolan, Uranus pick ni. Kan? Tapi dia tak nak. Dia nak pick Kufra. Tak adalah teruk juga. Kan? Kufra, Dora Barat, Hirara, CC-nya banyak. So, early game kalau tak fuck up tadi, boleh je poking Kufra. Sekarang sedap. Okay? Apa update kepada Kufra? Apa kekuatan Kufra sekarang? Yang macam betul nak cakap Kufra ni hero sampah kan? Apa latest state Kufra selepas patch note? Apa kekuatan dia? Tak tahu. Kan? Tak tahu. Lepas tu, tepek Kufra tu hero poke. Dia dah bukan modal skill 2. Kufra pick ni bukannya modal skill 2. Oh, nanti Harit dash. Oh, nanti Nolan dash. Bukan. Dia punya buff yang Monton dah bagi sekarang, salah satu yang terbesarnya, ini bukan latest lah. Ini dah agak dah lama juga. Dia punya passive punya cooldown tu sangat besar. Okay? Passive cooldown dia sangat besar, membuatkan dia boleh poking dengan cantik dan damage yang besar. And then the latest update yang Monton bagi dekat Kufra, dia tinggikan lagi scaling HP tu. So Kufra bersama Curse Helmet memang strong. Early mid game-nya. Dah bukan modal ulti, dah bukan modal skill 2, tidak. Memang kau boleh poke pakai passive je. Kau skill 1 kau passive. Lepas tu kau keluar ke whatever lah kan. Basically dia jadi lebih sedap. Nak poking tu. So given that kau nak pecahkan purify orang, the combination of Kufra dengan Idora ni cantik lah. Maknanya contoh kan. Contoh Bele jalan dan early game Kufra lompat. Kufra baling passive. Idora follow up second. First skill. Keluar. Sedap poking tu. Itulah function Kufranya sekarang. Itu state dia. Faham? Sebab itulah dia pick. Tapi adakah ini the best pick? Ya, tidak. Tidak. Jangan salah faham. Tidak. Bukan the best pick. Aku pun, kalau aku pun aku tak nak. Aku cakap kan, aku nak beli lain. Aku pun tak nak Kufra. Tapi janganlah kau meletakkan Kufra tu macam Kufra ni hero. Macam Saber. Kau punya borak macam Kufra ni Saber Rom. Faham? Dia bukannya Saber Rom. Dia bukan Saber Rom. Dia bukan completely useless hero. So sebab tu aku kata, walaupun draftnya bukan flawless, tapi bukanlah juga draftnya tu tahi. So sebabkan draft tu okey, dan kita tengok pula execution yang tadi kita VAR tu, kan? Kita VAR tadi minit 0.30 dengan sampai 2.30 kan? Kita dah tengok dan kita nampak execution yang paling masalah. So takkan kau nak menekan-nekan pokok, Kupra, macam mana? Minit 2-3-0 je game tu dah habis, early game. 2-3-0. Lepas tu Onyx macam aku cakap, ini bukan team adik-adik. Dia dah tahu dia snowball, dia tahu capability draft dia. Memang dia tekan je lah kan. Dia curi hutan, tekan. Paksa kan. Habis. Tak ada ruang untuk comeback. So jadinya itu. So kat mana kau nak selit pokok sekarang ni? Cuba fikir balik kan. Kat mana kau nak selit yang macam kalau ban pokok ni memang boleh menang kan? Kat mana? Sedangkan memang purely execution early game tu yang terlalu barai. Habis.
Kenapa Irithel tak laku Rino?
Sebab terlalu ulti dependent yang hero lain macam Harit tu lagi berbaloi lah. Dan tak ada dash. Tak ada. Dash ni mahal pakai LT.
Koneng pick tu punca serang kalah. DC. Faham.
Sadeh.
Tapi lega.
Tiba masa ke sekai sebuah haluan sendiri? Pada aku tak payah pun. Pada aku memang apa macam ni. Aku setuju lah Uni masuk untuk ganti dia for the rest of the MSC ni kan. Tapi untuk next season kan lama lagi. Dan kita dah nampak yang dia punya capability memang player yang boleh kan. Boleh pergi jauh kan. So next season buat balik je lah. Kecewa. Oleh no kecewa. Nak kalah but not like that lah. Not like that lah bro. Bro. Aduh. Not like that lah.
Tengok serang kat Gov harap ada improvement nanti. Charm Liquid.
Rasa apa punca. Aku dah cakap pada Dian. Memang kalau daripada first match kita tengok memang execution jauh lebih berat lah. Bukan lebih berat, jauh lebih berat daripada draft lah. Ulas kalah game 1. Tadi dah ulas tu. Pergi tengok. Aku ada YT guys. Aku live dekat YT kak. Tadi kita dah VR dah game 1. Pergi tengok.
Counter pick Lailio merubah segalanya. Tak bowl ke depan sebab kena poking.
Kian. Tengok bro Fakrul lah. Macam kita VR tadi kan. Sedangkan tadi yang betul-betul buat play yang bantai Harit tadi, Aurora dengan Link. Kalau macam kita nak letak label lah kan. Siapa yang betul-betul membantai Harit tadi kan. Jelas-jelas Aurora dengan Linknya yang paling menyala. Tapi bro, nampak pokok Dia nampak pokok je yang buat impact. Yang bahagian Aurora dengan Link tu macam mana? Aurora dengan Link macam mana? Aurora dengan Link tak ada function? AFK ke Aurora dengan Link tadi? Bahagian Claude pergi outplay 3 orang, Hilda Cho dengan Zuzin tu macam mana? Tak nampak. Tak nampak. Macam mana ni? Macam mana? Bro tengok pokok. Bro buka social media, tengok semua orang kutuk-kutuk pasal tak ban pokok. Join. Pencet button like. Aduh, faham apa pun tak faham. Lepas tu pokok. Aduh. Bukan. Link dengan Claude tu macam mana tadi? Kalau betul lah, okey, pokok yang memang impact gila babi. Okey, Link dengan Claude tadi macam mana? Cepat jawab Link dengan Claude tadi. Kan? Macam mana pula? Tak nampak. Mana dia sakit? Tak tahulah geng. Aku rasa macam sama.
Mazhab pokok vs mazhab koneng. Voti.
Aduh. Tak faham kenapa Kufra. Baru je sprint tadi. Pergi tengok dekat YT. Dia question yang aku ni. Aku bagi tutorial netizen lah. Persoalan yang lebih berharga dan lebih tepat dan lebih bijak lah untuk kita tanya lah. Persoalan aku ini lah. Kan dia nak bawa barat. Dia nak bawa barat. Dia nak bawa Kufra ni kan. Dia nak bawa Idora. Persoalannya ini. Yang aku teringin sangat nak tahu lah. Like sepanjang scrim dorang training kan. How frequent draft ni dimainkan. Dipraktis lah maksudnya. Ni barat. Kufra, Idora ni ataupun match-match yang belakang kan. Itu. Sebab lain draft lain dia punya execution kan. Dan kalau kita tengok yang game 2 ni early game nya. Kalau macam game 1 tadi sedap kan walaupun kalahan. Kita nampak kan dia punya press tu macam mana kan. Oh dia tahu Uranus ni kalau Hilda pergi tepuk buang hybrid defense pak kita tumbuk boleh mampus lah. Banyak kali dia buat ada. Macam kita nampak tau. Kita nampak dia punya pembawakan draft tu okey lah. Dia faham lah. Dia faham betapa besarnya power spike early game Pakito Cho dengan Hilda tu kan. Habis tu nak ban Claude dengan Aurora ke? Terang-terang Bellerik tu kacau innocent. Ya, Fakrul. Ya, Fakrul. Betul. Ya, Bellerik kacau innocent. Betul. Claude dengan Aurora pun dengan Link kacau innocent juga. So macam mana? Nak ban yang mana satu? Masalahnya. Sebab kan solution kau kan ban aja kan yang kacau innocent, betul?
Dah tu memang kerja dia.
Sekarang ni Link dengan Aurora pun kacau juga.
Tak tahulah Bellerik yang one shot.
So kalau logiknya nak kena ban Bellerik, kita kena ban lah juga Aurora dengan Link kan, betul?
Kau tidur je Fakrul.
So kita ban 4. Kita ban Claude, kita ban Bellerik, kita ban Link, kita ban Aurora. Lagi satu ban kita ban. Kita ban Saber. Sebab Saber pun boleh one shot Harit. Kacau nanti kacau. So kita ban Saber. Lepas tu tapi ada lagi Hellcat. Ada lagi Hylos, ada lagi Gatot yang boleh kacau Harit juga. So aku rasa macam ni. Selepas kita dah ban 5 tadi tu, kita call Onyx punya coach, cakap, "Bro, boleh tak tumpang ban? Tumpang ban, kau ban kan Gatot dengan Hylos. Susah Innocent nak main nanti." Susah. So nak ban apa lagi? Sebab Onyx ada lagi 3 slot ban. Fakrul nak ban apa? Naklah aku. Kita ban semua. Kita ban semua lah. Okay, aku rasa aku tahu apa kita kena buat sebenarnya. No, aku tahu. Apa kata kita tak payah ban? Kita pergi HQ Bonton. Lepas tu kita cakap, Bonton 10 ban tak cukup lah. Dia kacau innocent nak main. Kacau. Boleh tak kita ban semua hero yang kacau innocent nak main?
Tambah lagi 40 slot ban.
Kita ban semua. Masalah otak.
Lepas ni buat hero mesra Harith.
But honestly, yang game hari ni kan, aku tak ni sangat tu. Aku lagi geram match yang awal-awal hari tu. Lawan Pro tu. Syal lah men. Lawan Pro, lawan GK pun. Weh, lawan GK pun bapak lah. Hayya. Lawan GK pun mengecewakan men. Ya, lawan GK tu pun hampir dihantar pulang.
Kalau ada global ban. Mong kenalah serang kali ni.
Barat tu lebih baik ganti dengan apa? Dia macam ni. Dia tricky sikit. Sebab Barat tu pick awal. Dia macam ni aku explain sikit pasal drafting guys. Face pick tu matters. Okay? Face pick tu matters. So kalau kita panggil, ini kita panggil first face First 3 pick ni first face. Tapi kalau contoh engkau duduk dekat belah kiri, which is first pick. So kau yang akan pick dulu bergantung dengan apa kau memang dah plan dengan respon kepada 2 pick enemy itulah. So contoh kalau kau tengok kat sini kan. Okay kan dia pick Hirara kan. Lepas tu dia tekan Nolan pokok. Okay. So 2 pick kat sini kau masih kabur tau. Faham tak? Satu kau masih kabur. Kau tak tahu lagi enemy ni nak main draft apa benda sebenarnya. Tapi kau dah nampak Nolan kan. Tapi Nolan ni pretty direct. Dia ada certain hero dia tak memberi jawapan. Contoh kan. Aku bagi contoh macam ni. Okay. Apa hero universal Hero universal banyak. Contoh macam pokok So kalau kau pick pokok, kau tak nampak lagi exactly draft yang macam mana dia nak main ni. Lepas tu Nolan pick ni pula membantu sikit. Membantu dari segi apa? Dia membantu dari segi okay, kau dah tahu jungle dia yang pembawa retry, hero yang agak vulnerable. Agak vulnerable masa kau nak contest retry. So maknanya sebab itulah dari situ yang kau boleh respon dengan Kalia. Ataupun kau nak ambil kacau lagi, ambil Yujong ESP. Kan? Ambil apa benda lagi yang betul-betul kacau hero macam Nolan ni. Ambil Kaja, ambil Franco. Lah. Point aku kat sini kau dapat lah maklumat tentang dia punya retry holder ni kan. Tapi kau still tak nampak lagi 3 ni. So bila dia pick Idora Barat ni, dekat situlah. Dekat Idora aku macam nampak, aku macam faham, kan? Okay, so Idora sekarang ni memang sangat bagus lah lawan Assassin sebab Assassin datang kat muka dia kan. So tinggal dia baling skill 2, tekan skill 1 gitu kan, selesai. Okay, aku nampak So Barat pick ni menengokkan pick 2 kat kanan ni dia tak jelas. Apa sebenarnya? Okay. Itu kalau kita nak ambil dari angle kita nak respon kepada draft enemy. Tapi kita kena faham ni. Pro teams dia ada juga draft yang memang dia dah ready dia nak bawa. Faham? Dekat situ yang kita kena bagi macam okay. Probably dia dah plan, maksudnya lagi 2 pick ni dah ada benda yang akan connectkan dengan Barat ni. Ataupun dia ada early game rotation yang dia nak bawa dengan Barat ni ke something. Yang kita memang tak tahu. Itu personal team punya strategi. Kan? Sebab tu kita kena tengok. Macam mana kita nak tahu benda tu? Kita kena tengok lah dekat early game. Kita kena tengok macam mana dia bawa early game tadi. So kalau tadi kita tengok early game, tak sempat pun nak tengok. Tak sempat. Pergi terciduk dekat mid. Lepas tu first turtle dah tak kalah teruk. Baratnya flicker ulti miss. Habis. Tak sempat nak tengok apa-apa. Tak sempat. So kalau macam kau berbalik kepada soalan kau tadi, kalau macam kau tanya aku kan, Barat tu patut tukar apa? It can be anything else. Sebab Barat ni dekat pick yang first phase ni, kau literally boleh cakap apa-apa pun, and not necessarily hero tu akan jadi hero yang tepat. Sebab dia first phase pick. Kau boleh cakap apa? Nak letak Povius, Series lah. Kau nak letak Uranus, kau nak letak whatever lah. Kan? Not necessarily dia akan jadi yang lebih baik ataupun lebih buruk. Sebab bergantung kan kau nak main apa. Kau nak main draft apa. Bukan semua draft sama kan. Cara pembawakannya kan. So dia bukan macam no right answer. Tapi kalau kau nak yang boleh ada right answer dekat second phase. Contoh dekat sini kan. Dekat sini. Dekat sini macam kau dah nampak sikit. Macam kau dah nampak. Oh, sorry, aku lupa nak explain panjang sikit tadi. Yang pasal tadi kan aku bagi contoh yang universal kan. Tapi, dia ada certain hero yang kalau di pick, macam kau terus nampak dia nak bawa apa. Salah satu yang paling mudah lah nak bagi, hyper tank kan. Contoh kau nampak hero yang betul-betul, dia boleh kalau pick, dia memang dekat jungle je. Contoh Fredrin. Contoh timnya first pick Fredrin. Okay, kau dah tahu dah. Fredrin ni takkan pergi roam. Very unlikely boleh akan pergi ESP. Kau dah tahu yang dia akan main draft hyper tank. Then kau pun since kau dah familiar kan. Kau dah scrim, kau dah training and everything. Kau dah tahulah macam mana nak hadap draft hyper tank ni. Satu lagi contoh adalah roam support. Contoh first phase pick ni. Timnya pick Matilda. Timnya pick Rafaela. Dekat situ kau dah nampak dah. Kan okay, dia nak main draft roam support. Tapi kalau traditionally macam dulu, roam support ni biasa dipartnerkan dengan hyper tank. Tapi sekarang dah tidak. Sekarang ni ada je roam support tapi jungle-nya tu jungle assassin kan. Tapi kau dah dapat lah the info tu. So begitulah draftnya. Itulah drafting. Dia tak boleh apa? Dia tak boleh sewenang-wenangnya. Hero ni kalau tukar lain sedap tak? Kalau hero yang second ni maybe okay lah. Begitu. Sebab kalau draft dah siap, lepas tu macam kita nak tukar barat sahaja ke apa, tu macam tak adil kan. Sebab kalau contoh kau tukar barat, probably Harid dengan Uranus ni dengan lagi satu pick Onyx tu jadi lain kan. Sebab dia nak respond to that. Ataupun maybe dia tak respond to that. Kita tak tahu. Orang cakap apa? Cannon dia. Ada draw. Tapi inilah Falcon dulu main. Falcon dulu. Aduh. Tengok kunci kan.
Tenang-tenang guys, ke nak pergi ikut SRG ke airport sekali.
Won the lane technically, but then the rest of the paratroopers decided to come on in to invade his side of the world. So at that point, they're just falling behind.
Yeah, this is a tough one, and obviously it's always difficult in these moments where you have somebody who does their best and it doesn't quite get them where they were hoping for. And the side of Malaysia and SR
Falcons PH, they've won titles before. They've gone through the most.
Aduh. GG guys GG. Congratulations Onyx. Ke knockout.
Tengok di Sirino, healing dikit.
Ni siapa ni? Ni siapa? Who like this? Who like this? Ganti sikit lah.
R9. Aku famous.
Aku bagus. Bro. Come on, man. Aku nak dua-dua pergi, man.
Haha.
Seorang garis keras Onyx bernama Gengarino mulai gembira.
Zoom sikit. Rino happy je muka dari tadi.
Asal macam pakai clean punya kepala.
Bro datang terus kena comeback.
Aduh. Weish. 200 screenshot. Menang 200 dadu screenshot. Memang orang miskin. Behavior orang miskin.
Lah 200 je.
Behavior orang kena prank dadu.
Liquid dengan serang punca main.
SRG dengan TLB. Ada dadu, ada.
Teams, you may now take your seats and of course place your keys. And of course, captains, don't forget to meet in the middle. A brother going up against a brother. This will be an interesting match for sure.
Either calling it sister or we got the save at the end of it. That's all we needed.
Ooh.
Ya, aku nak biarkan korang tak keliru. Aku tulis PH dengan M benar je.
So with that, let us head on over to the land of dawn.
Aku tulis Filipin dengan benar je.
Well, a wise man once said that the only things certain in life are death, taxes,
aku takut aku pun keliru je.
and Rhino Day. That's right, it's Rhino Day live in the shop. Make sure you grab your new interactive effect. Happy Rhino Day, everybody. Spam those emotes and join us.
I've been trying for so long. My wife has been actively telling me, I swear to God, if you propose to me on Rhino Day and I don't get to celebrate it, we're done. And I told her, okay, I'll avoid Rhino Day. Jeez, wow, man.
Yeah, I once slept through Rhino Day. Good thing the cameras aren't on me right now because it wasn't a good time.
It may not be a good time, but at the very least, with these emotes, I'm hoping that they may actually use it this time. I mean, they're brother and sister team. They gotta have like a little bit of fun with each other, right?
I think you have to take it light. I mean, coming from a situation like this where a lot of your cards are already on the table, there's not too many secrets you're going to pull out. Anybody who's done something different has done it in the last 7 to 8 days, as you saw, just started playing after they got here on the 19th. It's not even the 27th. I think it just is the 27th. It's going to be an interesting one. These are battles, though, that sometimes you love and can go down to the wire just because of that familiarity, Gideon. It's not even a matter of skill sometimes anymore. It's a matter of you're so comfortable, you know this opponent so well that it's like just the tip of an emotion or a bad play can end up causing the swing in a game.
But here's the thing, like, again, brother against brother, sister against sister, brother v sister.
Hari ni kita melago sikit makan.
Somebody is gonna start playing dirty. And that's when
Melago
start revealing themselves. That's when you see how personal this might actually be. If both sides keep it calm and don't reveal any information, technically it's good for the team
HSP
championships if they want to get further into the tournament.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the reactions and the bans. You know, those surprise bans, and then suddenly the coach from the opposing side is either going to be angry or just laughing. It's like, haha, yeah, we couldn't get that past them because they knew.
Well, Broken Walls will be our map reveal. And I like it too. You're talking about the reactions and the bans. What are our expectations here? Two teams that have fallen down into this position, one to be eliminated, one to go on, but both have struggled in different versions of this tournament that they've been in. What's your take, Gideon, that we're going to see now?
I think that right now, what it really comes down to is whether or not you can get as chaotic as possible.
Ini kalau Falcon PS kalah, sudah
and I think especially for the main,
aku nak
they've
bersara.
shown in the wild cards that they can get underneath people's skins if they get just a little bit of a lead, like a 1.2k, a 1.5k type lead. Considering what everybody is banning, it feels very standard. They've already initiated the Hirara trade. They're probably going to leave it up because Atlas needs to go. And now this should be a pretty simple first pick unless they want to show us like a different angle.
I think this is actually a little early for Belleric from what we've seen. Although it does, like, we've been seeing that 1-2, right? With the Hirara or the Belleric, the Eudora. I almost don't want to say it in front of you, Renmar, because I know you're done with it.
His fist is already clenched.
But a chance for Meta to set the tone, and it's Hirara with the Ling and the Fanny Band.
Yeah, no surprises here. And I think really understandable that getting rid of the Belleric makes sense. It already kind of forces the initiation of, hey, do you actually want to play Valentina? If you don't
Tapi Nolan pick kepada Hirara tu menarik tak?
Save everybody some time here.
Sebab Hirara dia punya yang apa? Dia punya yang 15 tu susah kan nak hit Nolan sebab laju sangat.
But the Selena picked up.
Sebab Ling memang kena lawan tu.
Some big evolution here by Falcons PH, while for Falcons Men, it's also an evolution for them. Usually they're the team that we look at as, oh, they want to force those utility tank junglers. But this time, boy, and the rest of the team stepping up to the plate, showing us that, hey, we're ready to play the Assassins and we're ready to play the game of this meta. With both roamers gone, I think we're fighting for Cho and Batang now. But
Nolan
don't take away the
AOE.
possibility that the Gacha still might show up with Revitalize, High Loss as well, but
Uran
that's a little bit
Urino.
lower in the totem pole.
I think as of right now, there's a couple of unique picks that have been circling around in my head, especially in a meta like this, especially when you have very key picks with distinct characteristics like Selena. Is there the possibility of maybe finding a stronger engage? The Cho and the Alice do show up. I was thinking whether or not they wanted to play something like a Lolita, but I don't think there's enough information yet to get that guarantee. Most likely, probably going to show up on that second phase, but let's see here, right? They need to complete their first 3, and I think most of the time, it's usually 2 tanky boys, and then the Selena, but if they want to initiate the Ling... Oh wait, Ling's already banned.
Troll.
They gotta figure something else.
Yeah, I think you just go and pick up the Badang, honestly. It's fine, it does the job, it has that anti-CC, but with the Alice around, fighting underneath the Throne of Ruin of the Alice, and of course her passive, considering you don't have a lot of crowd control, yeah, you need that crowd control. Just go ahead and pick up the Badang. Go into the second phase without your jungler, pick it up later. Oh, okay, no, they'll pick up the Nolan first. So, again, we're seeing now here the reprioritization of Nolan, whether or not the Ling is on board. But here we go.
Yeah, they're trying to match it, right? Match that pressure. And so far, if we're comparing the Nolan, Selena versus the Hirara alongside with the Cho, that early game is generally pretty even, slight advantage over to Falcons Mina. Then, where do we go from here, right? There's still a missing support pick coming in for the side of PH, and ideally, I think
Gengarino against Huneng and Duel.
They don't necessarily have to hold on to it. They can go a little bit further. They still need a concussive blast user.
Yeah. A little bit of a faster clear of the center. They might be towards picking up the Gacha. Okay, I think this is one of those bans of like, yeah, we know you, so we know what you guys like to play. Let's go ahead and ban out the play.
Oh, do they want to set up for maybe double fighter, high snowball style composition, strong side lane, so that no matter wherever Nolan decides to path, he has a potential to set up for a gank?
No basic attack, all just hit each other with their hardest hitting skills. I wouldn't say no to that. That's fun to cast. Well, I'm not casting, but it's also fun to analyze.
It's also the premise of Fight Club, but we don't talk about that here.
What's that?
Second,
great answer.
What else could they get rid of? Because there's so much priority going towards this gold lane, and I totally understand now that Cho is in play, that gold lane really boils down to who has the better battle spell. But now I don't have a choice. I have to go Purify every single time, and I can't get away from this Alice if I don't have that Purify.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to play a carry. I think Falcons are one of these two might want to consider just playing for like a lot of range. They ban out the Valentina. Are they setting up for something big in the roam?
But why? But why? What other ultimate are we kind of missing out here? What are they trying to set up for in terms of a counter engage? I would have imagined that it would lean more into the EXP, but they already have the Uranus.
Here's a funny suggestion, throwing it back a little bit back. Tigreal.
Ooh, not a bad shout. I think that there's a lot of logic in this, especially if Hirara tries to go in for the engagement. There is a way to kind of counterplay it, or at least kind of keep up with her tempo.
Conversation now starting to get a little bit more tactical.
I keep forgetting about the Minotaur.
With the Minotaur banned out. And now Falcons turn to pick up a roam.
They really know each other well.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like. Oh, I get rid of the Valentina. There's no way they're going to steal the No Inferior. Banned.
With the range, with the pokes, we might be seeing a different style of mid here. I think Falcons are, they're just going to go ahead and show the Claude. Might have been worried that you're going to be seeing like a artillery mage from Falcons Mena, so they just go ahead. They're zeroing in on dive. This is all in for Falcons, and this could be a very risky gambit.
Oh, what kind of a support would technically field well here? Something that... I don't think it's a bad idea, but then for Mina, at least we could see that they've got the stronger engage on their side. They have ways to kind of initiate, but where is the damage going to come from? With Harith already gone, Clint already gone to kind of guarantee the lane-winning matchups, does that mean that they have to go back to something a little safer? No Claude as well, so Brody?
Yeah, Brody should be good matchup-wise.
Zushin comes in late.
Oh.
Left on
she's alive, yeah.
The available list and the Moskov.
Yeah, with all of this dive, good space. I'm honestly really liking this Falcons Mena draft. Unless Falcons PH decided to pack a surprise in the roam, or they'll just settle for the Badang. Again, we pose the possibility of a Tigreal.
Yeah. Overall,
we've seen carries late. Brody, you guys mentioned as
Gilgamesh
well, could
menunggu
come up
untuk diklaim.
looking for that pick in the
Lalu.
goal lane.
Claude's
Goal,
plan
sorry,
dia
in the
besok.
goal lane for Claude.
Yeah, they've already got the Claude at
Sebab
this stage, and I think that
kalau
now
malam ni
they're just
macam
looking for like a support pick that
sebab
kind
dah
of
penat and
either
everything lah macam Rashok. Sebab banyak kerja nak buat.
into their strong lane or something that completely counters like two of their engagement tools. And without the Minotaur, it only really just leaves us with the
So kalau
T-Roll
besok
as
macam
a
nice
means
lagi
to
lah.
kind of get away. There's
Panjang
also
sikit
a
masa.
leader, but there's not a lot of projectiles to reflect
agak-agak.
anyway, so it's kind of not worth it. But Dang feels all right, but at the same time, it's just not enough to kind of maintain that pressure.
Wah,
I
ada yang
like
kata
the gut
Famos
bump.
tak boleh pilih.
It fulfills
Pilih.
all the check boxes. Clears waves fast in the mid lane.
Not sure.
It can support the Selena. Most importantly, disengage.
And you have Revitalize with you.
All right, well, you see the lineups here. Falcons Meta versus Falcons PH. Guys, any edge either way?
Very execution based. I'm leaning a little bit more towards Falcons PH if Haji lands some big time arrows.
If he's going to hit all the arrows, I'm going to say PH as well. But I think generally safe composition, it's Mina.
Everybody seems like they've got some win conditions here as well. The Nolan we saw win last game. Zushin left off the ban list also and
Kalau
back
Camtu
in
langsung pick
the
on
side of
Nico
Meta. They've got a good lineup on both sides. What else would you
Tapi
expect
Bemos bukan
from
ada
scrim
interview yang
partners
cakap nak
who share the
progress
same
sebagai
organization just from different regions? It's Falcons PH versus Falcons Meta. One's trying to go to the knockout stage for the first time. One's trying to bring the knockout stage to the Philippines one more time. Let's send it over to Brigida and Mirko to get this game started.
Thank you so much, panel. Welcome to game number 1 in this elimination bout. I know one thing's for sure. Falcons gonna win.
Falcons. Falcons, Team Falcons. Yes, that was something Rose mentioned earlier too, and that is the only thing guaranteed at least heading
Mirko
into
buat
the
lawak,
series where
lawak
I feel like
netizen.
a lot of eyes are definitely watching out for. Considering what has been a very unexpected turnaround for the PH representatives already so far here in MSC, there's a huge task and challenge for Falcons PH this time, but just the same, Mina, they've finally been stepping up. And they're just one step away from getting into knockouts right now.
And that's been the case. Let's see if Falcons Meta can actually pull up an upset, right? Because so far it's been crazy upsets here and there, even yesterday. All in though.
Oh, that's a crazy arrow. I don't even consider that's crazy. It was just right in front of them. Troll doesn't have the flicker. At least he will survive this though. But a great start somewhat for a Selena on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, pick up already, and they want more. Ogren with the Unbreakable. No, it just gets the wave shoved in over to Falcons Meta. Now, all right, one thing. The panel was questioning if Haji can land the arrows, right? Yeah. That's the goddamn Kadama shoot, bro. I think he can land some arrows. He went for season 100, though. That means he's going to go for the fast clear onto the neutral objective. So already a different approach on the Selena for all the other Selena so far. Sounds doing a good job in the lane. We've been seeing more bargain hunters from Moreno, My Goat, Wilderness Blessing for some other Selenas. But Haji's gone for the normal season 100.
Yeah, and I think we've all been wanting to see that KDA machine gameplay, Kada machine gameplay from Haji, which I feel like hasn't really been the case for Falcons PH so far. Again, when they went up against Vitality, it's really Moreno as the highlight of that match. Now it's Troll only goes down to less than half HP. How do Falcons Mena actually dance around this?
That's a good question. Falcons Mena do have a lot of ways to engage, though. Troll and Sanji mainly. Falcons PH are going to be the ones having to kind of react to these engages unless they just start it again and blitz it down, and that seems like it's going to be the case with the Season Hunter.
Oh, yeah, that is the game plan. Right now, Falcons Mena, 0 trades across the map so far. They aren't able to really get anything out of that. It's just Boyet still farming in his very own jungler, and the way that Falcons PH have been controlling the mid duo has been spectacular. They aren't really enabling Boyet to just go in for any burst or pickoffs just yet.
Yep. It's gonna be slow. Haji!
Oh, another arrow onto Coffin. Doesn't use the flicker. There's the knockup of the Lantern Flare. But that's about it.
Even Flap coming by as well. These Falcon boys, man, are playing it so macro, Kyle, using the space to invade in the jungle. So it's all about building up those small leads for Falcons PH. They might be able to steal this. Oh, the red tree from Kyle! Takes it away from Boyet. It was on cooldown for Boyet.
I think
so. Snowball!
Now, initially, would have just been Falcons Mena
sticking
to the jungling, sticking to their very own farm. Now it's successfully infiltrated and interrupted by Falcons Mena. An arrow, if it weren't for the Shumpo, that would have been very dangerous here for Troll.
Oh no!
This is a Selena which is actually working in the early game.
Yep. They definitely took a few pages out of the Vitality book after losing to Selena.
Oh!
To Boyet, of course. That's going to be a pick-off as well. Heptasy's already picked up by Kyle too.
Wow.
That's the start you want for Falcons.
Oh, another.
Oh wait, there's an AOG. Everything just used to secure the kills against Falcons Mena.
Lele.
No ifs, alright?
Macam bodoh. Gatal anti terus lah. Bodoh tu lah.
Bro. It's when he lands the arrow, not if. Oh my goodness, the Kadam machine. Haji's just been landing these back-to-back arrows like it's nothing against Falcons Mena. The lead basically is all onto Haji, right? I mean, all because of Haji, sorry.
Nangis boleh tak? Boleh bro.
At 4 minutes in the game, 3 kills.
Aku pun tengah makan ni. Orang panggil apa?
One on
Healing.
one earlier, and now on the
Healing, man.
Yep, the Juicin is pretty much dealt with at this point, at least in the early stages of the game, so it'll be a struggle for them to catch back, but that's the Throne of Ruin. It's gonna catch Kyle. We have the Dragon onto him as well as Sodi connecting and Sano makes it to the team.
Untuk bunuh
The kill, the knockup onto Owen. He's still trying to sustain it, but Flap though, he tried to find Boyet there. Another episode of Arrow connecting. Haji will go in again, and an AOG. They still want more. Haji's on a killing spree.
Boyet.
Okay, knockup onto Owen, but Haji finds a double.
Again, it's the arrows and Haji keeping them alive. Falcons Mena, wait a second, what happened there? Falcons PH, it looked like they want to blitz, but then it was Falcons Mena just forcing the issue, finding the fight, the Throne of Ruin and the flicker. Caught Kyle off guard, a good Jeet Kundo to follow it up as well, so there's still going to be ways for Falcons Mena to pull off a victory here, and it's through forcing these team fights, and Falcons PH gotta be ready for it. They can't be caught off guard like that.
Lepas tu dia nak keluar.
Just so good.
Pakai Envy.
Just so good
Dia tak
at
sempat Envy,
managing
kena
the
ton.
man-to-man defense. The members of Falcons Mena individually, you saw how Flap just had his eyes set on Boyet, and he was capable of dealing with him all alone, enough to put him on a very low HP. And on the other side, even though they were after Kyle, the arrows from Haji, they're just something Falcons Mena are yet to really find a way around. Every single time a team fight breaks out, these arrows just interrupt so much of what Falcons Mena want to happen.
And so it builds up again. Kyle, luckily, bought the Sky Piercer after the death. Flap, though, will not make Boyet's life easy. Chases him under turret, pops in the Consecration as well. Classic Flap on the Uranus.
That's been the case for Boyet and Flap for the past 6 minutes. It's always been Flap on Boyet. Troll shows up. Fracture already used. Another episode trap. But Falcons Men are holding on to this mid turret, but it feels like they haven't been able to move out of it as much.
Look at Kyle.
Kyle? Okay, he's onto Sano. SOD connecting as well. Crimson Beacon in! Troll doesn't land the kick onto Kyle, but he does find Haji. But do they have enough damage to deal with him? They finally get to shut him down here.
Woi! Hampir lelenya.
They had to lose him just to take Haji down.
Hampir siya.
Say it's going to be worth it for the Selena to pick up the Moskov, but he gave the Moskov a big bounty. That was a 4-0 Selena. Now gold given over to Sano. Falcons PH will still capitalize over this neutral objective. That's going to be free. But man, great targeting by Falcons Mena. I really thought they were just going to go for Kyle. In the end, Troll picked the right guy. He went straight for Haji, who had a bounty, who could actually, again, beat a turn for Falcons Mena.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought it was actually Kyle they were after all along. But at least in turn, I feel like this somewhat allows Falcons Mena a bit more room to go for more plays. It does grant a bit more wave control, but I think the fact that Sano has been forced to at least participate in the fights more frequently than we're used to seeing gold laners do is somewhat slowing things down a bit for Falcons Mena. It's maybe also because Coffin hasn't been having the best time in the early game, which is why they needed to compensate for damage in underperformance. Oh, but Troll, he finds one. There goes the follow-up from Coffin. They find the knock-up on Haji with the Lantern Flare, but the damage, it needs to come from Boyet. Iframes trying to dash out. A flicker from Flap though. He doesn't let Boyet get away.
Okay, the first time is going to be worth it to get the kill on Haji because of the bounty, but the second time around for Boyet's life, not that worth it. But then you look at it again, and Falcons Mena were able to get a turret in mid lane. Luckily for Falcons PH, they also retaliate with a turret take. So in the end, it's Falcons PH who get the benefit of that trade. The advantage. Capsized Pauldron done for Sanji. That'll certainly help in their endeavors to fight around in these 5v5s against Super Marco.
Yeah, you know what reminds me of? When I see Sanji on the Alice, it just brings back memories, you know?
Yep.
It just brings back memories of Wildcard. But now it's a much bigger task at hand for Sanji. He does have to give up that turret, though.
At least it's not one of those wildcard games where Sanji went 0-7 on the Alice, right? It's a good game. Oh, Arrow!
Oh, it's not a good game for Cuffin, though. That's for sure. Now that's the Throne of Ruin already forced out. He does land it onto multiple members and figures out safely. And I guess they're just trying to buy more time. Look at what Sano's been trying to do on the Moskov.
They are able to get a tier 2 down below. The SOD doesn't land, and it's Falcons PH who are just getting the better trades. They get a kill off of that on Cuffin. They get a base turret as well. Falcons Mana only got the Holy Shield, but hold on. If Falcons PH commit onto this, the Moskov might be able to go for another turret. No, it's too fast.
Okay, Sano just gets the purple instead. There will be Haji to deal with the waves too, but even the placements, just look at the placements of the traps. I mean, it'll go down.
Perlu habis
But I think that's
makan.
helping
Kalau
Falcons
Oni
so
kalah
much
tadi
just
rasanya
play
tak
around
skill
their
simpan
macro
esok.
much more easier. A Malefic Roar pickup for Kyle. Ooh, it's been
Bodoh.
so tough for Cuffin, honestly.
Are you
in
an
this
idiot?
game.
Yep.
The positioning has been a
Are
struggle.
you made of stupid?
The Crimson Beacon used to reposition or even go in aggressively has been a struggle because the arrows seem to be punishing him always.
Let's take a look at the equipment here so far in the
Yo,
game.
sekali
What
biasa je.
has Falcons PH been able to get with a 6,000 gold lead in their hands? 1,000 in between the gold laners. That means Super Marco.
Tapi aku rasa Lily seorang je tu hero yang betul-betul buat item macam ni kan. Kasut CD, beli buku tapi damage still meledak tau.
Oh, Spirit Misery, wow.
Knocks him back, but they'll have to let go of their turrets. Arrow gets dodged, but Holy Shields are about
Hero
to go
lain kalau
down.
buat item macam dia kan. Aduh.
I mean, they only have two left, but the damage from Kyle is insane. Falcons Mena at least have room to deal with
Ada
the
draw,
Lord
ada draw.
for now, but you saw that single entry from Falcons, and it's not looking too good for them.
It's all about defense for Falcons Mana, for Falcons PH. It's all about trying to go for the siege, so they need to find some angles for the arrows to land, or they start zoning Falcons Mana from these neutral, structural objectives. Throw the conceal, cancel AOG.
Oh, Throne of Ruin casted, does get him immune from that knockup, but Sanji doesn't find any. Has to flicker out too just to survive. The damage from Boyet doesn't seem to be enough. Sano's just dealing with the waves as much as they can. Goes in! Super Marco. Oh, that made me nervous.
Marco gets the Malefic gun. He'll be able to get that range advantage. Arrow from the side, but it doesn't land. Again for Falcons Mana, though, they have amazing clear as long as the Moskov is left untouched. As long as he's able to pierce through these minions with the spears, he'll be getting free farm. So I think for Falcons
Nolan
PH,
boleh
the
imbang lawan
right
Hirara,
move
yuk.
right now would be to freeze up these
Like
waves,
without a doubt.
deny farm away from Sano. Because he's not far
Sebab laju sangat.
1,000, but not
Laju sangat, less reliant dengan blue buff selepas all the buff yang dia monton bagian. Sekarang ni yang betul-betul heavy gila dekat blue buff memang link Fanny tu.
I gotta say, Flap's been doing
Hero lain macam apa, Haya, Nolan, Hanzo.
Get this lead over Boyet. The fact that they haven't been able to really
Hanzo hampir masuk kategori link Fanny lah, tapi
a member from Falcons, not even
tapi sebab ulti dia tu cooldownnya kejap kan. So macam tak kisah sangat lah. Sebab as long that kau hit skill 2, blue buff tu tak penting.
As well. So majority of the damage you're expecting from Falcons Mana already have somewhat of an answer from Falcons PH, and there's another Lord spawning in just 3 seconds.
Tak boleh, kau kena faham Nolan pick ni adalah respon pick kepada Hirara. Nolan ni dia susah nak duduk bukan situational lah, susah lah sebab dia sekelas Sonseng. Macam Sonseng pun ada immune kan, ada immune, I mean ada dash lah, ada dash immune, tapi pangkalnya hero nya tu kalau contoh kan main Cho yang jago ataupun yang lebih easy Kalia ke ataupun kau ambil Yujong ke, dia memang tak boleh datang dekat langsung lah. Untuk kontes apa neutral objektif. Tapi kalau cerita Hirara 1v1 Nolan, itu yang boleh imbang lah. Sebab Hirara susah nak hit immobilize tu kan, laju sangat.
Yeah, Super Marco is looking like he's on the road of
glowing
building a Winter Crown as well.
Tidak buat glowing,
Sanji taking it, and that's a concealed play. Ogwen Trying to show up. Doesn't get to taunt anyone just yet, but that's just
Tak ada sepanjang tournament ni aku memang tak sempat nak tengok dah item tu kalau even masa dia tunjuk pun.
They get to find the lantern
Tak sempat tengok full lah.
He doesn't care. He's just gonna go in. Consecration already used. They're looking to take out all the remaining base turrets, but the damage from Super Marco.
It's just there. It's just a bit of poke. Falcons Meta know that they cannot fight, and the reason they gave the mid turret is because they would rather lose mid and top, no problem, over their last side lane turret. Falcons PH don't want to take this down.
This troll finds something.
Kena. Ui, kena moskop. Terus flicker lelenya. Tu dah sepak tapi tak sempat. Nice try. Blazing ada lagi ya. Lah, tak pu. Ai.
Super Marco gets to escape, but they lose 3.
That was insane. The arrow looked like it was going to land on Cuffin, but
Dia buat tak nampak.
actually landed on Sano instead. In the end,
Dia buat tak nampak je lah. Lag. Oh.
Ogwin got both. Sano and Cuffin. This was the dream start. Haji throws it, and look, Sano was left to deal with the
Lagging.
Yes, Sanji got a massive set. But damn, fighting on the turret against this composition still super difficult. It was just so difficult for Super Marco to
Dia nak tahan purify-nya, lepas tu kena knock up immediately.
Amazing Jeet Kundo, purple buff steal for Boya.
Immediately, bro.
Or is it? Because I think I see a purple buff in.
Oh, Kyle secured it? Kyle secured it, okay.
Got it.
I thought it was a take with a red tree. Both of them red tree.
Both of them. That was close. It's still a 7k gold lead though for Falcons PH. So we saw how, as you mentioned, Falcons Mena have been struggling to go for that fight even when it was right under their turret. So it's still not looking as great for them. At the very least,
give apa?
things could have been different if only Sano didn't go down there. Maybe if they only had a bit more damage to rely on to execute the team.
Aku tak tahu, dia macam sekarang ni dia dah keluar tapi sekarang dekat aku dia tak ada bunyi pula. Aku tak tahu apa benda aku nak buat dengan bug audio dia ni. Gimana? Hari tu keluar pun tidak. Sekarang dah keluar bunyi pula dah dia.
He gets caught by an arrow. He uses the way of the dragon just to push the other members away, but he will not survive. Crimson Beacon out, just so Cuffin lives too. And that's pretty much it. Falcons PH get this guaranteed Lord.
Yet again, it's Falcons PH, man, controlling the game. Falcons Meta have only had one neutral objective. A say, only had one say onto the neutral objective. All the times it's just been Falcons PH with the burst on the double season hunter. Ogwin with the flank.
With no base turrets left, this isn't looking too good for Falcons Mena. Majority of their wave clear is just really Sano. But if Falcons decide to sync up the waves, this is going to be tough. You have to expect abyssal arrows everywhere. And looking at the items, okay, Boyet still needs.
I'm not so sure about Queen Swing.
That they do.
I'm not so sure.
But I don't think he's going to be able to get it in time.
Sebab dia tak adalah macam tak ada value. Ada lah value kan. Sebab tolak CD skill satu kan.
Forcing out the winter crown from Sanji. Throne of Ruin forced already to AOG in from Ogwin, but Slap doesn't have the winter crown. Does he have
blazing.
Haji finds another kill, and the fracture just lands on multiple targets. Falcons BH ends game
Gila bro.
It was a full defense for Falcons Meta the whole game. From start to finish. Falcons PH though able to stay consistent, constantly throw in these attacks at the base, sieging it through. And the last one, it looked a bit dicey with those health bars a couple of times. Sano, good positioning, but at the end of the day, that Lord, those members, that front line from Falcons PH, and those dang arrows from Haji were just too much for Falcons Meta to handle. They're gonna have to take the L in game number 1, try to go back to the drawing board. And for Falcons PH, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The Selena, if it's open again, I want the Kadam machine on it again.
It posed a lot of questions for us. We were, and even the panelists, I think, had an if statement, if the arrows actually land, but in this scenario, you said it were only absolute arrows that came in from Haji. Complete control over the map.
What? That was not supposed to be a killing trade.
This one too. This one as a highlight for Haji. he got the most important person in that team fight, which could have potentially turned things around for Falcons Mena. And man, we were thinking Falcons Mena came out with a better start in the draft, but look at what happened here in game number 1.
Well, we'll know exactly what happened from the panel. Let's ask the panel to break down this game number 1 for Falcon versus Falcon.
Thank you. It's a battle of the skies, as they said, and it was PH who took the win in this one. Falcons happy about that. You see Kyle and Flap rejoicing in their victory, and guys, Redmar getting back in the stage. Rain Day. It's just been a fun time here at MSC. Yeah. Again, this one looking good for Philippines, but also just really looking good for the pacing of this game, which was pretty. I mean, I'll let you put the word. What's a word you would use to describe this victory?
What's a good word for Haji here? I mean, Mirko already mentioned absolute.
Okay, yeah.
So I think we can play
terus
around
ice.
that.
I'm feeling that.
Yeah, absolute.
Lepas tu ada ni.
Absolute Haji. It's like a limited edition.
Tak sebab dia ada Alice. Maybe Alice buat kau.
5
Damn. I mean, they only have 2 left, but the damage from Kyle is insane.
Again with the 6.
Rankion. Chodomi. Alice pun tak ada Domi. Ada cerita kacau je. Lepas tu dia nak lainin Rankion. What the fuck? Nandai kura. Tak, aku ingatkan macam contoh dia suruh Alice tu perayu Domi kan. Dan dia boleh lah nak buat lambat sikit. Then itu okey je. Sebab Alice sangat apa? Alice kan hero-nya kan sangat peluk-peluk kan. Tapi tak ada pun. Tu pun nak buat apa? Queen Winter.
That means Super Marco ahead in the Swift Trinity build. Sano though following
the earnest to show what he's done, and I don't know, I'm starting to like the Nolan. This is looking really good. We're starting to get deeper into the evolution of this draft. I know when Falcons, man, I go back to the drawing board, they're going to say we probably can't let this happen. We'll probably target ban. You expect a potential Selena, but Raymar, I know you've got some Telestration lined up for us. I want to hear you lead us into it on the back of these highlights and also talk about what you saw.
Yeah, there was something that Gideon mentioned how dangerous it is to walk up perfect because the Clips IHO is actually feed into that idea. And at the same time, as we saw here, I feel like because of how much, dare I say, squishier the heroes are, easier to kill the heroes are in this current metagame, of course, with the Assassins making a comeback and then the EXP leaders being the main sources of just tankiness alongside the roamers, depending or not whether you get a pick off, it is so devastating to lose one. Being the main sources of just tankiness alongside the roamers, depending or not whether you get a pick off, it is so devastating to lose one that Nolan looks so good in this current metagame. And this is an example of what Gideon mentioned of how dangerous it is to step up. Look how far Falcons will continue this push. They're going to be willing to give up the little bit of control they have in the bottom lane just for sheer focus and will to break down the first inhibitor up top. After they get the second tower, they will continue. And look just how one Abyssal Arrow and one Uranus will stop Falcons from defending. They get coffined down. That's the -1. The siege minion makes it through, meaning that they get to pop the passive, and then they're going to be continuing this into a push with the rest of the minions.
Before you end this, can I ask a question? Sure. How do you feel about the Moscow far on the right side there with the teams defending? Is that a good decision?
You see a lot of teams with the Moscow want to do this.
Yeah,
they want to open up the map on the other side.
Okay.
And then if ever Falcons had an error here and they didn't get coffined, maybe let's say they were a little bit too aggressive with trying to get the tower down, they weren't patient.
Aggression play apa? Aggression play pro
and it turns the fight around.
Aku takut dia macam tu
anjak
gegel lah.
This was already a big lead for Falcons heading
into
this, but this was the dagger, proving once again why Haji was the biggest question for this one, and he answered this absolutely. It was pointed out by the casters. Ogun gets that double taunt, but Haji will also commit the flicker just to finish this off. But I also wanted to capture this moment because this is how you envision how it would go good for Falcons.
Kita dah habis ulas lah SRG tadi. Pergi tengok aku punya ulasan dekat YT. Patahkan balik live ya. Tak ada abang. Nak ulang lagi. Pergi tengok dekat YT, okay?
Just trying to make sure that they can hold on and hope that the rest of the team will be able to take down the Alice before the other members of Falcons Mena will be able to get out and join that fight. But the problem is, here for Falcons Mena, pointed out by Gideon as well, they were just lacking the firepower, and they needed the help of the turret to do really well with this. But even with the help of the turret, it was still a trade that went very well for Falcons. They lost members, but Kyle and Super Marco were able to get some small wins here and there. They didn't lose themselves. They burned the flicker from the Cho, which would open up options for them for the next 2 minutes. So in the end, that was still a win for Falcons PH, despite Falcons Mena getting some kills. It was just a harsh reality check that they just didn't have enough to be at a good spot.
Is the indication there too? I'm going very in depth. Could you bring that back up real quick? I wanted to say something about it. If you can, no problem, no problem. It was a 15 Moskov going against a lot of level 12s, 13s, 14s, but 0 kills. Yeah. So this just indicates that despite the Moskov pushing and trying to get what he's supposed to do, he was still being completely outfarmed by Super Marco.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Because again, it's about how much actual money is on the map at one time. There's a couple of ways you can get it, from kills, which unfortunately Falcons don't have access to, the lane, or even jungle creeps. And out of those things, Super Marco can hit 2 lanes, 3 lanes at the same time, clear up the enemy jungle. While they're doing it, he will always have double the farm, double the money in this particular scenario. And like Remar mentioned, right, especially they needed this turret specifically to deal damage, because unfortunately for poor Moskov did not have 3 items at that point of time. So that's the only other way.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, because you look at like where your win conditions are, and it's kind of I don't know, a popcorn term, but it helps to understand what went right, what went wrong, and what has to go right next time around. Obviously, that gold lane matchup really important, and for a character, you know, like Claude to be winning at that high level, and obviously not having a great win rate. To me, I think that seems like they did not do enough in that matchup to really put pressure on him, or at least. What did you think? Was it the entire composition that didn't put enough pressure?
I'm going to bring in some favorite basketball terms here. They play pick and pop, man.
Hey.
Sometimes the pick and pop is a little bit too difficult to stop, especially, I didn't mean for that to rhyme.
The pick and pop is tough to stop.
Yeah, especially if the defense isn't ready for it. And if you keep getting hit by the arrow, and there was one play there that was just so unashamedly Team Falcons PH, the long stun on the Selena arrow, and they committed the ultimate of the Gatot Kacha just to get that kill onto the Juicin as like an extra exclamation point of like, you guys are not gonna get the early game you need for your Moskov. It's our Claude's game.
Well, but let's also not forget, I mean, it's still talking ball, the screens, the importance of actually having to play quote-unquote defense, but really just to deny the opponents, because the only way that early game could have gone well for Team Falcons Mena is if Boyet got that lead. He was like somewhat close. He was always like right there on the line, but his influence could never go down to the gold lane. Every single time it occurred, Falcons PH one step ahead, either having traps for vision, more importantly, sending in supports to cover that side.
Yeah, and since we're still on basketball, the balls on Team Falcons PH.
Come on, man.
Like they were honest with it, man. Nolan, Selena, they were just saying, we don't care, man. We're going to be able to execute this.
Yeah.
You need a lot of bravado to make this work, and they were so confident with it.
I love it, man. And Team Falcons PH dunking on Team Falcons Meta just to continue with it. I also got to ask you guys got a basketball go? Because I already know my answer. No, you're not going there?
It's MJ.
MJ.
It's MJ.
Mine's his protege, you know, Kobe.
Kobe.
Kobe, man, come on, I'm a Kobe guy.
I feel you.
You got an answer?
I don't.
You're staying out of it?
Too much heat. Too much heat.
You
every
can't.
time
You
we get
can't.
into a talking ball, man. It's not good.
You gotta have a favorite. Hey, I'm from LA, born and raised, so I can have a Laker as my number one, right? You understand what I mean? I love talking a little bit of ball. Also talking about the back and forth between these teams too. One of the interesting things that I think about the squad of Team Falcons Meta and Team Falcons PH is how they're utilizing their drafts and trying to catch each other off guard, and how people are responding to that, because you're already at the second or third layer of the response. And I want to point out the fact that the Beleric was banned early and the Harara was prioritized for the first pick, and it didn't actually get ahead of the Nolan, which was taken later on, which means you set up for a draft to get an advantage, and you didn't get that advantage. And so now do you go back and you ban the Selena, or you take something else away, like the jungle situation, so that you force even a Nolan to potentially get picked up by you, and then no other jungle options? Or if they take the Nolan, you have something else to respond to win another lane?
I'll drop my opinion on this real quick. I think it's okay for Falcons Mena to just prioritize bans on the Selena. We saw Onyx do it earlier against SRG.
We did. Absolutely, but that comes with a couple of conditions here, right? Because last time it was like, oh, I had to be the one to ban out the Beleric, and the opposing side needed to get rid of the Atlas on their end, so they're just gonna have to roll the dice a bit. But if, let's say, let's say, right? You know, in a perfect world, they swap sides. I think red side comes in with a much bigger advantage, especially when we're talking about red 4 and the final couple of bans at the end of the day. But the hard decisions really come down to, hey, if we do decide to get rid of Atlas on our side, we still must always get rid of Marcel, always get rid of the Freya, and that doesn't really change.
Yeah, on Falcon PH, when they were on the red side earlier, it was Marcel, Freya, Atlas, as you mentioned. For Falcon's Mena, they banned out the Fanny, Ling, and Belleric. Not terrible bans, but maybe we're slowly starting to see a little shift away from rushing the Hirara right out of the gate. Because with heroes such as Selena, I'm not saying pick the Selena over the Hirara.
Yeah.
But now there are answers, risky answers, not absolute answers. Maybe?
I think, because every time we see...
There it is.
Yeah. Every single time, right? It's about building the system around the Hirara. Do you have a strong enough mid-trio to enable this first blood? Or do you at least have a sandbag to kind of control that side of the wave?
Well, I like the adjustment because we mentioned going deeper into the assassin ban and not prioritizing the Hirara. They take out the Selena as well, which we mentioned. Ling and Fanny gone, which forces you to go deeper into that pool if you want to grab it. The Hirara taken on the other side, but the Uranus taken on the side of Falcon's Mena. They liked how it worked. The Belleric's still available, which is a dangerous composition. And the Claude, that's an early prio. Gideon, you're questioning that?
I'm very surprised because now they can pick up Belleric on their side and even look to actually secure their mid lane down. Yeah. But maybe this could be like an attack, right? This is a hidden attack. I'm saying if we finish our first 3, we get to the second phase, we're looking at your gold laner if you don't pick it up in the first 3.
But isn't Belleric Eudora too good here to pass up? Or would you?
That is the trap that a lot of...
Never mind.
Why are we shifting it now?
Yeah, why?
This is like 3rd level. These teams have done this before to each other, it feels like.
I think we don't see their jungler just yet. They might keep the option open
I think they need to
put the Sakai into the jungle or roam, and then you pick up the Eudora here, as mentioned by Rain.
Whoa.
They're going...
Hey, this is some beef.
I like what I'm seeing. Just because I don't see the Eudora. For that sole purpose. Is it questionable? Absolutely.
Man.
Because I wish they held on to the flex option instead of showing it right away.
I agree, but at the same time, I think they also recognize that, you know what? There's a pretty good chance that Bulletproof Marco is going to do Bulletproof Marco things and try and dominate that side of the lane. So at least let's affect it by forcing him to take a Purify. That's number 1. The second thing is, I don't know how they're going to play that early game now, because now that Akai has kind of revealed itself alongside the Chill, the early game isn't exactly leaning towards Falcon's PH on this Hirara, right? Because I would imagine that with Hirara, you want to set up for that level 2, but it's just too much stats.
Okay.
Wow.
They go ahead and pick up the Esmeralda. There's one pick right now that Falcon's Mena needs to ban, and that's the Valentina. If the Valentina gets through, this is going to be really tough for Falcon's Mena. Yes, Falcon's PH won't have the range, but it's Haji. This is his signature hero in MPL Philippines Season 17. He'll have a wealth of options, and he's just going to be looking at 2. Heavy Spin and the Way of the Dragon.
Yeah.
With just those 2 ultimates, it changes the image of team fights to favor Falcon's PH more.
This is an interesting one, guys. I mean, I thought a lot of things. Now, who knows what we think? But of course, the Valentina looks like a pretty smart ban. A lot of really good ultimates on the side with control for Falcon's Mena. Just showing you a little bit here. The Hirara stolen and the Uranus stolen. So swap there. The Selena no longer involved in a major prioritization in the Claude and the Cho.
I think Falcon's PH might let the Harith through because they still have an option to play a glue roam if ever.
Yeah, glue roam is also pretty good. I'm also thinking whether or not they need to get rid of the Lilia at this point, because again, these are very like picks that kind of signal what is what they think is going to be a problem for their final comp at the end of the day. And the peel is good. Not to mention, I mean, there's still also the Zushin that they could have picked up later on the line, get a nice Queen's Wand, and then still peel off this tanks. So the question is, do you want to peel them, or do you want to be a legitimate threat? If you want to be a legitimate threat, there's still Vixana, there's still Lilia.
Some really good choices here for the mid lane. For the gold,
SRG dan TLPH tiada di knockout stage.
There's 2 signature picks.
The world we live in, bro.
Heroes. Moskov,
the world we live in right now.
And if you're a Bruno player, that means you also play Brody. So you have 3 picks to choose from. And Falcons needs to be very careful with what they show at red 4 because that'll make the choice so much easier for Falcons.
We don't talk about Bruno in my house.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
We're big Encanto fans. My daughter cannot stop singing it.
Sebab kau unik kau.
It's been a while.
Unik aku buat apa tu, man. Unik hanya bermain tu.
Looking at these final bands, though, I think this one's a really, really tough choice.
That's
for
all.
Mina. At this stage, you've kind of gotten rid of like the big team fight
Kamu
ultimates.
tak
Now
pakai.
that you're also getting rid of one more, you've opened up the Valentina this time round. But do you really want to spin Beyblades against the Akai, or like how are we doing this?
Spin it. You get the Valentina, then you get the glue. Because with the Minotaur ban, I feel
What
like
is
there's a
the
huge
meaning
signal
of
that
life,
they're going to be
though?
going for
Here.
There it is.
Good question.
They close it up with, I guess, Harris.
Sayang tu tak ada respect band. Datang ah.
Zushin, but that wouldn't be enough
Aku
damage
nak
unless they
tolong
play
ah.
like early game Akai invade.
Boleh tak?
Here's a question.
Boleh tak
What
geng-geng
problem
pokok
have they addressed from
jangan
game one so
komen.
far? I'm talking Falcons meta, but what problem are they potentially
Aduh,
letting go?
for the rest of the live stream boleh tak geng pokok jangan komen-komen. Aku benar nak layan geng pokok.
In also the hands of Falcons and covering what Falcons needs in their draft.
Did they
Tu
address
Bellery
something in last
first
game?
phase ban tak ada, first phase pick pun tak ada. Macam mana?
At least they get to control one
Bukan
side
ke
to
Bellery
actually sandbag it, right?
hero
But in
paling kuat
terms of
sekarang?
tempo,
Kenapa Falcon
I don't think they've
PH
answered
yang
it just
tim yang
yet.
sangat
I think
hebat tak ambil
they
lagi?
still are going to have a bit of a tempo problem
Why?
here, but you've already
Tak
got
ban,
at least
tak
a show to
pick.
help
Kenapa
that
ya?
out. The Moskov as well, okay, totally fine.
Sebab kan
There's
dia
the
terlalu
Zushin,
hebat
and
yang
now we
macam
have like
memang
a
tak boleh
strong,
dilepaskan
solid
langsung
mid trio
kan.
that's very, very hard to punish.
Glue? I think it's just glueable,
For
isn't
sure.
it?
For sure, right? What else? Well, I mean, what other supports do we have to think about at this stage,
Pengaruh
other than
pokok
maybe
dan
like the
mula-mula
healed up
luasa.
Max? And even then, it's like not the greatest.
Dia
You're only going to
pokok
play it
tu
around
second
Marco
phase pick.
and
Sekarang
also
ni
the Hirara.
alah,
Energy on
dia-
stage, sometimes you gotta mention
Sekarang
it.
ni kan
It's
hero
actually
nya
caught on
terlalu
the scams,
gempak.
some daps, the coach is going
Mana
back.
boleh dilepaskan dekat
felt
first
like they
phase?
liked their draft.
Kan?
Yeah. It's solid. It goes back to the identity
Tapi
of
kenapa
Falcons, man.
Falcon
You
PH
get
tak ambil?
Boyet
Tak
on
faham.
the utility jungle. You get Sano on a signature hero, and of course, it's the Gacha. Just every time when I think it's going to be something different, it's just a Gacha again.
But I can't clear waves. Gato shows up once more. But both sides have very similar idea of how their compositions want to work. The early game is where we're going to have to see whether, you know, Falcons PH can set up that early snowball in that first blood. If not, I think as mid-game starts to come around, there's a lot of defensive tools that Mina can use to deter them. Like,
Senang.
as long as I hold my ultimate, you have to respect
Sebab
me.
dorang
Yeah, it seems like a
bukan
disciplined
vegan.
game would benefit Team Falcons meta because they have a lot of ways to use that utility, but can they apply enough pressure to get ahead and snowball, especially if they get in this position where they are down and almost out? One game to tie it up or one game to send them home. Team Falcons PH on the verge of victory. Let's send it back over to your casters for game 2, where they might find themselves in the knockout stage.
Here we go into the land of dawn. Falcons mana backed onto a wall. On the brink of elimination, they rely back on their main identity.
Pasha bicep. Kau tak payah nak gelis connect ah.
Utility Sano on a carry, Kelvin on Juice.
Kau dah tahu Pasha bicep.
Say it's comfort. Going back to comfort.
Brilliant.
Meta in this very dangerous spot that they're currently in. A do or die up against Falcons PH.
Brilliant.
Alone have seemed to figure out what has been lacking for them in their
Pasha
previous
bicep pun macam
series
aku lah,
here
geng.
in MSC. You see how
Saing ah, saing.
they've been very proactive in setting the tempo. And now that they're on a Hirara, it's all the more reason for them to do the same.
Konan lebih besar daripada pokok.
Let's take a look at the emblems here. Sano's
Kayak
gonna master
Gengar.
assassin, but losing out already 1v1 up top.
Baru on
At least the
tadi,
lethal
Liga
gets
masih
taken out
berleluasa.
by Falcons mana's Boyet. But you can definitely see the clear speed difference earlier. Kyle got level 2 so quick, he was able to
Dah
get the
call
gold
vamos,
crown.
dorang nak pergi
So
pro
at the end of
weh.
the day,
Sorry yo.
full clear plus a
Sorry
gold
do
crown
stakeholder
will be a
vamos.
bit better than the lethal plus
Sorry do orang dalam vamos.
And let's see Falcons Meta
Dia gaya je lah
to
buat.
play the mid differently
Banyak
this time.
gaya.
Because earlier it was a clear struggle for them to just rotate out
Aku
of
tak
this.
bermain lah,
Once
geng.
again,
Kenapa
Tito
ya?
on the trove, but nonetheless, it's
Terus
not
ada
guaranteed
supredation
that you have the spear wave clear and you tend to win it out. Because right now, Falcons, you don't really sense where Kyle is just yet. Hookfin might just get caught here. There goes the flicker. Forced out again just before the objective spawns.
Falcons
Bingo
Beach
orang
is
dalam
so good at this.
wanita.
Right now it's 2 times. First time it was Haji on the Selena who's forcing it. Haji.
Okay, he gets caught there. Fortunately, has a dash. So he will get away, but Troll is actually going
No.
first blood
Hari
over
ni
to
hari
Falcons
Malaysia
Meta.
berduka rino.
Tak cukup tanah Valentina nya. Padahal guna flicker tu.
And
And they take out the mid from Falcons PH right before the objective.
They bet on the flicker of Cuffin, but yeah, that's definitely way more worth it for Falcons Meta. They're able to pick up the kill. Just when I was about to say Cuffin needs to be way safer up against the Assassin, we see Haji step forward a bit too far, and now it's Sanji who's zoning them away.
Unbreakable doesn't land. Sanji flickers out. Troll trying to look for something. Space creation is the name of the game. Sanji actually creates enough and also secures the objective for himself. Heavy spin used defensively. The SOD does land, but Falcons Meta, I think it's a clear re-engage from them this time.
Mahal Kone.
There's a reason Falcon. Oh, Troll!
Oh, never mind. It's re-engage once again. All over again. Falcons Meta. They find
Habis
Ogwen.
dia mati ke?
Goes down in exchange, but that's the heavy spin copied by Haji. They're not gonna proceed with the
Macam
fight.
tahu ke? Korong tapi tu buang flicker.
Sanji.
Oh, that's remembers. He's not gonna get out of that. It's Kyle providing the damage. And so it somehow equalizes the trade. 2 for 2 now on the board for Falcons.
Macam minion.
You're right. It's 2 for 2 now. It's just a neutral objective diff. And hey, believe it, Falcons PH to be able to come back from what looked to be a great play from Troll.
Macam minion.
Falcons Meta were able to win the wild card with the utility jungle. It just seems so different from last game where they were playing the Hirara, playing the new meta. Doesn't really suit them, right?
Yeah.
Go back to your trump card and then play around Sano. Marco with Blazing Duet.
Okay, it does get the gold crab. It's a small win. And yeah, I feel like the pacing changes overall when Falcons Meta are just on these kinds of lineups. Cuffin and Troll seem to be playing a much more confident game, while it also probably goes hand in hand with the fact that they are up against a matchup which doesn't have as much range and doesn't have as much surprise potential with the Abyssal Arrows just falling all over the place. But Ogun now below half HP, does have the AOG still. Not going to use it just yet though. But that's clear control for Falcons Meta so far here in mid.
It's all about mid prio whenever you have the utility jungle. Same playstyle from the wild card again. Boyet every single time after full clear goes into mid, consistently helps to get that mid prio to secure these neutral objectives. Down below, it's Flap who wins out the XP crab battle, and it just seems like we're setting up for this neutral objective. Great read by Falcons PH though. They know when it comes to the 50-50 around the neutral objectives, it's not going to be good.
Yeah.
They have to look for a win elsewhere, but they can't look for that trade up top. Sano's playing too safe.
They spot Kyle already. They know Kyle's already within the area. Knockups from the Lantern Flare. Troll trying to look for a target. Crimson Beacon in from Cuffin. Ogun already very, very low. Troll with a 3-man knockup. Sanji too, pretty low. Might have to get away from this. But then Sanji, for the second time around, secures
Jadi lama
the
perang.
Falcons Meta. Flap and Haji trying to chase after Boyet. Heavy spin already committed. And Troll, both Troll and Cuffin just get to protect their jungler from that.
Mahal Koneng 2 kali.
Oh boy, it's low.
Yep, shoot away from it. Conceal coming down now. Ogun wants to take control over this
2
purple
kali
buff.
Koneng dipit.
But yes, Sanji secures the neutral objective. Falcons Meta again with the Akai. Pulling a win over the neutral objectives, but that's what it's meant to do, this composition.
Yeah.
Now we have to go back to the fact that Falcons PH, they can still scale, but so can Falcons Meta. So it basically makes it all even. Falcons Meta getting the neutral objective isn't a way to snowball. Rather, it's a way to stay neutral in the game. Something that they weren't able to do on Assassins now. They can play for the scaling on Sano. It's protect Mr. President. As long as Sano continues to farm this way, and Falcons Meta are able to keep the gold lead from staggering out of control,
Dia dah
it's
diganti
okay.
dengan
It's back
Yum.
to Falcons Meta playing their signature game.
Tapi store dia memang sedap lah Troll.
Falcons PH are too good at keeping it really
Soalnya-
under control. It's not growing into any significant lead just
Tapi
yet.
di sini
Falcons
banyak
Meta,
ke
they're not
Troll
able to
player
convert
yang
into any structures, and so we
Hesmus,
see that
Hesmus.
the lead is something you don't really get to feel, at least for now in this game. But that's a really high gun for Sanji. There's a response coming out from Falcons PH this time just because of that, and he will go down. That's another kill over to Kyle, or actually the first kill.
Macam
Oh, the
minion.
second one he's able to get in this game.
Let's see, they're able to pay people down into the bottom lane. That means a turret up top. Wait a second.
Oh.
AOG?
Could that have been the plan? Ogun goes in with the AOG, yes, but it's not going to break out into a fight just yet. They have their eyes on Troll, however, he might be the pick-off, but he has the Jeet Kundo. He is going to survive.
And no turret for Falcons Meta.
Okay.
Great defense by Falcons PH, really just keeping that turret from going down, but now it's Boyet up top. Kyle onto the neutral objective first. Same level, it's 9-9.
Sanji already using the consecration, trying to get some info. Troll gets revealed here, and Kyle for the first time actually secures the objective away
Koneng
from
ada
Falcons
pasif bawah
Meta.
agaknya.
The SOD did land but I don't think Falcons Meta want to commit to a fight just yet.
Nope, not just yet. Not until Sano gets the 3-item power spike. But again, it'll be the same for Marco. Wait a second.
Oh.
Sano will be able to get a turret down below, so that makes it quite okay. Marco, though, obviously always there to get compensation off of these trades, right? Falcons men are trying their darn best to get some trades on the map. But Falcons PH always refuse for it to be an equal trade. It's always a kill on top of it, a neutral objective on top of a structure. And that's why they are the ones with the 1,000 gold lead, despite Falcons Menace hold onto the 2 turtles.
Yeah, I wanted to say it looked equal, but then I looked at the gold lead and it's, for some reason, not. Falcons are the ones getting a better hold of this.
Look at Marco.
Oh, again.
Yep, it's all about the macro plays right now, taking the structures around the map. It's the same, though, for Falcons Meta. They are able to push up top. It was basically broken at top. So low. Just needed one more minion. Little strike down from the minion. But now it's back to the scaling game. Wait a second, wait the dragon.
They find Flap. Do they have damage though? That's a really good AOG from Owen just to stop them in their tracks. Crimson Beacon out from Cuffin, and now they might have to run away. They wanted to go for Flap, interestingly enough. But the damage again, I think it's a question mark.
And again, even in that skirmish that looked like Falcons Meta were the ones being proactive, it was Sano who had to burn the flicker.
SOD, he actually escapes. Whoa, Sano with that play. Okay, at least they don't hand over more and more advantage to Team Falcons PH.
Not gonna lie, that was kind of clean with it. Great escape, man, against 4 members of Falcons PH. Any normal player would just be like, all right, I'm dead. But Sano refuses to play safe gold lane. He is the definition of play safe gold lane. He knows if 4 members are coming up, how to handle them. Up top, though, Marco's going to try to build a slow push. And Falcons Meta won't actually be using Moskov, Sano. Oh,
yeah, he's here in mid, and because they need the damage, they pin down Owen, they want to burst him down. Flap goes in with a falling star moon, but the Crimson Beacon too as a response. They want to apply a bit more crowd control, and now he's slowly being shredded down. Kyle enters from the side. He doesn't seem to let the damage onto anyone. It's Sanji. Just needs one more hit. It's a flicker from him to finish off the kill on Kyle. But Marco going in. This might just be the turnaround. Boyet stays alive.
Surprisingly, surprisingly.
The damage from Falcons PH around.
Sepanjang MSC ni Irara player lagi banyak yang mengecewakan daripada yang level-level yang macam itu. Macam wow. Boleh kira lah berapa banyak Irara yang wow.
Falcons Meta really utilizing that man advantage for a while. Thank God for Haji getting that angle to go for the pin on Sano, because if not, it would have been a bad fight for Falcons PH to take. Marco was just way too late in the skirmish. Again, Selena, Valentina, it just seems like it's Haji who's holding down Fort.
Yeah, it looked like a really good entry from Kyle too, but the fact that the damage didn't really land onto anyone was just so unfortunate. Okay, it's different this time, yes. So they might have a bit more advantage. Oh, Falcons PH though, they go in for the engage. Sanji already very low, but the layer of the dragon!
Wait!
Yara tu pergi kat Uranus buat apa tu? Tim kau tengah lawan tu. Aduh! Oh, dapat. Mantap. Tim tu tengah lawan bro, pergi Uranus ya. Ui, dapat inhibitor sial. Anjir. Minion. Oh, tak sempat. Nice try. Nice try, bang. Kalau dia dapat inhibitor tu memang win besar gila lah.
They tried to go for the 4v5. Initially, it looked good. They got the pick off on Haji. But they really used everything for it. Even the heavy spin that was supposed to win them out of the red tree battles. Again with Kyle, able to stitch out that damage together with the red tree.
Tak ada problem juga sebab nak tengok banyak pun susah sebab hero-nya selalu kena ban kan. Tapi so far yang ada yang betul-betul padu memang tak ada dia. Tapi yang macam normal padu ada aja. Ada juga.
Because they lost on the objective fight, they wanted something, but now it's Falcons who is trying to set up something with the AOG troll. Finding a target! He finds Kyle! Falcons Mena take down one crucial member. The damage seems to be enough. Blazing do it.
Dah lah, tak dapat pun ini beater ni.
They might want to calculate it a bit.
Lagi.
There's the knock on
Lagi tu.
Super Marco. No kick available. The falling star move from Flap. He's starting to become a massive threat. But Troll is yet to fall. Sanji's still alive too. Falcons Mena. None of them are going down.
Marco gets the Melfic gun. He's so confident.
Gila.
Gets taken out, but there is no bounty, so it's A-okay. Falcons PH can still chill even after that skirmish. Oh my god, it's just back to back fights. Falcons Mena now. It's all about scaling again for Sano. The Melfic gun ready for Marco, so now it's Sano waiting for his own Melfic gun. Let's take a look at the items real quick. Melfic gun on the way. The Fury Hammer is next. I thought maybe there's a possibility for him to go into nature, just looking at the amount of damage that Falcons PH have on him. But yes,
Pengen nak tengok Hirara ni dengan support lagi. Tak kisah apa yang boleh bawa flash lah. Tapi ideally Rafa mati lah. Tapi Kalea ke Nino kan.
Sano gets completed. Now it's damage on Troll. Marco as well.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Buff Boyet. Boyet still got it with the retry. Kyle had his retry on cooldown.
At this point, it's just the mid-duo. Falcons Mena were slightly ahead, and it's not even a significant lead. It's just that they had a bit more advantage, and you saw that, I mean, from the early up until the current point that we're at here in this game, and that's a Sky Piercer on Coffin too, so I guess
sebab gap CD tu even dekat mid game pun mesti rasa.
Successful scaling that you see from Falcons Mena at this
so
point.
maybe kalau ada roam support yang boleh bagi contoh macam mati lah, bagi shield, bagi terbang ataupun Rafa lagi ni lah, lagi konsisten lah. Maybe barulah boleh tutup gap.
That cost them a bit too much, and now Falcons PH, they are setting the tempo all over again for this upcoming Lord fight.
Sano's in the bottom lane. This is going to be this looks great. Oh, Marco low though.
Oh, Boyet, they don't want him to get near. But Boyet's trying his best. Heavy spin, 2 heavy spins. SOD could have made it. Haji goes down though. Falcons PH do get the objective, but Falcons Mena now on fight. AOG from Ogwen, that might just have been the means to stop Falcons Mena. Super Marco landing the free hits. He finds a double on both Sanji and Boyet. It looked too good for Falcons Mena. With the AOG and now Sano. Can he get away from this? He's still trying to survive, but Kyle will find Troll.
Falcons PH played the long game in that skirmish. They got the Lord. It looked great for Falcons Mena as they got one man down straight up. But it wasn't enough in the end. Falcons PH waited for the resources to be spent, to be burnt down. Then they re-engaged. Marco on the claw, that blazing duet, and the clutch factor you have when you have Mr. Bulletproof in your team. It's just ridiculous now. Falcons PH, you're going to be looking for the throw.
Okay, that's a blazing duet from Sano. Just blasting Sano, and that's one of the most important members you have on your side if you're Team Falcons Mena. It just seems like such a big difference. It's the size that you're seeing from Falcons PH really making work. Falcons Mena, they had so much promise in the early for their mid, but now it's Kyle on a killing spree against Sanji. Boyet catches multiple members, but what can they do? Cuffin flickers out. The Lord is still up, and Troll goes down next. It's a triple from Kyle to close out this game, and to close out this series, and making it a Maniac 2.
Okay. Langsung.
The last hope of the Philippines. The only team left representing their region. And they made it a 2-0 win against their sister organization.
Langsung sambutan berdua.
It was GG, well played.
Vamos.
Can prevail, and today it's the one from the Philippines.
Vamos, YG, Vitality, Aurora.
It's so weird seeing same exact jerseys, but it is what it is. They know each other so well. Our panelists have mentioned it too. Scrim partners even. This isn't the first time. They've been up against each other multiple times, and you see how they really fought until the very end, especially for Falcons Mena.
BTRP ko ni ya.
Untuk ni.
Cakap hari tu bantai dekat grand final tak cukup. I want to do it one more time.
It didn't work out for them. Falcons PH seemed very much more polished compared to their previous performances here in this series.
Absolutely, they really fixed a lot of the errors that we saw in their match against Vitality here. They're finding their craft and playing it clean, not panicking. especially here, you know, committing, making those decisions, the right ones, not hesitating a single time in this game. Even though there were some dicey situations that Falcons might have placed them in again, it looked really good. It looked like this pickup was great with Haji down 4v5, but they'd already used all their resources.
Tapi kalau scene dekat MPLID, dia tak akan berdua. Dia sentiasa akan ada 3. Kingdom pergi playoff ke, tak pergi playoff ke, pergi Inter ke, tak pergi Inter ke, Kingdom takkan pecah bro. So dia akan ada 3, dia akan triangle lah dia. Triangle. Ada Kingdom, Sonic, Bitar apa? Bigo Troopers.
Yes, my friends, we're here with Flop. It's Falcons PH that take the win in advance over their sister team. Few questions. Does it feel like to be back here on the international big stage?
Big Troopers.
We feel really good to be back in international, yes.
It's a hell of a moment here, but not only are you coming in and being the only Filipino team that's advancing on in the knockouts, but you're also representing the EWC 2025 club champions. What does that mean to you as a person and as a team?
I think it means a lot because I need to win this one for my team and my bosses. So.
My bosses.
That's an extra bit of pressure on here, but you've got a lot of people that are giving you that energy all the way from home. So is there anything you'd like to say to the camera here to all the Filipino fans out there cheering for you?
Siapa je yang dah confirm? Ada lagi?
Maraming salamat sa
selain Team Kai.
Kami ang last hope.
The last hope, there is Flap and Falcons PH taking it and advancing on to the knockout stage. But you know what that means.
Ujin golden kau biar.
Come on over, my friends. All of Falcons PH, and let's head all the way back. Our final key to be crushed here in the group stage of MSC at EWC 2026. 16 teams are now down to only 8. There's one more to fill in.
Kali tersalah pecahkan emblem kan. Logo lebih kurang.
But it's Falcons PH, the only and final hope for the Philippines that get to crush, guess what? Team Falcons' own. Whoa, back. There it is. Congratulations, Team Falcons PH.
Kalau dulu dia bengkok je kan, geng. Sekarang sampai terbelah 2 pecah.
With that, the key is crushed, the heart is done, and it's one Falcon that'll fly out of the nest. Whereas the other one, they're just gonna have to go back home into that egg and prepare for their next bout. And that is our group stage, but that is only the beginning.
Enter the knockout stages. I think it's gonna be so crazy. And you know what? The group stages, it's such a roller coaster. The teams that we were expecting to smooth sail it all the way has unfortunately dropped. We lost the defending champions yesterday. Today we sent the 2024 champions. I honestly cannot believe this is how MSC 2026 is playing out, Milosh.
It just means that if you want to compete at the top level in MLBB, you have to constantly be on your toes. It's an important thing here at the Esports World Cup is that everything is earned, right? You cannot just come in and assume that you'll be given the space. No, and that applies the same way to MSC 26. Every single point, every single moment has been earned by our victors. And from here on, we move on to knockouts.
But you know what's going to be exciting about these knockouts, Milosh?
There's a lot, but yes.
One thing that could be a possibility that for the first time in a very, very long time, there is a high chance that we will be crowning a new region as the champions in MSC. And oh boy, I am excited for that.
It really gets you pumped up because then you think, hey, the crown is up for grabs for anybody, not just here, but it sets the tone for the future, right? M Series, MSC next year. but we're still in the here and now. And we have to decide how teams are going to be seated and playing up against one another next up. And that all depends on how they're selected based on their seeding and performance.
Yes, sir. So we have two seededs here for the draw. Seed 1 teams will pick from the Seed 2 2-1 bracket. And of course, how they are allocated is based on their winning game time. As you guys can see on your screens right now, Team Vamos is leading in the #1 position, followed by Yangon Galacticus, Team Vitality, and lastly, Aurora Gaming. Now, some people might ask, like, why do we have Aurora Gaming in the last place despite them having 2 9-minute and 40-second game? Simple. Their last match here in the group stages ended in a 2-1, which gave them a little bit more time. I think they could have been easily #1 if it wasn't for that.
Yeah, because you're trying to have cumulative good performance, right? If you're already moving out and having that first seed,
Macam tak percaya Vamos knockout tidak. Vamos pergi knockout. Percaya sangat sebenarnya. Expected lah. Yang SRG tak lepas tu yang terlalu di luar nalar.
And that's where our second seed comes in here in our draw show. So please join me welcoming to the stage our second seeded teams. And we'll see them heading out. Team Spirit with Kid Bomba, Pro Esport with Saw, Onic with Kalra, and of course Falcons with Ogwen. And Falcons PH, that is, if you just missed the action. These 4, one of them will be picked first by one of our teams on the other side in the Seed 1.
Yes, indeed. So, you know what? Are you ready for it?
I'm ready for it.
Let's call on the team seeded in the first seed. We have Aurora Gaming, Lunar, Team Vitality Shogun, Yangon Galacticus, M-God, and Team Vamos Error 404, who looks like he's the tiniest among the bunch.
He packs a big punch when it's in the game. I can tell you that much. But this is quite simple because the running order is, as Rose mentioned, Vamos, Galacticos, Vitality, and Aurora. They'll be choosing one by one whoever is on the side that they would like to play against. They don't really know what the others are planning on picking. So, Team Vamos will be the first one to choose. So, Error, please join us on here.
Hello. How are you feeling today, especially knowing that you're the first to choose, which gives you an advantage?
Feels really weird because we got to pick first, you know, out of all these strong teams.
You weren't expecting that, huh?
I wasn't expecting that.
Okay, so the moment of truth. Who will you pick in the second seeded team?
Team Spirit.
Oh, boleh pilih lah Team Spirit.
Come on over. Kid Bomba.
Boleh lah.
Why Team
Tak,
Spirit?
Team Spirit is the best choice lah.
I think we are really confident against them. Yeah.
Yes, you
That's a lot of confidence. Are you going to let him talk like that?
I mean, what should I say? He can say whatever he wants. We will see in the game.
All right, gentlemen, come on close. Come in. Stare down. Let's go.
Wait, jangan makan dia.
Let's see if you can hold this one, Air. Let's go.
Serious face on.
Final word before we send you guys off.
Good luck,
everyone.
Gentlemen, please shake hands. Good luck. And you can move out from the center all the way to the middle.
Sebab among the four memang Team Spirit lah yang lagi yang paling easy lah based on performance.
That's gonna be a spicy
overall.
But of course, we have the next team, Yangon Galacticus with M-God. Hello, how are you?
I'm fine.
Memang dia ambil pro lah.
Okay. How are you feeling about the remaining teams here?
Oh, they are so good. They should be the one in the doozy.
So, moment of truth. Who do you want to go up against?
I'm gonna choose Pro.
Pro Esports again. We are
Burung lagi dua.
Wow, okay, Sa. I have to say this, man.
Tapi tak dong burung sangat. Yang lagi satu tu Aurora.
Memang pro lagi.
Do you think you're gonna take him down
Tadi
this time?
bocor
Really?
sangat ni, bapa sangat.
Let's see.
All right, let's see, gentlemen, please. One more time, up close. Final words before we get this show on the road.
Good luck. Good luck also.
Good luck. Shake hands, please, friends. We're not doing weigh-ins for this one, that's for sure. We're doing size-ups in the game itself. Our second game is set and ready. That's Pro Esports
Apa kena
versus
jumpa orang ni, geng?
Galacticos.
Dude, that is crazy.
Siapa kena jumpa orang ni?
Why they were even dropped to the lower bracket in the first place.
Revenge tastes so
Oh.
sweet in knockouts.
I think it felt so good. Yandon wants to do it twice.
That's the sort of moments we're looking for here. But we're left with only 2 options, but with only one team that can choose first, and that is Team Vitality.
Memang unik lah. Bodoh, aku lupa pula ni Vitality.
Hello, sir.
Banganglah aku ni. Aku lupa.
Not really. So between these two,
Aku lupa
who do you want
doh.
to pick and who do you want to leave with Aurora Gaming over there?
I think we're gonna choose Falcon PH.
Falcons PH, come on in.
Why Falcons PH though?
Kalau tak kena pilih Onyx, bodoh.
They love them greens.
I mean, look, it's no secret, right? Team Falcons, Team Vitality in the club championship, they have a big rivalry. What do you have to say to this, man?
It's a rematch. Yeah. So we will do our best.
We'll do your best.
Ya tu rematch terus lah kan? YG Pro, Falcon PH, Vitality.
Straight face and try not to laugh through this, but
Gwen, can you flex? Revenge. Flex the Shogun. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, now we're talking.
all right, final words, gentlemen.
Ya, semua rematch.
Good luck, Bray.
There you go. Shake hands, my friends. And off you go. That's a third game set up. Falcons versus Vitality. Not only in the context of MSC is that so cool, but in the context of the Esports World Cup Club Championship, that adds a lot more to it.
Overall, just an amazing matchup. You know what? For the last matchup, come here, Lunar. Come here, Lunar. Who do you want to meet, Lunar?
That's a pretty hard choice for me, but I will go with Onyx.
Yeah, so hard. Hardest question of the day.
Honestly, did you expect to pick them? If you had the choice, would you pick Onyx?
Either if you're first to all, no, but if you're third, I think yeah.
Okay. There's a bit of praise on there. What do you got to say?
I'll just take my revenge.
Oh, it's all revenge matches in this coming knockouts.
Udah nak main.
For our group stage match, you also said revenge.
Get him close. Final words, gents.
Ayat ini lagi.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please, you may leave us on the stage.
Patut dia tak sabar nak mikrofon.
That's a big part of the competition.
Patut dia Ros tak berasa tangan dia dah macam gini dah. Mikrofon.
Yes, but just a reminder to everybody and to all the fans that are watching, the order that we pick the players and the teams today does not determine the final schedule for the match day itself. So don't forget to wait for the official announcement. That is it from us.
Translation kepada yang tak bisa Inggeris.
But of course we have to throw it over to the panel to
Kelra cakap dia nak revenge Aurora. Lepas tu Aurora cakap masa kat group stage hari tu kau cakap nak revenge gak? Tapi kalah. Anjas.
Already, and so now they're finding a way to see if it'll be real this time. It'll be a little deja vu. I love what we get to see there, and also all of them having a little bit of fun.
Aku tak tahan ni bodoh. Kau tengok ini. VR interview.
Did you expect to? Okay, there's some. What do you got?
Kau tengok. Tengok lepas Kelra cakap.
Oh.
You gotta say.
I'll just take my revenge.
Oh, it's all
Tengok.
revenge matches in this coming knockout.
Tengok.
What do you got?
For our group stage.
Mikrofon sah. Mikrofon.
Stage match, you also said revenge.
Nasib dia tak kau baik.
Get him close. Final words, gents.
0.5 Rino tak nampak.
Good luck.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please, you may leave us on the stage. There's love between all of our teams.
Dia taunting macam ni lah best geng. Ini yang kena teka aku lah.
Yes, but just a reminder to
macam bos party tahu yang kau macam tengah cakap apa orang panggil? Tengah cakap kosong je sebenarnya kan. Tak ada nak personal sangat. Tak ada nak ni lah, healthy lah.
That is it from us
Healthy.
on the main stage for the group stages. But of course, we have to throw it over to the panel to break down what happened in this series and in this draw.
Thank you, Rose and Milos. What an exciting time. Those were some fun.
Rematch best of 5 bakal ada bezakah? Terubatlah sikit hati yang pedih dengan gelak tawa haha. Pedihnya. Jangan terlalu lama-lama nanti bawa masuk mimpi. Titanic sekali host sebelum padam. Hua